is no terrible way to win. There is only winning.
Let me drive. I will make a fool out of you.
Every one of us has to find a reason to do this. You do it because you're driven.
I was beginning to think I'd never be anything more than a piston-happy, lead-foot punk. Then this starts to happen.
Somebody put it in your mind you gotta be perfect every time out or you're a failure. Well, forget that. Just forget it.
You ready to put away your toys and grow up? Are you ready to make more money in 1 year than your father made in his whole life? Are you ready to become a real race car driver?
When I won it was probably the last time I ever felt pure victory.
Because I'm quicker than all of you.
And if you no longer go for a gap that exists, you're no longer a racing driver.
I mean, hell, isn't that what we're in this for? To stare death in the face and to cheat it? I mean, come on, there's nobility in that. It's like being knights.
No pressure, nobody breathing down my back, just driving because I left it pure.
A lot of people go through life doing things badly. Racing is important to men who do it well. When you're racing, it's life. Anything that happens before or after, it's just waiting.
I just hope when you do, that I'm there to see it.
Racing. That's the name of the game, isn't it? Win or lose, put up a show.
Fine. Then let's race.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingham and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jacques Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trent Valley Kart Club. It is the final round of the 2019 Winter Series here at PF International Circuit on what is a fairly misty and gloomy overcast start to the day, but it is going to be a fantastic day's action with 37 races across the 11 classes, 10 of which will be deciding their championship titles for the 2019 Winter Series, and it's going to be very close in all of them. Not a single champion is crowned as yet, but by the end of today's 37 races, 10 of them certainly will be. Jake Sanson here in the commentary box, overlooking the start-finishing line here at PFI. And we are ready to crack on with the first of our 37 races. A total of 24 heats before we get into the finals later on. And it's going to be very exciting stuff all the way through. Qualifying yesterday gave us a really exciting grid for each of the races. And now we're going to see how it'll all play out on the Trent Valley Kart Club circuit here at PF International. We are really excited about what the Lincolnshire countryside is going to be treated to with top quality British karting on the way. Just 7 days before the IARMI discipline of Motorsport UK's British Kart Championships get underway. And we are very excited indeed to see how things will progress as the day continues on. So we have our first heat ready to rock and roll. And it's going to be Tom Leben from the pole position for Mark Litchfield Racing, who will start from the pole, having got his first pole position of the Winter Series in front of Tom Edgar and Freddie Spindler and Oliver Behrman lining up together on the second row of the grid for this first race of the day. Reggie Dewey and Oliver Duffel will be next up on the grid from Oliver Gray and Ivan Lomliev. And then rounding out the top 10, it'll be Caden McQueen here for the first time this season and Tyler Reed to round out the top 10. Very competitive day's action in front of us in each of the classes. We're going to have a really exciting battle all the way through the day, and we will see some fantastic motorsport around the PF International Circuit. The weather conditions are dry, although there is a 50% chance that we'll get some rain through the course of the day, and it is overcast, grey and gloomy at the moment. No sunshine at present, but we are going to see some spectacular race action no matter what the weather. It is the PF International Circuit, and we all know what's at stake. In Junior X30, it is a very close championship fight here this weekend. It is going to be settled finally as the drivers are given the green flag. They will head out onto the circuit. It is Alessandro Serenetti versus Tom Edgar for the title. Serenetti is out in one of the later heats. Tom Edgar on the front row of the grid for this one. So the championship battle is going to come down to the season finale here at Trent Valley Kart Club in what has been a very exciting winter season. We had the dry conditions of January, we had the snow and freezing cold of February, the downpour of March, and now here in April it is gloomy and misty. So we've had literally every weather condition it is possible to have. But let's talk you through the grid for this first race of the day. Tom Leben and Tom Edgar on the front row of the grid from Freddie Spindler and Oliver Behrman. Reggie Dewey and Oliver Duffel. Oliver Gray and Ivan Lomliev. And rounding out the top 10, it is Caden McQueen and Tyler Reed. Then Chris Harnan and James Walker. Harvey Charter and Sam Shaw from Aaron Walker and Joshua Torpy. Lucas Ellingham and Carly Atkins. And then we have Max Meir alongside Blake Anglis from Daniel Amazigo and Daryl Taylor. Then Luke Barham and JP Slater. Jude Fernerhow and Harry Cottrell, Vicky Whalen and Harvey Ryby, then Jamie Mead and Ben Jenkins, Charlotte Gaskin and Chris Bingham, then Finley Dunn, Reece Newburn, Finley McKee and Max Anderson. So the drivers are lining up. They are in the tram lines as they come out of the final corner. They will charge through to the start-finish line. Is it going to be a clean start that gets us away straight away? It is, and away we crack. Edgar's going to try and come right round the outside of Levin, but there's going to be a bit of a squabble, and Edgar's gone over the grass through to turn 1. As they dive through under the Litchfield Bridge, he's managed to get going again, but he's lost a good 7 or 8 places. So he's going to have to struggle to get back into position once again now, Tom Edgar. And there's yellow flags underneath the bridge. So through the first hairpin, there has been an incident already. We're not entirely sure who it is, but as they come down towards the hairpin, it is one of the Cosmic carts that's out in front. Is that Oliver Behrman out in front? No, it is Freddie no, it is Oliver Behrman. My apologies. The 87 is in the lead. Reggie Dewey is charged up to third behind Tom Levin. And then it's Freddie Spindlow in front of Caden McQueen, who's gone straight out of the blocks like a jackrabbit. And Reggie Dewey's getting on with it straight away down towards Bobby Game Corner and into the inside and has got second place. The one who spun on the first lap was one of the Fullerton chassis. Now that looks to me, I'm not entirely sure who that is that's gone. I think it's Finley McKee who spun around. Yes, it is, the 35. But as they come onto the home straight once again, it is Behrman in front of Dewey. And then it's Levin from Caden McQueen, who's moved up to 4th place in front of Lomliev, Spindlow, Harnan, Gray, Reed, Duffel, Atkins and Josh Torpey. With Aaron Walker in 13th place ahead of Sam Shaw, Darrell Taylor and Tom Edgar, who's fallen all the way back to 16th place. So he had an even worse first lap than I first thought. And now it's Reggie Dewey. Reggie Dewey has got straight into the lead past Oliver Behrman. So Reggie Dewey has got straight into first position. They get down to the braking zone for the first hairpin. And Reggie Dewey on the RS kart once again done a fantastic run in Junior X30 as he charges through to the front. He won a final earlier in the season, of course, in the Winter Series. He's looking for another one in front of Behrman. And in third place, that is Caden McQueen now, having come through past Tom Levin. So the battle is changing all the time. Good racing in the mid-pack as well. No major dramas or disasters. And Finley McKee, who spun on the first lap, is recovering well. But it's Dewey who leads the way. Behrman's under some serious pressure from Caden McQueen as they come through the final corner. And Caden McQueen is getting very close indeed to the back of Oliver Behrman. So Dewey leads the way. Second and third, Behrman and McQueen. Then it is Ivan Lomliev in 4th place in front of Tom Levin. And McQueen goes for the inside line under the Litchfield Bridge. Takes the move on the inside and gets the place. So into P2 goes Caden McQueen. Now charging after Reggie Dewey. So Dewey leads, McQueen second, then Behrman. Lomliev's got a good run, though, on Oliver Behrman as they come off the bridge. Behrman's got a good run, too. So Behrman's going to dive back on the inside of McQueen in the first hairpin, takes the place. And now in P4, Ivan Lomliev is going to threaten to get Caden McQueen. McQueen's going to come straight back on the retaliation for Oliver Behrman. The door's going to be left open, and Lomliev's going to try and cut through. McQueen gestures to Oliver Behrman. Come on, Reggie Dewey's getting away. Stop overtaking me. Let's go for the battle. But there's a great tussle in the midfield, and Reggie Dewey is away and clear out in front, dominating almost in the same stance as he did back in February in the pouring rain. So Reggie Dewey has got a decent lead of a good 17 kart lengths over Caden McQueen and Oliver Behrman. With 4th place Ivan Lomliev right in behind. The three of them are going to need to work in unison if they're going to want to close up on Reggie Dewey now. 5th is Levin, then it's Spindlow, Gray, Harnan, Reed, and then it's Atkins from Duffel, Torpey, Sam Shaw and Darrell Taylor. So a sensational battle is very much on the cards now as they all race away. Tyler Reed has made the move on Chris Harnan on that lap, and that's a very bold move from further back. Up into P5. A cracking move from Oliver Gray, who takes on both Spindlow and Tyler Reed in one fell swoop. And there's a bit of a nudge there as Reed gets on the inside of Spindlow. Spindlow goes down 3 places behind Chris Harnan in the Coles kart. So unfortunately, Spindlow really caught out there as Tyler Reed tries to get on the inside and nudges him slightly to the wide side. But Spindlow recovers fairly quickly. But a really good battle out in front. It is Reggie Dewey, 2nd place. It is McQueen, Behrman and Lomliev. They are together as they try and stretch out the gap. Then it's Oliver Gray, Tyler Reed, Tom Levin, and then it is the Coles kart of Chris Harnan in front of Freddie Spindlow. And then it's Carly Atkins on the Crop Promotions kart in front of Sam Shaw, Darrell Taylor, Oliver Duffel and Josh Torpey. Tom Edgar's recovered to 15th. And then Harvey Charter from Ellingham, Walker, Anglis, James Walker, Cottrell, Amazigo, Meir and Harvey Ryby. A great squabble for 6th position behind Oliver Gray as Tyler Reed loses out to the Mark Litchfield racing driver Tom Levin as Behrman is losing ground again as Carly Atkins has come through. Carly Atkins gets alongside Chris Harnan and gets by. And Freddie Spindlow is unable to repeat the move as Leben dices with Tyler Reed for P6 up towards Bobby Game Corner on the inside. And that is Leben back on the inside to hold the position. But out in front with 3 minutes on the clock, Reggie Dewey is absolutely disappearing for APR. Out in front, running beautifully as he continues his charge forward. Oliver Gray trying to keep up with the 3 karts in front. And then the rest of the swarm from 6 downwards. It's Reed, Atkins, Leben, Harnan, Spindlow, Shaw, Duffel, Taylor, Edgar, Ellingham, Harvey Charter and Josh Torpey. Then it's Aaron Walker from Blake Anglis and Harry Cottrell. And now up into 3rd position has come Ivan Lomliev over the bridge. He's got a bit frustrated, sat in the queue and decided to go for Oliver Behrman and gets the place. Now he's going to charge after Caden McQueen. It's 2 or 3 wide further back in the hairpin as they continue to jockey for position. But Dewey still leads it from McQueen, Lomliev and Behrman. Then it's Gray, then Reed leading Carly Atkins, Leben, and I think that's Sam Shaw who's charged his way through into the meat and bones of the top 10. A really good run there from Sam Shaw. As he charges forward, he's made up a good 6 or 7 places just in that one lap by the look of it as he finds himself in good space. So down the main straight, Dewey completes another lap. McQueen has got Lomliev bearing down on him as they go through the first S's under the Litchfield Bridge, and he's looking for a way to come past, but he's not quite going to get the way through into turn 3. Walker still hustling Spindlow as they go through under the Litchfield Bridge himself. Makes the dive to come through. That's a lovely move from Aaron Walker in the mid-pack as he dives through on the inside, but he's got someone on the inside of him by the look of it, and that is Blake Anglis. So Anglis has made the move on Walker and Spindlow in one fell swoop in the midfield. Now Lomliev through to 2nd. Lomliev through to 2nd on McQueen. So Lomliev very well aware of the fact that with time running down, Dewey is uncatchable, so decides to make his bid for 2nd place with the pretense of still hoping that they can catch him. I think all of them know he's not catchable with 1 minute and 10 to go. So they battle away for position, and it's now Lomliev into 2nd place. McQueen is not going to be settling for that as Reggie Dewey comes through and over the line with 2 laps to go here. And now McQueen is going to start hassling Ivan Lomliev as they go through the first S's under the Litchfield Bridge. Will he make the dive into the first couple of corners? No, he hangs back through the long flowing left-hander. Up to the bridge, and as he goes into the left, no change, into the right, no change, but holding on because Oliver Behrman, the young man from Chelmsford in Essex, is right behind him. Up the inside, though, McQueen makes the bid to go past Lomliev, and the door's still open as Behrman gets through as well. So McQueen is through, Behrman is through in the first hairpin in the middle section of the course, and as they go down to the braking zone for the left-hand hairpin and through back on the straight to the chicane, Reggie Dewey is still charging in the lead, but the 3 of them are now a little closer than they were before. Not much. But Reggie Dewey appears to be chilling out a little bit in the front of the field. He doesn't have to push, so he's just easing off a little bit. A 20.96 compared to a 20.6 and 7 for the 3 guys behind. So down the straight and into the final lap goes Reggie Dewey. He leads comfortably. McQueen now 2nd, Behrman 3rd, and Lomliev in 4th as a result of their jostle. But Lomliev is going to try and make the bid. He decides to go the long way round in the first couple of corners. In through turn 4, onto the bridge. Turn 5, right-hander, square bed, and onto the back straight. Charging down the hill. Lomliev's got a good run on Behrman. He's going to try and make the move. Behrman covers the inside line to defend and almost crashes into the back of McQueen on the braking zone. Manages to hold back. Lomliev is going to keep it nice and tidy round the outside. Behrman's going to hold cover to the inside and keeps 3rd place. McQueen has nowhere to go but straight ahead. And Behrman is keeping the cart nicely planted to hold Lomliev at bay. Great battling in the middle section of the course as well as Behrman again holds on through Bobby Game Corner. But the drivers are going to come through for the last time of asking, and Reggie Dewey is going to get there. Reggie Dewey out of the final chicane, down the main straight, and Reggie Dewey takes the first race win of the day. Fantastic run from Reggie. A perfect start. 2nd place for McQueen, 3rd for Behrman, 4th for Lomliev, and 5th for Oliver Gray. In the battle further back, 6th across the line is Sam Shaw. Sam Shaw has fought his way back to P6. Great running there from Sam Shaw as he charges his way through. Tom Leben to 7th in the end from pole position. Tyler Reed, Chris Harnan and Tom Edgar, who fights his way back to P10. And a great battle there between Oliver Behrman and Ivan Lomliev. Great sportsmanship on the rolling down lap as well as they gestured to each other on a good fight. And it was a good fight, actually. No fisticuffs, no silly business, and a great jostle for the win. So it's Dewey, McQueen and Behrman from Lomliev and Gray, Sam Shaw and Tom Levin, Tyler Reid, Chris Harnan and Tom Edgar in the top 10. From Carly Atkins and Harvey Charter, Darrell Taylor and James Walker, Josh Torpey and Blake Anglis, from JP Sleater and Daniel Amazigo, then Aaron Walker and Harry Cottrell, Max Mear and Freddie Spindlow all the way down to 22nd after a terrible heat, Jamie Mead and Harvey Ryby, Lucas Ellingham and Viti Whalen, then Luke Barham, Finley Dunn, Jude Fernehow, Ben Jenkins, Oliver Duffel having a shocker as well, Chris Bingham, Charlotte Gaskin, Reese Newburn, Max Anderson and Finn McKee. The Hard Charger Award in that race goes to Darrell Taylor, up 9 places on the grid from 22nd to 13th. A very good run there indeed from Darrell Taylor, and 8 places up the order was Sam Shaw, getting himself up into P6. Good work there, but Reggie Dewey and Caden McQueen storming through to first and second after some brilliant driving in the early stages. So some really good race action, and a perfect start to the day as far as the Junior X30 Brigade is concerned. Tom Edgar not having a positive start in the race weekend that needs to see him effectively for his title bid winning the race, in the hope that Alessandro Serenetti, who's out later, out in the second Junior X30 heat, in the final, effectively, Serenetti would need P6 if Tom Edgar were to take the victory to win the Winter Series title. So there's still a long way to go. But as far as Alessandro Serenetti is concerned, it's a long day at the office, and it's going to take a long time to get to that point before we can start talking about those race victories. So now we come to the next part of the day, and it is Ayami Cadet. Another great title fight in prospect. In fact, there's 2 battles in one, because we've got the duel between Kia Nakamura Berta and Sonny Smith. 12 points between those two. Sonny Smith wins. Nakamura Berta would need 9th. To take the title. And then there's that epic 4-way dice for 3rd position in the Drivers' Championship, which sees Brandon Carr, Harry Junior Burgoyne, Aidan Neate and Ashton Hodgson all together. 3 points separate those 4 drivers in the bid for 3rd place. So it's going to be very tight at the sharp end of that field. I'm really excited to see how that's going to fare. But they get the green flag and they will be waved out of the pits. So, time to talk you through the grid for this first Ayami Cadet heat of the day. And it is an all-Fusion Motorsport front 2 rows. It is Kia Nakamura Berta and Archie Clark. Oh, we've had an off already. That's Rippin. Rippin's got a problem. So, unfortunately, Rippin has got a problem. The 63 already has a difficulty. Now, I wonder, is that mechanical, or has he had a bit of a hit on the way out of the pits? Because he seems to be in some discomfort. So there is a chance that on the way out of the pits, Rippin may have had a little bit of contact, but we'll double check. And it looks as though we've got another kart pulling off further up the road. That's Nathan Tighe. So Nathan Tighe, the fastest man of the season in Ayami Cadet over 1 lap, has had a problem as well. And he seems to have some discomfort as well. He's very annoyed, but the kart has broken down before the race has even started. So 2 problems already for Joe Rippin and Nathan Tighe. They appear to be out of it. So let's talk you through the grid regardless. It's going to be Kia Nakamura Berta and Archie Clark from Vinnie Phillips and Aidan Neate. Harry Junior Burgoyne and Lewis Werrell from Cathal Clark and William Knight. Then Nathan Tighe and Ethan Jeff Hall. Michael Gray and Ella Stevens. Charlie Hart and Joe Katzentonis. Callum Graffin and Jack Cunningham from Sam Lewis and Joe Rippin. Cole Glover and Ryan Ward, Alfie Slater and Oliver Phillips, Sebastian Mins, Gabe Fairbrother, then Jack Mowat, Freddie Allen, Laith Khan, and after exclusion from qualifying, Sonny Smith at the back. So here we go, and it's a cracking getaway from the front from Kia Nakamura Berta. Archie Clark trying to come round the outside to hold the lead. He's going to tuck into 3rd place behind Aidan Neate, who has stormed up into 2nd position. But a disastrous start for Joe Rippin and Nathan Tighe. No start for them at all. And a problem in the early start for Laith Khan as well. He's going to get going a little bit behind the rest of the field. But out in front, that's one of the ORMs that's moved forward. Is that Harry Junior Burgoyne that's charged through to 2nd place. A cracking start. Up to 3rd is Vinnie Phillips. Then it's Aidan Neate in 4th. And in 5th position, that looks to me like the 43 of Archie Clark. It is indeed. So Kia Nakamura Berta leads Harry Junior Burgoyne. Then it is Phillips ahead of Neate, Clark, and then Lewis Werrell from Ellis Stevens and Cathal Clark. And then it is the 22 of Ethan Jeff Hall for Strawberry Racing. A really good start to the race then for those 3 or 4 drivers up front. Archie Clark managing to slot into P5. Aidan Neate getting a good getaway to slot in behind Vinnie Phillips. But it's a very tricky start to the race then for a couple of the drivers. for two of them. It didn't start at all. Joe Rippon and Nathan Tye out before the race even gets going. Here we go, down the main straight. And Harry Junior Burgoyne is sizing up Kia Nakamura-Berta already as they go through the first chicane. Is he going to take an early doors lead here as they go through under the Litchfield Bridge? Looks like he's going to work with Kia Nakamura-Berta to get away and minimise the chances of the pair of Fusion drivers behind to close up. So Lewis Werrell is trying to tuck in behind Archie Clark further back. He runs very wide off the top of the hill, and that's going to compromise his run. Ellis Stevens may get a chance to close up and go for the top six very shortly. It is going to be for the top six because she's running P7 at the moment. But Aidan Neate has got past teammate Vinnie Phillips, and now the two of them are working in unison to close up on Nakamura-Berta and Lewis Werrell. Not Lewis Werrell, Harry Junior Burgoyne. Werrell is there, but behind Archie Clark in P6. So Clark is running 5th. And the top six still running very closely. That's Alfie Slater trying to make a move on the inside of Ryan Ward. Hasn't quite managed to on the chicane there. But still good pace and good confidence coming from Alfie Slater. Younger brother of Freddie, who 7 days ago took the victory in Europe at Marienborg in the IAMA European Series for Mini X30. Across the line. There goes the 51. Kia Nakamura-Berta still leading the way in front of Harry Junior Burgoyne. Harry Junior Burgoyne trying to make his move. Faster than Nakamura-Berta for just the 100th. Let's see what they can do as they come down off the top end of the corner, through the right-hander and down the back straight. This is going to be an interesting run. Is Harry Junior Burgoyne going to make a move? No, he's going to sit on the back of Kia Nakamura-Berta and stretch out the advantage. They want to get away from the likes of Aidan Neate and Vinnie Phillips. And this is an important weekend for Harry Junior Burgoyne to bag as many points as possible in the final, because he wants to get away from the likes of Aidan Neate, Brandon Carr, who's out in one of the later heats, of course, and the other two in the mix who are battling for the top 3 in the championship. 3 points covers 4 drivers in that battle for third place, so it is going to be very tough all day long in IAMA Cadet, as Gabe Fairbrother very nearly gets run out of road there in the middle of the pack. He was lucky to get away with that one. Out in front, though, Kia Nakamura-Berta. Running well from Harry Junior Burgoyne. Fastest of all in the first and second sectors, Nakamura-Berta. And he gets a new fastest lap, a 108.73, to put a couple of inches, I should say, further away from Harry Junior Burgoyne. That's all it takes to be 0.04 of a second faster than the next man in. Aidan Neate is third from Phillips, Archie Clark, Lewis Werrell. Now Sonny Smith. Sonny Smith has charged through from, he was 28th on the grid. He was dead last, Sonny Smith. And there he is now in P7, in front of Ellis Stevens and Ethan Jeff Hall. Goodness me. Sonny Smith, what a fight back as Cathal Clark makes his way past Knight to get into 10th position. So that is a nice battle as Will Knight continues his duel with Cathal Clark. But Sonny Smith is flying the 95 up into 7th position. It's 2x2, a hurrah up the road, because Kia Nakamura-Berta and Harry Junior Burgoyne are nose to tail. A few lengths back, it's Neate and Phillips together. A few lengths back, it's Clark and Werrell together. And then Sonny Smith trying to work with Ella Stevens to charge forward. Down the straight once again. And over the line. And it's going to be very tough from here on in. They know what's at stake up in front. They're going to try and stretch away. Vinnie Phillips working with his teammate Aidan Neate in 3rd position, as they try and make up some of that deficit to Kia Nakamura-Berta and Harry Junior Burgoyne. And to be fair, they are making good progress, those two. They've got about 1.8 seconds to make up. But Harry Junior Burgoyne is doing a fantastic job of edging Kia Nakamura-Berta away from the pack. Aidan Neate and Vinnie Phillips, teammates for a while now, these two. They know each other very well indeed, and they work very well together as they battle for 3rd position to charge forward and catch the two leaders up front. Meanwhile, Sonny Smith is going to make the move here on Lewis Werrell. He gets through into P6. So Sonny Smith is through into P6. Now he's charging after Archie Clark. So Archie Clark still running in P5 after a career-best front row of the grid in qualifying yesterday. Great to see him do that. But now he's got to keep marching forward. So a very exciting battle for the drivers as they continue to push on. And there's a lot of natural progression coming through as they come onto the main straight, the two leaders. Here are Nakamura-Berta and Nakamura-Berta and Harry Junior Burgoyne. Then it is the two fusions of Neate and the 7 of Vinnie Phillips. Archie Clark just in front of Sonny Smith. And Ethan Jeff Hall makes a bold move into the first corner on Ella Stevens and gets the place. Nicely done from Ethan Jeff Hall. So he gets through nicely. But up in front, it's still Harry Jr. Burgoyne trying to stretch that gap to the two Fusions further back. And he knows he's done a fair job of that. 1 minute and 47 on the clock plus the additional lap. But Harry Jr. Burgoyne has settled in well here, just in behind Kian Nakamura-Berta. So Kian Nakamura-Berta, the leader of the race and the championship. Sonny Smith needs to win with Nakamura-Berta outside the top 10, ultimately, to become the champion of the Winter Series. So it's a very tall order. They know how difficult it's going to be. But Sonny Smith is not giving up. He is pushing hard, trying to make up as much time as possible. The next target is Archie Clark, but he's made up 22 places from his starting grid. An amazing charge through the field from Sonny Smith. Is that now to 5th place? It is. So Sonny Smith is up into P5 now. So with 1 minute to go, he is P5 as he has got past Archie Clark and Lewis Werrell. So now he's 5th. Then it's Ethan Jeff Hall down in 8th position with Ella Stevens. And then we've got the two battling for 10th. That's Cathal Clark and Will Knight. Then it's Charlie Hart from Gray, Graffin, Minns, Ward, Phillips, Fairbrother, Cunningham and Slater. Oh, Katsantonis has got an issue with his transponder, but he is still running. Katsantonis in 15th, ahead of Minns and Ward. Then it is Phillips from Fairbrother, Cunningham, Alfie Slater, Sam Lewis, Cole Glover, Freddie Allen, Jack Mowat and Laith Khan with just the two retirements. The two men who didn't start the race, rather sadly, Joe Rippin and Nathan Tye, neither of whom even got to the first corner on the rolling lap. A real shame for both of them. We would have expected to see both of them in the midst of the top 10. So, up through the chicane as they charge through on the far side of the circuit. It is now going to start getting serious for Harry Jr. Burgoyne as they go into the last lap. He knows he's got a massive gap back to the twins of Fusion behind him. So now he's going to go for it, and Kian Nakamura-Berta's gone into defensive mode. Here we go, last lap, and Harry Jr. Burgoyne's going to try and switch back on Kian Nakamura-Berta, who's swarming all over the road, trying to keep him at bay. So Kian Nakamura-Berta having a real mission to have Harry Jr. Burgoyne hot on his heels. So Harry Jr. Burgoyne holding on behind Kian Nakamura-Berta. The young Japanese star is all over the circuit, trying to keep Harry Jr. Burgoyne at bay. He can position the kart wherever he likes as long as he holds the line and doesn't push him off the circuit. And he's doing a fair job of holding that inside line. There's no way through. He knows it. Harry Jr. Burgoyne's really struggling to find a gap. He needs good momentum. He's got good momentum, but Kian Nakamura-Berta is just holding that inside line relentlessly. Harry Jr. Burgoyne now trying the switchback as they come through the chicane. Can he get up alongside? Not with Nakamura-Berta darting to the inside line. Now through Bobby Game corner. Sonny Smith is holding on to a very tight battle further back as well for 5th position. Can Harry Jr. Burgoyne make his way through? He tries again. Kian Nakamura-Berta holds the inside. Look how much time the other two have gained. Right on the back of them. It's going to be Neat and Phillips to the line. They could well end up 3 wide of the line, and they are going to be 3 wide. But Nakamura-Berta just edges out Harry Jr. Burgoyne by 0.02 of a second. Absolutely sensational. Neat is 3rd, Phillips is 4th, but there were only 0.2 of a second between the 4 of them as they came through. Aidan Neat just a lap away from gaining a victory potentially there. Absolutely astonishing race to the finish line. Nakamura-Berta from Harry Jr. Burgoyne, 0.02 of a second in it as they went side by side over the line. And Aidan Neat in 3rd from Vinnie Phillips. Sonny Smith in 5th position, 23 places made up from the grid. Ethan Jeff Hall in a fine 6th ahead of Ella Stevens and Archie Clark. Then Lewis Werrell and Will Knight, who wins his battle with Cathal Clark for the top 10. Charlie Hart in 12th from Michael Gray. And then Callum Graffin and Sebastian Minns. Oliver Phillips and Ryan Ward from Gabe Fairbrother and Jack Cunningham. Sam Lewis is next up in front of Alfie Slater, Cole Glover, Freddie Allen and Jack Mowat. And then Laith Khan. I believe that Joe Katsantonis had an incident in the last lap. He has now come through, but unfortunately the PMR driver has ended up falling away to the back of the field after an incident in the last couple of laps of the race. So Joe Katsantonis had a problem, we hear. So it's a real shame. But Kian Nakamura-Berta takes the first win of the weekend. That's an important one for him as well, because that really sets him up for a strong run. So we'll see how he goes from there. But a very unfortunate start to the weekend for both Joe Rippin and Nathan Tye, who definitely didn't deserve to be broken down at the side of the racetrack on, a few metres out of the pit lane, effectively. It's bad enough when you've got one driver who ends up breaking down out of the pits, but 2 is very rarely heard of at all. So a very tricky start to the race action, as not everybody has had a positive start to the day here at Trent Valley Kart Club. But a good win for Kia Nakamura Berta in front of Harry Jr. Burgoyne. And then it is Aidan Neat ahead of his teammate Vinnie Phillips. And then Sonny Smith fights his way back into contention, finishing P5 after a technical infringement in qualifying saw his times disallowed, putting him to the back of the grid. So he charged through, 23 places made up. Sonny Smith is in for a title today. He leads the Honda Cadet class, of course, and that's coming up later in the day. Next up, though, it is Senior X30 time. Another championship battle on the line. And interestingly, for this first heat, the 2 title protagonists, Thomas Turner and Louis Westover, are on the front row of the starting grid. 7 points between them in the title fight. If Westover wins, then Turner would need 4th or better to be champion. Here's the grid. Thomas Turner and Louis Westover on the front row from Elliot Harvey and Sean Butcher. Alex Lloyd and Oliver Hodgson, then Kieran Jermy and Lewis Gilbert. Eduardo Cossetang and Derek Morgan round out the top 10. Then it's Harry Platten and Gus Lawrence from Abigail Ross and Matthew Hudson. Then it's Alex Spinks, who's there in front of Rory Hudson. And then it's Henry Ayres and Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Archie Tillett lines up beside Artu Salmela. Then Luke Whitehead and Harry Whittaker. Jensen Brown and Oliver Greetham. Emil Karjalainen and Lucas Vaus. Alexander Wang and Jack Bowman. Cameron Coombs and Ben Hodge from Ben Cowley. Jonathan Campbell, Andrew Trevor and Valtteri Valkjärvi. Sadly, you won't be seeing Kira Scott out after an incident in yesterday's practice sessions. But we hear the news is positive and she is going to be okay. So that is very good news. And hopefully she'll be back again at Trent Valley Kart Club very soon indeed. So the 2 title protagonists in Senior X30 for the Winter Series are on the front row of the grid. Thomas Turner for Mark Litchfield Racing versus Louis Westover of Dan Holland Racing. It's going to be an amazing battle today between these two as they hunt for the title. We wait for a clean start, and we got one. What a start from Thomas Turner. He charges away from Westover and Butcher as the field swarms through the first chicane, and that's the perfect getaway from Thomas Turner. You're never going to get a better race start than that. As he charges over the bridge, Westover's made his way to second in front of Sean Butcher. And as they drop down over the bridge, it's going to be a tough fight. But Alex Lloyd has broken into 4th position. Nice run there from Lloyd. Hang on, is that his teammate, actually? That could be the sister car of Elliot Harvey. It is. Elliot Harvey, who's there in 4th position. Alex Lloyd has had a bit of a job to keep Kieran Jermy and Oliver Hodgson at bay and has not managed it just yet. Then it's Lloyd, then Lewis Gilbert, then it's the 9 of Morgan. And then in behind, a fast-starting Gus Lawrence has made up several places. So a really good start as they charge through the chicane and up towards Bobby Game Corner. But out in front, Thomas Turner and Louis Westover are setting the initial pace. In fact, Butcher has got past Westover. So Butcher through into second position past Louis Westover. And that's what's put Thomas Turner quite a long way out in front of the field. So Turner starts as he means to go on. And Westover's also been passed by Harvey. So Turner, Butcher, Harvey, Westover. Then it's Jermy up to 5th place from Hodgson and Lloyd. Gilbert in 8th place from Morgan, Lawrence, Platten, Hudson, Cossetang, Rory Hudson and Abigail Ross for Mick Barrett Racing. So down the back straight, a really interesting charge forward is going to happen from here on in as Louis Westover sits in 4th place now behind Sean Butcher and Elliot Harvey. Harvey goes for the inside line of the Australian and also trying to get up the inside is the 124 of Kieran Jermy. That did not work. And Westover is able to get himself into 2nd position as a result of all of that jostling. So Jermy is there. That's Harvey through into 2nd, isn't it? Then Westover on Butcher. And yellow flags because we've got a spin further back in the pack. Now, I'm not sure who that is. That looks to me as though we've had a spin from one of the... I think that's Matthew Hudson, actually, for Mick Barrett Racing. Matthew Hudson appears to have had a moment and spun it in the midsection. So that's a disaster for Matthew Hudson as the field flies through. Turner, Harvey, Westover, then Butcher, Hodgson and Alex Lloyd. So the top 6 have got a bit of a gap now over Kieran Jermy and Derek Morgan. But down the straight, Turner's got a massive lead over Elliot Harvey and Louis Westover. It's already nearly 2 seconds. So Westover now charging onto the back of Harvey. But Sean Butcher holds station in front of Hodgson and Alex Lloyd as they battle away. Lewis Gilbert trying to get up the inside of Derek Morgan. Morgan swinging the cart round the outside and tucks up behind Gus Lawrence. And watch out, Lewis, because in behind is Harry Platten. A really tough battle. A couple of drivers taken to the grass in the mid-pack. That is the Fullerton chassis of Oliver Greetham for S8 Racing. He's gone off a little bit wide there onto the grass. Manages to get the kart back together again, though. So, down the straight once again. And it's Turner way out in front. Second place, Elliot Harvey in front of Westover and Butcher. Then it is Hodgson in front of Alex Lloyd. And trying to stay with them is Kieran Jeremy, although the BMR driver is now struggling to keep pace. Up the inside, that's Lloyd on Hodgson as they go over the bridge. Lloyd is through on Oliver Hodgson. Nicely done to the inside line. Grabs the place and bags 5th place. Very good overtake there from Alex Lloyd as they now go into the first hairpin. Brake, turn in, charge back up the throttle and into the second hairpin. Slow left-hander. Thomas Turner's got plenty of time to deal with things. The 2 DHR boys are 2nd and 3rd. Elliot Harvey and Louis Westover. Then Sean Butcher, Alex Lloyd and Oliver Hodgson. Now, if Alex Lloyd can get past Sean Butcher, then what a triumvirate of drivers we've got there in Harvey, Westover and Lloyd. The DHR fleet squadron, if you like, will battle away for position as they charge out. So out of the final turn, and Mark Litchfield's Thomas Turner is charging forward. Down through to the chicane. Through the right, through the left, under the Litchfield Bridge, and up towards the long flowing hairpin. It's a very good run indeed for Thomas Turner out in the lead of the race. Harvey is 2nd. Fastest lap of the race comes from Gus Lawrence, who is still in that top 10 spot. Lawrence in 8th place behind Kieran Jeremy. And trying to make the move on him into the hairpin. It's up the inside. That's the move from Westover. Westover gets through on Harvey. Harvey dives across the whole. Butcher at bay. Butcher dives back to the inside, cuts across Lloyd, then dives for the inside of Harvey and cuts through. Nicely done from Butcher to get back into 3rd place, but Westover's gone into 2nd position up in front. Some absolutely ferocious jostling with the DHR trio as Sean Butcher tried to hold his own in the middle of the fleet, and the Australian handled himself very well indeed. So 3 different teams in the top 3 then. Mark Litchfield Racing, Dan Holland Racing and Mick Barrett Racing in the top 3. As it's Turner, Westover, Butcher, Harvey, Lloyd. Hodgson's still there in 6th place for the home squad, PF International. And running very well. Now up the inside, that's a big lunge on the inside of Jeremy. That looks like Gus Lawrence making his bid. Hasn't worked, and Morgan's flown by. And if he's not too careful, he's also going to lose the place to Harry Platten. In fact, he is down in the first hairpin of the midsection. Platten's gone through. So Lawrence sadly down to P10 as a result of all that. Turner is in the lead. And then it's Westover, Butcher. Lloyd is now in front of Elliot Harvey. So Alex Lloyd up into P4. Still plenty of progress to make. Still time to play with. 2 minutes 22 plus the additional lap still on the clock. And there's great battles all the way through this field as Hudson tries to catch up with the rest of the field after his earlier spin in the chicane. But now down the main straight. Turner has control. Over 2 seconds in hand over Westover. And then it is Sean Butcher trying to work his way forward. A really exciting battle. Plenty of great racing. And we're going to see much more of it as the day continues. Turner, Westover, Butcher, Lloyd, Harvey and Hodgson. And that's your top 6. Up to 7th has come Lewis Gilbert in front of Morgan and Jeremy. Gus Lawrence is trying to get that 10th place back off Harry Platten in the hairpin and has made the move. And it's a successful one. A really exciting start to the battle then. As they continue to charge forward. It's starting to settle a little bit in that top 10 fleet, but still great racing all around. A really good race in prospect as they come off the turn. Turner pushing very hard on the way through the Mike Wilson complex, flirting with the barriers on the outside line nearly. And there's only a metre from that runoff area to the tyre barrier, so you can't afford to make too much of a hash of it. Through the chicane, right, left, Litchfield Bridge, back through turn 3. Butcher had a little look on the inside of Louis Westover. Decided to think better of it, but he needs to hurry up with this because he's got Alex Lloyd hot on his tail. And up the inside goes Butcher, makes the move on Westover into turn 5. Lloyd's going to get through as well, and I think Harvey's going to follow the initiative too into the first hairpin. Gets the move as Gilbert dives for the inside of Oliver Hodgson. Morgan sweeps past him as well. So, lots of changing in the top 10. As up into 2nd goes Butcher. Lloyd's gone with him to 3rd. Lloyd makes the move on the inside of the chicane and grabs 2nd. Alex Lloyd into 2nd place, then past Butcher, and the door's left wide open as Harvey's going to get through into 3rd place past Sean Butcher. Westover's trying to come through, so too is Gilbert. But I think Butcher's holding the line for the moment. Resilient defence from the Australian, but out in front, Thomas Turner has 2 laps to go as he crosses the line. And there is Lloyd in second from Harvey, then Butcher, Westover, Gilbert and Morgan. Hodgson has now fallen behind Jeremy to 9th position. Lawrence is 10th from Hudson and Luke Whitehead, who's charging forward, as is Jensen Brown. Harry Whittaker's made up massive progress too. Alex Spink's still 15th. Lucas Vous has come up 10 places to 16th. Then it's Pritchard Williams, Archie Tillett, and the struggling Abigail Ross. Up the inside, that's a move on Butcher. That is Westover back into 4th position. So Westover takes P4 from Butcher. Lewis Gilbert's going to be next in line, although Morgan's got a run on the inside of the Scotsman. Now the Doride Diamond makes his bid to get past Butcher in the chicane, and he's through. Up into P5. Nice work from Lewis Gilbert. Back into contention again. Well, the checkered flag is a lap away as the last lap board is going to come down over the starting gantry, and it's Thomas Turner absolutely loving life in the lead of the race by a country margin. Second place. Lloyd has a few lengths on Harvey, and then back to Westover. It's fine. Gilbert in 5th position. Hangs on in front of Butcher, Morgan, Jeremy, Hodgson, Lawrence and Rory Hudson. A massive squabble. And as they come over the bridge, it's going to be that for 5th position that will be the main show. The top 4 appear to be settled in, but Gilbert's trying to hang on in front of Sean Butcher for P5. Morgan is going to have some assault now from the guy behind him. That is Jeremy. Hodgson is battling with Gus Lawrence further back as well. They're all going to tussle into position. Gilbert trying to hold on for 5th position. Butcher wants the place, so Gilbert defending like mad to hold him off. And Morgan's going to get an opportunity to get a switch back up the inside. Butcher's to the inside, and there's a big contact! Big contact up a Bobby Game. It looks like Butcher's gone around. But the checkered flag is going to come out in front, and that is going to be a victory for Thomas Turner. He dominates. But second is going to be Lloyd in front of Harvey. Then it's Westover. Who's next across the line? It's Morgan and Hodgson. Morgan and Hodgson. So it's Gilbert that goes around in the Bobby Game corner, not Butcher. Butcher lost a lot of places. So Lewis Gilbert eventually comes home in 16th place, but clearly a little bit of an incident there between Gilbert and Butcher. Not sure who started that and how it all ended up, but definitely one of them spun, and it looked to me like Gilbert went around. Butcher had a bit of an issue there as well. Really exciting stuff. So Turner takes the victory from Alex Lloyd and Elliot Harvey. Westover in 4th from Morgan and Oliver Hodgson. Then Lawrence and Sean Butcher, Rory Hudson, and fighting back to the top 10, Luke Whitehead doing a fantastic job. Jensen Brown makes up 12, as does Lucas Faust behind him, but it's Jensen Brown in 11th from Kieran Jeremy, so he lost time in that incident as well. Harry Whittaker 13th, Vous is 14th ahead of Alex Spinks and Lewis Gilbert down in 16th after all of that. Then it is Archie Tillett from Teddy Pritchard Williams, Alex Wang and Abigail Ross. Then it is Oliver Greetham from Jack Bowman, Ben Hodge, Emil Karjalainen, Artu Salmela, Henry Ayres, Cameron Coombs, Jonathan Campbell, Andrew Trevor, Valtteri Valkejärvi and Matthew Hudson. A few retirements from the race, sadly. Ben Cowley, Harry Platten and Eduardo Cosseteng all retiring from the race. A real shame for those three. We didn't see where they went off the circuit, but it looked as though they peeled in at various points on the circuit. There's certainly no recovery happening in the middle section of the circuit or up at the Litchfield Bridge. So there's been a few incidents, but several of the drivers are not going to have made it past the first heat, or certainly made it through to the finish of the first heat, I should say. But drama on that run to Bobby Game Corner, definitely making things pretty spicy. Sean Butcher versus Lewis Gilbert got very close, too close for comfort in the end. So that's going to be a very interesting manner of battles for the rest of the day. So Senior X30 is done and dusted. Into the Honda Cadet Championship battle we go, and what a battle. It's those same two drivers that have been at the front of cadets in Trent Valley Kart Club's Winter Series all season long. Sonny Smith and Kia Nakamura-Berta. Those two are going to battle away for this Honda Cadet title, but in the Honda Cadets, it's Sonny Smith that leads the title fight in front of Nakamura-Berta to the tune of 7 points. And if Nakamura-Berta wins the final, then Sonny Smith would need 4th or better to lift the crowd. It's going to be very tight at the top. But as a result, we're going to get an amazing Honda Cadet race. And of course, this grid is the standing start grid. So we're going to have a very interesting battle from Honda Cadet. So let's talk you through the starting grid for this first heat of the day. It's Kian Nakamura-Berta and Mitchell Gibbons from Connor Duncan and Freddie Lloyd, then Zach Drummond and Hayden Eldridge, Henry N.G. Zederberg and Jacob Gilman, then Thomas C. Yeomans and Henry Gregory, Aidan Evans and Cruz Speakman, Freddie Hull and Dylan McKay, then Joshua Gambar and Ryotaro Sakai, Joshua Patch, Nathan Marquez, Ollie Handley and Macy Hitter, from Reg Haywood and Callum Ghosh, Ollie Poole and Oliver Guyard, then Mikey Porter, Liam Hartley, Noah Barham and Oliver Buckton. 28 drivers, and they will take up their positions on the standing start of the grid, ready to be greeted by the likes of Nigel Edwards and David Manchester on the front of the grid as they charge into positions. This is going to be an interesting start. Honda Cadet, not the easiest task for these youngsters. Very different to IAMI Cadet for those drivers that are doing both categories. And it really does demonstrate just how tricky and treacherous these categories can be. But the drivers will come up to their positions. Keep an eye on Mitchell Gibbons. The Ambition driver has been very quick indeed all weekend and seems to have a point to prove here, Mitchell Gibbons. So we'll see what he can do from that front row of the starting grid. A really exciting battle as we're going to see them charge forward. And in that second row of the grid as well, Connor Duncan has been absolutely rapid in the last few meetings. So I have a feeling it's not going to be too long before he's on the top spot. Freddie Lloyd there for Dan Holland Racing in the all-black machine as well. He's going to be one to keep an eye on. The younger brother of Alex Lloyd, all the way from Mepham down near Kent. So this is going to be an interesting charge. But watch from that third row, Drummond and Eldridge. And then in row 4, Henry N.G. Zederberg and Jacob Gilman. Lots of talent in this Honda Cadet field. But Kian Nakamura-Berta ready from pole position. With alongside him Mitchell Gibbons on the front row. We'll wait for the lights to go out. And when they do, we'll be racing. We've had the green flag from the back of the field. Very shortly indeed, as the drivers are now into start positions. There's the green flag. We wait for the lights to come on. When they go out, we're racing. Wait for it. Now! What a start from Mitchell Gibbons. That's absolutely spot on. And he's going to take the lead from Kian Nakamura-Berta into turn 1. Cracking start from Mitchell Gibbons. That is the absolute textbook getaway. And he holds the lead through the inside of turn 3 as they charge their way forward. A really good getaway. And now up to the top end of the field. Gibbons has been driven round the outside by Kian Nakamura-Berta. Nakamura-Berta gets back into the lead again from Gibbons. And then in third, that is Connor Duncan for Heinz Racing. Freddie Lloyd still there in P4. But what a start from Mitchell Gibbons initially. But Kian Nakamura-Berta finds the line round the outside. And the Project 1 driver from Japan has got himself into the lead once more. So they continue their race around the circuit as they go through the first couple of corners. So far, so good, as Kian Nakamura-Berta, the young man who's based in Hertfordshire these days, is making great progress in the lead of the race. He's already trying to stretch an advantage back to Gibbons, Duncan and Lloyd. So there's great racing in the early stages as the drivers continue to charge forward. So for some reason, the timing screen is not updated yet from the start, but it is going to continue on as they crack on through the final turn, down the main straight. And a cracking start to the race from Nakamura-Berta. He leads in front of Gibbons. Then it is the 41 of Connor Duncan as they fly through the chicane for the first time of asking. Under the Litchfield Bridge. A really great race in prospect here from them as they continue to battle. But Kian Nakamura-Berta holds an early advantage after that cracking start round the outside. Now, Gibbons, Duncan and Lloyd tightening up as they try and close in on Kian Nakamura-Berta down the back straight. Gibbons is going to get in quite close behind Nakamura-Berta. Doesn't quite make the opportunistic move, but hangs on in there through the far side. Really great racing into the second hairpin as they dive through. Still waiting for the timing screen to update. It now appears to be, but Kian Nakamura-Berta is out in the lead of the race from Gibbons, Duncan and Lloyd. Then it is Jacob Gilman who has moved up to P5 from Drummond. Then Gregory, Speakman, N.G. Zederberg, Eldridge, Yeomans and Evans. As they go through on the far side, this is going to get quite tight and twisty between these guys in the midsection of the course. But Nakamura-Berta under some pressure from Mitchell Gibbons as they come off the final corner and down the main straight. This is going to get quite spicy as Nakamura-Berta hangs on to the advantage, checks over his left shoulder and realises that Gibbons is still right there. That's an invitation as far as Gibbons is concerned as they come up the hill through towards turn 3. And still they battle away in procedure. This is going to get quite exciting as they go over the bridge, down the straight. Still more magic to come. But the racing continues as up the inside. Gibbons is not going to make the move on Nakamura-Berta. He wants to drop Duncan and Lloyd. as they come into the braking zone. That's a nice late lunge into the braking zone for the first hairpin, as up the inside. A nice bold move there from Henry Gregory as he makes up another place at the expense of the man now just behind him. That is Henry N.G. Zederberg, who on his tail now is the 51 of Hayden Eldridge. So some good racing there from the drivers. As they come through Bobby Game Corner, the leaders are still dueling away and tussling for position. Looks like we're going to have to score the race the old-fashioned style. Fortunately, the lap scorers are well on the job here up at Trent Valley Kart Club. Continuing on down the main straight. A fantastic battle in prospect as Gibbons is now trying to stretch away with Nakamura Berta from Connor Duncan and Freddie Lloyd. Fifth place is up for grabs, but in that fifth place now is Jacob Gilman with Zach Drummond right underneath him. Then it is Gregory in front of Speakman, NG Zederberg, and then Hayden Eldridge. So Kia Nakamura Berta running well. Now the timing screen has come back, and it's Nakamura Berta from Gibbons, Duncan, Lloyd, Gilman, Speakman, Gregory, Drummond, NG Zederberg and Eldridge. But the leading two have broken well clear. What's happened? We've had an off. Yellow flags. I think it's Connor Duncan. Connor Duncan appears to have disappeared from the fray. Yellow flags at turn 3. Now, it looks to me as though Connor Duncan's gone off the circuit at the Litchfield Bridge. So a real shame there for Connor Duncan. Freddie Lloyd comes through on his own in third place. And then back to the 71 of Henry Gregory in fourth place now. So I'm afraid we seem to have lost Connor Duncan. But has he got going again? Yes, he has. The 41 Connor Duncan has rejoined at the back of the field. What a shame for Connor Duncan. So I'm not entirely sure what the cause of that was. Was there an incident up at the bridge? We don't know. But out in front, it is still these two. Nakamura Berta versus Mitchell Gibbons. And they have checked out Charlie ahead of Freddie Lloyd. Then back to fourth place. The 71 is Gregory in front of NG Zederberg and Drummond. Then Speakman, Eldridge, Yeomans, Freddie Hull, Josh Agambar and Aidan Evans. Then Macy Hitter and Nathan Marquez. From McKay, Gilman, Sakai, Hayward, Guyard, Handley, Josh Patch, Callum Ghosh, Mikey Porter, Liam Hartley, Ollie Poole. And then Connor Duncan in front of Buckton and Barham. So Mitchell Gibbons has pulled a massive gap over Freddie Lloyd in third position. The fourth place battles anybody's guess at the moment. 5 of them in the tussle. And that's Gregory, NG Zederberg, Drummond, Speakman and Eldridge, with Yeomans leading his charge further back as he battles away with the 99 of Freddie Hull. In fact, Hull has got to the front of his queue. My apologies. So Hull has broken into the 10th position spot. No, that isn't 10th. That's 9th now, isn't it? Of course, because of that incident for Connor Duncan. So they come through at the Mike Wilson complex. The leaders are still together. Nakamura Berta and Mitchell Gibbons. And is that Mitchell Gibbons now starting the attack on Nakamura Berta? He's certainly having a think about it as the Japanese Project 1 racing driver comes through down the straight. Looks like we got a warning out. And that is for the 93, we are told. Now, the 93 is Joshua Patch. So, for some reason, Joshua Patch has been shown a warning flag. Not sure what that's for. But he's certainly been given a little bit of a reminder of something. I don't know whether that was track limits or driving standards. Connor Duncan slicing his way through the field to try and make as much progress back through the field as possible. The difficulty is he's got very little time to make that progress up. Now, Nakamura Berta's biggest thorn in the side right now is Mitchell Gibbons. Gibbons is going to try and find a way to come through. Gibbons is working so hard in the Ambition Motorsport squad. The team working very hard indeed to get their men on the podium. And here goes Gibbons off the inside in the chicane and through. I'm not sure Nakamura Berta saw that one coming. Great move from Gibbons. He takes the lead and a brilliant bit of overtaking to get there as well. A very nice manoeuvre. And that's going to put Nakamura Berta on the back foot for the last couple of laps of the race. So Mitchell Gibbons now leads the race. And a very nice move it was too. Nakamura Berta charging through onto the main straight to try and get him back. Is he going to make the move straight into turn 1? He's definitely thinking about it. He's going to roll with Gibbons. So Gibbons clearly wanting to go into these last couple of laps of the race in the lead. Freddie Lloyd in third on his own. And then it's Gregory, NG Zederberg, Drummond and Speakman as NG Zederberg goes for the move into fourth place. NG Zederberg goes through. So that is the move from Henry NG Zederberg for Synergy up on the inside into turn 4. A nice bit of driving there. And there's not a lot that Henry Gregory can do in retaliation for the moment. NG Zederberg getting the move and into P4. Now a move from the inside as up comes Speakman. Eldridge on the inside as well. Speakman's through. Eldridge is through. Can Agambar slot through as well? Yes, he can. So a big problem there, unfortunately. Oh, sorry, that's Eldridge who gets through. So at the expense of Gregory. So NG Zederberg now fourth from Drummond, Speakman and Eldridge. And so down to 7th place. all the way down to 8th place now. Apologies, goes Henry Gregory. So some big problems in the early part of the race as they battle away for position. But Mitchell Gibbons leads this did lead this race. Kier Nakamura-Berta's got him back on this lap as they now go into the final tour. So Nakamura-Berta now defending like crazy to hold Mitchell Gibbons at bay. At this point, Nakamura-Berta's got a couple of kart lengths on Mitchell Gibbons. He doesn't need to be defending just yet. He needs to wait until Gibbons has caught him back up again. He's being too defensive and allowing Gibbons to close him up. So they come over the bridge and Gibbons has made up the deficit. Warning flag goes out now to the 39. Now that is Cruz Speakman. So somebody clearly thought that Speakman's move was a little bit too cheeky as Nakamura-Berta has Gibbons to his left side as they go through the first hairpin, trying desperately to hold on to the lead. Mitchell Gibbons tries again, down the straight, into the second hairpin, and tries to go for a very late lunge on the inside. That was brave from Gibbons, but Nakamura-Berta's going to hold the lead. He's not going to have too many more opportunities through the chicane. He is still closing in on Nakamura-Berta. The Japanese driver doesn't need to defend too much in the lead. Surely he has this if he just holds the line. But there's some great battles further back. Up on two wheels there. In the middle of the course is the 46 of Oliver Guyard. He manages to get the kart back together in front of Reg Haywood. But it's going to be Nakamura-Berta who times it to perfection and bags the victory back again. It's a winning start for Nakamura-Berta in both Ayami Cadet and Honda Cadet. In front of Mitchell Gibbons, Freddie Lloyd, a fantastic third position. Good drive from him. And fourth, what a race from Henry Ng Zederberg. Zach Drummond is fifth from Speakman, Gregory and Eldridge. Then Joshua Gambar is ninth in front of Freddie Hull. Thomas C. Yeomans and Aidan Evans. Then Macy Hitter and Nathan Marquez. From Dylan McKay, Jacob Gilman, Connor Duncan and Ryotaro Sakai. Callum Ghosh is there in 19th in front of Oliver Guyard. And then it's Reg Haywood from Josh Patch, Ollie Handley, Liam Hartley, Mikey Porter, Ollie Poole, Oliver Buckton and Noah Barham. And every single driver that started the race finished it and on the lead lap as well. The entire spread of the field, 28 seconds. Not bad after 10 minutes of racing. And a really exciting battle for the drivers. 8 minutes plus the additional lap equates to about 10 minutes worth of racing out on circuit. So some fantastic driving from the competitors. And in Honda Cadet, we're going to see a really exciting battle. Sonny Smith's not been out on circuit yet. We'll see him a little way later on. But now we come to the next great battle of the day's action, and it's going to be Junior Rotax. And now this is an interesting one because Rotax has pretty much been handed to the driver second in the championship in both junior and senior disciplines, because we did have a title showdown to talk about. For Junior Rotax, it was going to be Hunter versus Hingley, but the Hunter brothers are not here. So Matty Hingley is effectively in pole position to grab the title just based on the fact that he is here and should hopefully get a decent start. But that's not the whole story, because the pole sitter is Daniel Ginchard, who's made the switch across, has started the season initially in Junior X30, but having done well in the Benelux series on Junior Rotax, he's now solid in that position and likely to stay in that berth with the RS car. So let's talk you through the grid. It's Dan Ginchard and Matty Hingley on the front row from Jack Steadman and Will Egby. Douglas Bolger switching the way of Rotax as well from X30, and he's there alongside Ben Casely. Then Harrison Collins and John Knox. Then Will Walker and Luke Schaaf rounding out the top 10. James Winter is next up with Oscar Houle. Then Hugh Lawrenson and Joshua Valance. Dan Parron-Smith is beside Dan Armstrong. Then Ben Maxim, Madison Foley, Alex Doddington, Cameron Stevenson, Scott Lapsley and Frederick Lubin. So the drivers are getting themselves up to temperature in terms of their brakes and their tyres. And obviously, it's a very interesting challenge now because we've got a couple of drivers who have basically dipped their toe in the water of Junior Rotax in the past. But for a couple of them, this is a great opportunity. Dan Ginchard is still seeking his first junior win. Hasn't managed it as an X30 driver. Could well do it today as a Rotax. And Dougie Bolger is there in the top 6 as well. He's got a good chance to show what he can do in Rotax. Let's see what the start is going to bring us. Is it a clean start? No, it's not. It's a false start, unfortunately. So the drivers will go around again. So a very difficult formation, obviously, for the drivers, with the tension very high. And obviously everybody wanting to put in a good performance as they battle away for position in the early stages of the race. It is going to be quite tense, but all of the Junior Rotax field are going to have a pretty strong competition today with Dan Ginchard and Matty Hingley from the front row of the grid. This is Hingley's title to lose now, essentially, because all he has to do is placed higher in the point standings than his opponents. But it's obviously going to be easier said than done. He still has to get it done. And with people like Dan Ginchard desperate to grab a victory to set him up for a Euromax challenge, then he is going to be a very tough person to beat. So it's going to be a really exciting battle. But Dan Ginchard leads the way from Matty Hingley on the rolling lab. They'll get themselves back into position. Jack Steadman and Will Egby, the Project 1 teammates, are definitely two guys to keep an eye on here from the start. They will be pretty rapid from the get-go. And from that third row, keep an eye on Dougie Bolger on the inside line for Fusion. It's very rare for Fusion drivers to go to Rotax, but they are definitely going that way for this weekend with Bolger. Ben Casey is in 6th position on the grid. And then we'll have Collings and Knox, Walker and Scharf, and then James Winter and Oscar Hull. They come round the final turn, down the main straight. This is going to be a better start. Yes, it is. Away we go. Ginchard cuts straight across and manages to hold the lead from Matty Hingley. And up the inside into second place goes Jack Steadman. Hingley's going to drop back into third position. He's already making a break to come back into second place as they charge round. It is going to be Ginchard who leads Steadman. Third place is Hingley. Fourth is Dougie Bolger. What a start from the Japanese driver, who's now into third. Makes the bid for Hingley, but runs wide on the exit. Hingley now there for third place, and that's a fast starting... now, who is that that's charged forward? That's one of the Cosmic chassis. I'm fairly sure that's Ben Casey, who's come up into fourth place. Yes, it is. So Hingley now third, Casey fourth, and down to about 8th or 9th place is Dougie Bolger. So running wide on them. Oh, he's got a problem. Bolger's got a problem. What a shame for Bolger. Oh, first race in Rotax, and Douglas Bolger with a mechanical problem. He's going to tour in to retire. He's not even going to get that far. He pulls off at the chicane on the outside line. What a shame. Made the move on the inside for third, and I wonder if something's broken. Either that or he's got an unrelated mechanical failure. But Ginchard is out on his own in front. Steadman in second place, trying to stay with him. Casey's now third from Hingley, Knox, Egby, Walker, and Harrison Collings. Then Oscar Hull and Hugh Lawrenson from Ben Maxim and Daniel Armstrong. Then it's Winter, Scharf, Valance, Parent Smith, Foley, Stevenson, Doddington, Lapsley, and Lubin, with Douglas Bolger, sadly, out of the race on the sidelines, and he's absolutely distraught. So, victory is on the march for Dan Ginchard with pressure from Jack Steadman. So Steadman pushing him hard, but already the gap has opened up to nearly a second as Ginchard wants to disappear out in front. A lot of teams have their eye on this young man, not just in karting either. Ginchard, very much the form player of the last 18 months, having been in Honda Cadet last year. In the first few months of his junior career, has caught the attention of many, many people. And on the RS kart, oh goodness me, pushing very hard there through the Mike Wilson complex as he flirts with the outside barriers. That's how hard he's pushing. So Ginchard comes through on a dead 60.52 lap. Only bested by Matty Hingley as they come across the line. Casey did go faster as well, as did John Knox. So some really fast times as Dan Ginchard tries to open up the gap between himself and Jack Steadman. It is now over a second, and that is exactly what Ginchard wants to see. Driving beautifully up front. Meanwhile, third position, you've got Ben Casey for KR Sport trying to hold back the new championship leader, effectively, Matty Hingley. So Hingley trying to get his way further forward. A handful of points over his rivals is going to seal the deal for Matty Hingley in the Drivers' Championship in Junior Rotax here at the Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series, but you've still got to get the job done. You can't just say it's going to happen. It has to be completed. So, Dan Ginchard still leads the way. Jack Steadman in second position. But Ginchard's got a very strong advantage as they come down the main straight. Ginchard already over a second clear of Steadman. The gap has opened up to 1.2. Casey third from Hingley in fourth. Knox in fifth and Egby sixth. Then it is Collings in front of Lawrenson, Walker and Maxim. Hull, Winter, Armstrong, Luke Sharp. Then Dan Parent, Smith and Madison Foley from Valance, Stevenson, Doddington, Lapsley and Lubin. Down the back straight. And it is all go for third position. Casey trying to hang on in front of Matty Hingley. Hingley not quite close enough to make the move yet. In the midfield, we've got an amazing squabble. And they're changing positions a lot as Dan Parent Smith makes a bid to make up some places in the mid-pack. Oh, and a bit of a collision there. That is Parent Smith having a little bit of a rumble for the 47 up the inside there. That is James Winter. A lot of shoving and boring through the field as Madison Foley tries to go around the outside of Dan Parent Smith and make up a place, and that has not happened yet. So it's going to be an interesting battle in the midfield today, that's for certain. As down the main straight, It's going to be a great run for the lead of the race. Dan Ginchard still hanging on in the first position. Steadman is actually now being caught by Casey and Hingley. So Casey and Hingley are starting to bid forward. Now, if Casey and Hingley can work together and close up on Steadman, then they'll start to get a little bit of a draft onto Dan Ginchard. But that gap is pretty big at the moment. Warning flag has gone out for the 22. Now, that is Dan Parent-Smith. So the officials clearly thought that little squabble was at his door. So let's see what will happen continuing on. Fastest in the first sector is Matty Hingley now. Fastest of all in that first sector. So Hingley closing in on Ben Casey, trying to get himself back into the top 3. Not far away from it, but still needs a little bit more work to come through. Fastest of all in the second sector at present is Ben Casey with 18.84. They're all in the 18.9s and 8s at the moment in that second sector, but Casey just that whisker faster. Fastest of all in the third sector, interestingly, is the 96. Now that is Harrison Collins, who is up to 6th place, having taken Will Egby on that run. But Dan Ginchard still holds the lead. He has yet to take a junior victory. He's been on the podium several times in several races, but this is set to be his first junior win if he holds on to the lead of the race. Steadman in second, Casey third, Hingley in fourth from John Knox, Harrison Collins and Will Egby. Oh, up the inside. That is the move on Will Egby. So up on the inside, Egby gets the place away from John Knox. Collins has got through and Egby's got through now as well. So, unfortunately, John Knox down to P7 in front of Hugh Lawrenson. And then it's Will Walker and Ben Maxim from Oscar Hull and Dan Armstrong. A really good battle in Junior Rotax all the way down the field. All still running except for Dougie Bolger, who sat on the sidelines watching the action from the chicane. But out in front, it is still Dan Ginchard with less than 2 minutes to run, plus the additional lap. And having been caught, Jack Steadman now has Ben Casey on his tail. Now the race can start to come alive. Casey can work with Steadman to charge forward. The gap has actually come down on that last lap. Ginchard did a 59.9 on that last lap, but the guys behind are going faster. Steadman did a 59.8, and Casey and Hingley were both in the 59.6s. So Ginchard's not won this race yet by a long shot. We've still got quite a bit of battling to come, especially if Casey is going to work with Steadman. He knows that the win is possible, so he's going to try and get that gap down. So Ginchard pushing hard. Still leads the way. The fastest lap of the entire race, though, has come from Joshua Valance. So Josh Valance, who's running in 14th place, he is the fastest man on track now with a 59.54. The ideal lap is a 59.26, but it's very tight at the top. Ginchard comes through still leading, but the gap is definitely less than a second now as they go into the penultimate lap. Still very cloud overhead as Casey makes the move for second. Casey dives through and takes the place at turn 1 on Steadman. So Casey, running rapidly, says, well, I'm not going to waste time. I'm going to go for the move, and he has done. So he gets past Steadman. The gap down to 0.8 of a second in the lead of the race. Ginchard, head down, charging forward, wants to hold on to the lead, but Casey, Steadman and Hingley are all charging after him. And that gap is coming down. They'll get even more support from Harrison Collins now, who's there in 5th position. Collins is coming on strong. So this race still has a couple of twists and turns in it yet, as we got a lap and a half to go. As further back, Dan Parent-Smith continues to battle with James Winter of the 698 Racing Squad. They're having a great duel. But now it is going to be the final lap of the race, and Dan Ginchard holds the lead, but the 4 men behind are absolutely together. Casey in second, third is Steadman, fourth is Hingley, fifth is Collins as they go into the last lap. Over the line. Ginchard still has about 0.7 of a second. Well, no, it's got up to nearly a second again, so Ginchard's charged forward once more. Fastest lap of the race, though, from Harrison Collins. He's done a 59.14 in the hope that he can get these 3 guys up the road to get onto the back of Ginchard in the final couple of corners as Steadman makes the move back on Casey to second. Surely that will decide the race. Casey trying to come back round the outside of Steadman, and they duel for position. That's enough to let Ginchard go. I don't think he can be caught from there. Ginchard's still battling, and the second place battle is on again as Casey makes the move on the inside of Steadman, and Collins is on the inside of Hingley. Collins gets through to P4. No, he doesn't. Yes, he does. Hingley tries to defend and loses another place in the process. So Hingley down to 6th now behind Will Egby. But out in front, Dan Ginchard has held on enough. He's going to take his first ever victory as a junior driver. Dan Ginchard crosses the line and takes the victory. Brilliant race. A fantastic run from Dan Ginchard. That will feel so good. Second for Casely. Great race. Steadman in third place. Harrison Collins in P4 in front of Matty Hingley and Will Egby. So Hingley did get the place back again from Egby. John Knox is seventh in front of Hugh Lawrenson and Will Walker. Oscar Hull and Ben Maxim. Then Joshua Valance in 12th from Luke Scharf and Dan Armstrong. Dan Parent-Smith and James Winter. And then it's Madison Foley from Alex Doddington, Cameron Stevenson, Frederick Lubin and Scott Lapsley. And just the one retirement, as we know of course, which is Douglas Bolger. What a dramatic battle in Junior Rotax, but the first ever junior victory for Dan Ginchard. And I promise you, there will be many more to come. Well, that didn't take him long, did it? Only about 3 months behind the wheel of a junior kart before he got his first win. And he'll remember this day for quite a long time. Ben Casely and Jack Steadman managing to beat Harrison Collins and Matty Hingley, though. So as far as the championship fight is concerned, that could still be pretty tight between those guys at the sharp end. So now we move into the next race, which is Mini X30. And again, there is a championship fight on the line. And in Mini X30, it is going to be a tough one for Luke Watts. No matter what happens, he's got to go for the victory here today, Luke Watts, because Oliver Greenall has won 3 finals from 3 starts. So as far as he's concerned, this is going to be mission just the same as it was for the last 3 months, essentially. If he can make it a 4th, then he will take maximum points and be the only driver of the whole season to do that. Nobody has won all 3 finals over the course of the season, except for Oliver Greenall. So to win the title, Luke Watts has got to win and hope that Greenall is 15th or lower in the final to get the title. So it's still possible for Luke Watts, but it is a long shot, and he's got to keep the faith. Oliver Greenall, meanwhile, can stay in the top 3, and it'll be nice and dandy. In fact, he can stay in the top 10 and he'll still take the title. So from Greenall's point of view, just take it nice and easy and the job will sort itself out. But it's going to be a very exciting race in Mini X30 with several drivers clearly showing from qualifying they have a point to prove here and they want to do a fair job of it. So from pole position, it is going to be Theo Mercouris, who set not only a practice record but also a qualifying record yesterday for the Winter Series. Faster than anybody over the course of the weekend, and now Theo Mercouris wants to translate that into a final victory. He can't win the title, but he certainly can win the final race of the season, and that is exactly what's on his mind as they all battle next week in the first Motorsport UK British Kart Championship round of the 2019 season. So that's what's going to be on the line for the Mini X30 drivers. They'll be flagged out and onto the circuit they go for their rolling laps. So let's talk you through the grid for this Mini X30 Heat 1. Theo Mercouris and Oliver Greenall on the front row of the grid. From Jessica Edgar and Alfie Rigby, then Luke Watts and Jack Cox, Evan Brown and Antonis Sofronio, and then Matthew Hyde and Alexander Renner rounding out the top 10. Then it's Dan Bolton and Dane Tucker from Gabriel Stilp and Aidan Line, Ben Price and Marcus Luzio from Jason McCleary and Mikai Singh, Hayden Chance and Juso Laukkanen, Alfie Cottier and Lewis Gardner from Milo Pilfold, Thomas Bohr, Brandon Templeton and JJ Russell. So the races are now getting themselves up to temperature in terms of brakes and tyres once again. But Theo Mercouris, with a lot to prove here, wants to show that he is the number 1 in the class nowadays. Oliver Greenall, though, for Fusion Motorsport, has won every single final this season. And a miracle will cost him a title today. He's basically looking so strong, has been the top dog in each of the finals over the course of the season. And Mini X30 has been pretty much his to command all the way through the season. For various different reasons, the others have not quite been able to get to his level. But this is going to be a very strong charge again. So the drivers will be battling away for procedure as they want a fantastic race in prospect. So let's see them all battle away. Here we go. Is it going to be a clean start? No, it's not. False start straight away. Very nicely caught there by Mr. Starter on the top of the gantry. And we had a couple of drivers at the back struggling to get up to position. That's why Brandon Templeton and the 28 of Thomas Bohr is in there as well. Had some difficulties off the line. So a few karts were not quite in position on the start. And that is why we have gone for the false start. Great drivers this season in Mini X30 of the Winter Series. It's going to be a very exciting tussle for the rest of the season. while we're on this rolling lap. Don't forget, of course, that there's still plenty of campaigns to come at Trent Valley Kart Club. Next week, the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships start for the iArmy classes. 2 weeks after that, they will kick off again for the TKM and Honda disciplines. And then, of course, exactly 4 weeks' time from now, it is the Spring Special, which will combine with the Little Green Man Championships. So that's going to be a good one to book in the calendar for all those who are Trent Valley Kart Club regulars. There's plenty of great race action over the course of the 2019 campaign. And then, of course, a lot of these drivers will be back for the PFI Trophy on the first weekend of June. That's going to be a really exciting weekend as well. So here we go, ready to battle once again in Mini X30. The drivers are up onto speed once again. Ready and avanti. That's a better start. Charging through to turn one. Greenall in second place. Slots in quite nicely as the field jockeys through the first chicane. No major dramas or catastrophes. They get up through turn three. Clean as a whistle for the moment. Greenall still tucked in behind Makuris as they go over the bridge. And as they drop down again, no major changes. And in third place, that is now Alfie Rigby. Rigby's trying to get the move. Makuris is going to get some support from Greenall. Makuris is trying to hold that inside line from Ollie Greenall. And Makuris running very well in the lead of the race. Greenall is there in second position, holding on and up the inside. Edgar trying to get back on the inside of Alfie Rigby, and what a pass! Nicely done from Jess Edgar. Into third place she goes, past Alfie Rigby. Great bit of racing between the two Fusion drivers, Greenall and Edgar. Rigby was formerly a Fusion driver, of course, now has moved across to KR Sport. But what a tussle this is now as Jessica Edgar has moved her way into third position. Rigby in some difficulties as Luke Watts now comes onto the attack. But Theo Makuris leads the way from Greenall in second place. Third is Edgar, then it's Rigby and Watts. And as they go through, it is Antonio Sofronio from Renner, Hyde, Cox, Bolton and Marcus Lizio, who's up 5 places already. It was clearly a difficult qualifying for Lizio. As up the inside to take the lead is Greenall. Well, he didn't hang around. Greenall got the move into turn 4 over the bridge. So nicely done there from Oliver Greenall. And now Jessica Edgar is going to try and make a lunge at Theo Makuris. Makuris trying to come back to the inside line. But Mini X30 is always very competitive. Greenall takes the lead early on, though. Makuris trying to come through. Edgar's going to try and get the switchback round the outside. Rigby dives up the inside, gets third place. And now Luke Watts is trying to beat Jess Edgar to the apex as Makuris takes back the lead from Greenall in the chicane. Makuris through, and now watch for Luke Watts. He's charging up the inside of Edgar as Rigby tries to get into second position past Greenall. That's not going to happen as they go through into the Mike Wilson complex. Makuris leads, Greenall second, then Rigby. Watts is up to fourth position, cracking bit of racecraft. Edgar sadly has slipped down to sixth place behind Antonio Sofronio, and there's a warning flag gone out. It's for Rigby as Greenall takes back the lead from Makuris. Goodness me, this is like a final. Never mind Heat 1. Brilliant racing as Greenall comes back into the lead. Rigby now makes the dive for second place on the inside of Makuris. Too high on the curbs. Has to hang back and holds on to third place in front of Luke Watts. Down the straight. So Greenall leads the way. Makuris second. Rigby third. Watts fourth. And a big dive for sixth position further back as up into P6 comes Matthew Hyde. Takes on the 77 of Antonio Sofronio as Jess Edgar has got her way back into P5 behind Watts. So the top 5 are absolutely together. Greenall, Makuris, Watts, tucked into third behind Rigby. And then in fifth is Jessica Edgar. These 5 are the ones that are going to dictate the victories. Makuris makes the move on the inside, doesn't have the move completed, so has to hang back. But the top 5 are nose to tail. Greenall, Makuris, Rigby, Watts and Edgar. So these 5 will duel for the victory. Edgar giving Watts a bit of support to close back up to Rigby. Rigby will work with them as they charge further forward. It's going to be just these 5 by the look of it, fighting for victory, but they will be absolutely together throughout. So the leading 5 are getting away from the rest of the pack. Absolutely sensational down the back straight. Here comes the move. Edgar trying to get onto the tail of Watts. Watts tries to edge on the inside. Makuris holds the line on the inside line of Greenall. He's not going to give away this victory if he's got anything to say about it. He could be going defensive for the majority of this race at this pace. 88 is warned. That's Marcus Lizio as he charges his way through. He's up to 8th place now. Great run from Marcus Lizio. He's had a fairly incredible 2 weeks, to be fair. Last week he got his first ever podium finish in the European category. And now he is here as a mini driver in Britain. He was a junior in Europe last week, got himself a podium, and now he's fighting his way through. He's in 8th position, just in front of Dan Bolton, with Matthew Hyde and Antonio Sofronio up the road. Up the inside, that's for 3rd. Watts gets through on Rigby. Watts passes Rigby for 3rd, and now Jess Edgar's got a good chance, but in 6th place, you've got to keep an eye. That's Matthew Hyde. Matthew Hyde is closing up, as again McCurris holds on in front of Greenall, and now Jess Edgar dives for 4th place on Rigby and gets the place. So Jess Edgar through into 4th position, but not for long. Rigby's going to retaliate. So into 4th position, retaliates and gets into P4. Edgar in 5th place. Then it's Hyde battling away with Antonio Sofronio, Marcus Luzio and Dan Bolton. The top 9 are now away from the rest of the field. And just the one driver not completing the race, not starting it either, is Dane Tucker. So McCurris still hanging on in Greenall, but unfortunately he hasn't got the legs to pull away, and Greenall is trying to work with him so that they can drop Watts. Greenall's got a title to win. He doesn't want McCurris messing that up. So Watts in 3rd position is now the man to get away from. So Greenall has decided, you know what, McCurris isn't going to let me through. It's relentless and stupid to try and get him on. We've got to get away, and then I can try and battle and win the race from him in the last couple of laps. That's Greenall's new tack, and the strategy working quite well. He has got some gap between himself and Watts. Now he's going to make the lunge on the inside of the hairpin. Nicely done from Ollie Greenall. That was superb. Really nicely timed, and now McCurris is not going to let him have it. He dives back to the inside, takes the move back, and now Watts has a chance to come through, and Watts has been held up as a result. He has to back down. Rigby and Edgar both getting back through. Well, there was a stationary yellow flag at the first sector, and that's because we had an off there, unfortunately, for Aidan Line. So Aidan Line had an off at turn 3, but has got back going again. Here they come. And it's McCurris leading now from Greenall, Rigby, Edgar and Watts. Within 6th place, Matthew Hyde getting very much closer again. But Theo McCurris leads the way. Now Edgar is going to work with Rigby to tag onto the back of Greenall. And the 3 of them in unison can close up on McCurris. The gap was nearly half a second. I can tell you for a fact that it's definitely not as small as that now. Oh, on the inside! Rigby goes for Greenall and Edgar gets them both! Jess Edgar makes the undercut and gets in a 2nd place. Great driving from Edgar, and she's defending Rigby round the outside. Brilliant from Edgar. Rigby had the move on the inside nailed, but Edgar kept the car wide and handsome. Very nicely done through, and Jess Edgar hangs on a 2nd place. Great racecraft from her these days. Brilliant racing from Edgar, and we've had an off further back. Unfortunately, that is one of the Fullerton karts. That's Thomas Bohr, who's had an off there in the 2nd hairpin. He gets going again. But he and the 44 of Aidan Line are now down at the back. Theo McCurris is now being hunted down by Jessica Edgar with 2 laps to go. 3rd is Rigby. And 4th is Oliver Greenall in front of Luke Watts. This is going to be an interesting weekend. It's not all Oliver Greenall's way. 3 wins out of 3 in the finals. But he's going to have a big job on his hands to beat these 4 drivers he's racing with. Here goes Edgar. Edgar makes the move for the lead and takes it before they even get to the edge of the braking zone for the first hairpin. So Jessica Edgar takes Theo McCurris. Now McCurris is going to want to work with Edgar to get away. But Jessica Edgar leads the race now. She's done a sensational job in this one. Magnificent racecraft, and has got herself into the lead with amazing determination. But Theo McCurris has every chance to get her back once more. Time runs down to 0. So this coming up is going to be the last lap. But Jess Edgar's still got Theo McCurris all over the back. Through the chicane and onto the main straight. Last lap board comes out. Here we go. Jess Edgar still hanging on. Oh, there's a bit of a tussle for 3rd place as Alfie Rigby squeezes Greenall to the grass. And Watts comes round the outside and takes past Oliver Greenall. Well, Alfie Rigby absolutely determined that Greenall wasn't going to take the place, and Greenall squeezed wide down to 5th on the main straight. So now it's Edgar from McCurris. Rigby is 3rd, Watts is 4th, and Greenall is 5th. And who's that that's come up to 6th position? That's Dan Bolton. Bolton charges through into 5th position, make that 6th as he goes wide with Watts. Diving up the inside, Luzio tries to come through. Bolton shuts the door just in the nick of time. Edgar and McCurris still battling for the victory. Rigby 3rd, 4th is Greenall. Then it's Watts Bolton and Lucio as Edgar tries desperately to hang on to the lead in front of Theo Makuris into the Mike Wilson complex. And I think Edgar will have done enough. Makuris tries. No chance. Edgar's going to hold it. What a brilliant race this has been from Jessica Edgar. She takes the checkered flag and it's a brilliant win for Edgar. What a great race. Truly excellent racing from Jessica Edgar. I think that is her finest ever performance. A brilliant race win. And totally deserved. Edgar takes the flag from Theo Makuris. Alfie Rigby in third position from Oliver Greenall and Luke Watts. Marcus Lucio comes home in a fantastic sixth place. Fights his way back in front of the rejuvenant Dan Bolton. Then it is Matthew Hyde in eighth place in front of Antonio Sofronio and Mikai Singh, who comes up 8 places through the field to be in the top 10. Good driving from Singh. Then it's Gabriel Stilp in front of Evan Brown, Ben Price and the hard-charging JJ Russell. Then Alex Renner and Jack Cox from Milo Pilfold and Jusso Laukkanen. Luis Gardner and Alfie Cottier, Jason McCleary, Hayden Chance, Brendan Templeton. And then Aidan Line and Thomas Bohr. Wow. Sensational stuff. Really good driving and some amazing battles from the competitors. But Jessica Edgar takes a thrilling victory in Mini X30. Absolutely terrific racecraft from Jessica Edgar. She really has put on a great show there. And that's, well, I've seen her win before in Mini X30, but I can honestly say that's the best I've ever seen her drive. Really exciting racing from her. And if that's the kind of pace we're going to see from her in the 2019 season in the British Championships, expect her to be a championship contender. Great to see her do so well. So Jessica Edgar taking another Mini X30 victory. I think the last time she did such a good job at PFI was 12 months ago at the beginning of the British Championships. So good to see her on fire once again. But next up on the grid is going to be another fantastic run. So a really exciting battle as the drivers are going to continue on for the next race. It is going to be a very tight battle in the next heat, and it's going to be Ayami Cadets' second heat of the day. So let's not forget that we've still got that championship battle. And we're also going to have a great run with the Fusion Motorsport drivers up front. Ashton Hodgson and Leo Robinson will take up residency on the front row of the starting grid. But it's all about that battle for third position in the driver's standings from this grid, as 2 of them on the grid for this one are in it. So let's see how the battle goes in this one. Let's watch the drivers come out onto the circuit once again. And the drivers will continue to tussle. Let's talk you through the starting grid once more. Ashton Hodgson and Leo Robinson on the front row from Macaulay Bishop and Harley Keeble. Alex O'Grady and Maximus Hall from Finn McLaughlin and Edison Purcell. Taylor Orridge and Micah Taylor. Ted Bradbury and Kian Geraghty, then Lewis Bird and Mason Bishop. Sky Parker is there beside Finn Leslie, Hadi Mamasi and William Goh, from George Robinson and George Edgar, Mason Rudman and Ben Folland, then William Antrobus and Brandon Carr, Joe Anderson, Fraser Anderson and Oscar Carpmail. Now it says on my timing screen that Fraser Anderson is still in the pits, so that either indicates a problem with the transponder or the kart itself. But Brandon Carr has got a massive mission on his hands now. He's got a lot of time to fight back. So he's really going to struggle from all the way down the order. But if anybody's going to charge through, it's going to be Brandon Carr. He's still got a fight for the third position spot in the championship to battle for. Hence why we said at the top of the bill that he's one of the 2 drivers in this race that can take third in the point standings. The other is on pole position, Ashton Hodgson. So a front row of the grid for the Fusion Motorsport squad. Ashton Hodgson has made massive progress in the last few weeks. Leaps and bounds. He has been so solid and consistent. And now we're going to see what Ashton Hodgson can do out of the final turn. He will take up residency on the inside line for pole position with Leo Robinson beside him. Is this going to be a clean start? It is! What a start from Leo Robinson, though. He's going to cut across and take the lead from Ashton Hodgson. And into second place goes Harley Keeble. So Keebs is into P2. He's already having a look for the lead of the race as they go through turn 3. A lot of dicing and jockeying for position. It's going to be 3 or 4 wide as they go over the bridge. Looked like Maximus Hall was making some good progress. He's up into P4 by the look of things. In there with Macaulay Bishop. But it's a good start from Leo Robinson, who leads the early doors, and in Brandon Carr is making some good progress in the midfield as well. He's gone through at least 7 or 8 carts on the start. So out in front, it is Leo Robinson as Maximus Hall makes the move on Macaulay Bishop and gets into P3. Nicely done. Next up is the 21 of Ashton Hodgson trying to get through on Bishop. Bishop is not giving him any space at all, and he has to hang back and remain in 5th position for the moment. But the 2 drivers out front having a great run are Leo Robinson, running very well in front of Harley Keeble. So those 2 have broken clear of the rest of the pack. Harley Keeble now trying to get on terms with the race leader, Leo Robinson. Out of the final chicane and down the straight, Robinson leads Keeble. Down the straight, Maximus Hall is there in 3rd place. Then it's Bishop. So Maximus Hall has made the move then on Bishop in the end. And in 5th position, that is now Ashton Hodgson from Finn McLaughlin. Then Micah Taylor, Orridge, Purcell, O'Grady and Brandon Carr. Now up to 11th place. And it's just going to keep on going from there. A warning flag goes out to the young Irishman, Finn McLaughlin. Not sure what he's done there, but the Strawberry driver has apparently transgressed in some way. But out in front, it's Keebs. Keebs has got through. Harley Keeble is now in the lead of the race in front of Leo Robinson. So he's made the move up at the first couple of corners. And now he's the one who controls the pace. But watch out for Maximus Hall and Macaulay Bishop in 3rd and 4th. They are closing in. So the leading 2 could become a leading quartet as they charge through the chicane and up towards Bobby Game Corner. Once again, lots of jockeying for position in the midfield once more. And some good icing and dicing as they run through. A little bit of a moment on the first couple of laps for Oscar Cartmail. So the Cato Motorsport driver obviously making progress as he goes. So he is out there, but had some transponder issues by the look of it. Fraser Anderson out of the race, did not start. Here we go. Keeble still leading from Robinson, but Maximus Hall and Macaulay Bishop are reining them both in. So it's not going to be long before Maximus Hall is bidding for a victory. They come up the hill and round the far side on the left-hand hairpin. And it's Harley Keeble in front of Leo Robinson from Maximus Hall and Macaulay Bishop. They drop off the turn, down the back straight, and Maximus Hall going a very wide berth. Might get some support from Macaulay Bishop to close up to the leading 2, which he does. So Keeble, Robinson, Hall and Bishop. Those 4 are the top 4, with the 5th place man Ashton Hodgson trying to close back up. Robinson going with Harley Keeble down to the braking zone. Brandon Carr is absolutely rapidly going through the field. It's Finn McLaughlin in 6th. 7th is the 48 of Micah Taylor, and then it's Brandon Carr. He's got past Taylor Orridge, running a beautiful race. So Brandon Carr cutting his way through the field like wildfire at the moment. And he makes another pass, this time on Micah Taylor. So he's up into P7. The next man to go for is going to be Finn McLaughlin. But here comes Hodgson up the inside of Macaulay Bishop. So Hodgson gets through and into P4 in the final chicane. Nicely done. So Robinson's taken the lead as well off Keeble. So that's obviously happened into Bobby Game or into Mike Wilson. So through the Litchfield Bridge and up in the inside again goes Keeble. Makes the same move into turn 3 and gets through into the lead of the race as Bishop makes the lunge on Ashton Hodgson. So Keeble leads the way. Maximus Hall now to 2nd place in front of Leo Robinson. And Maximus Hall's going straight for the lead. The Gladiator makes the bid for 1st position and gets there. Maximus Hall in the lead now. Brilliant run. So Maximus Hall leads the way. In 2nd place, it is Harley Keeble. 3rd is Robinson. 4th is the 67 of Macaulay Bishop. Then it's Hodgson and Finn McLaughlin. The 6 of them all in a line. And then a few cart legs back, catching them all the time, is Brandon Carr. So it could well be a 7-way scrap for the victory in this IAMI Cadet Heat. A great battle to start the day's action. Fastest lap of the race so far is by Brandon Carr in his bid to close up on the field. Finn McLaughlin has picked off a couple of them now. He's into P4. Yet another good run from the Irishman. And now side by side for P5, that is Ashton Hodgson and Brandon Carr. Macaulay Bishop has slipped back. Brandon Carr makes the move for 5th and gets it into first corner. And now up the inside, that's a great run from Leo Robinson. He gets on the inside of Harley Keeble and takes 2nd place. So Keeble is third. Well, hang on, Robinson has lost the ground again. Keeble's got him back on the exit, that's why. So Robinson tried to get past Keeble. Now he's going to try again down the back straight. No, he's not. He's going to work with Keeble and close back up to the tail of Maximus Hall. So Maximus Hall still runs well. Here goes Robinson on the inside of Keeble as they duel for 2nd. Watch out for Finn McLaughlin. He's up to 3rd. Past Keeble. So Finn McLaughlin now 3rd. Brandon Carr is catching up to his teammate, and I think Harley Keeble will be quite relieved that Brandon Carr's made up the ground, because they'll work together, surely. Or maybe not. Brandon Carr goes for the move into Bobby Game corner and gets through. So Brandon Carr's gone past his teammate as he charges his way forward. He wants to be third in the points. And don't forget, coming into this weekend, Brandon Carr is third in the point standings, just a point ahead of Harry Jr. Burgoyne, 2 ahead of Neat, and 3 ahead of Hodgson. So he really does need to make this weekend count. He's up to 4th place now. Maximus Hall leading Finn McLaughlin from Leo Robinson in 3rd. And now Leo Robinson's made the move on McLaughlin, and that's dropped them off the back of Maximus Hall for the moment. 2 minutes to go, plus the additional lap as back up the inside. Is that Brandon Carr? It is Brandon Carr. He's come through to 2nd, but Robinson now back on the inside line, takes 2nd position back again. So Brandon Carr to 2nd briefly. Robinson gets him back. Now Hodgson's 4th. 5th is Bishop. 6th is McLaughlin. 7th is Keeble. Bishop dives up the inside. 3 wide for 3rd. Bishop's going to get 3rd. Hodgson is down to 5th behind McLaughlin as they bang wheels. And Brandon Carr dices with his teammate Keeble. Keeble goes through. Brandon Carr spins. Brandon Carr spins into the chicane. Oh, well, that was always going to end off worse for one of them. But after all that hard work and effort, Brandon Carr is the one that goes around. What a disaster for Brandon Carr. That opens the door, though, for Ashton Hodgson to gain more points in the final later. But Maximus Hall, oblivious to it all, continues to lead with 2 to go. Robinson 2nd. Bishop 3rd for McLaughlin, Keeble, Hodgson, Orridge, Taylor, O'Grady and Bradbury. Then Edison Purcell. Then it's Hattie Mamassi from Lewis Bird and Mason Bishop. Ben Folland is next. Brandon Carr has continued in 16th. Then it's Geraghty, Go, Robinson, Parker, Rudman, Leslie, Edgar, Antrobus, Anderson and Cartmail. But now Macaulay Bishop is working in unison with Leo Robinson to close up on the race leader Maximus Hall, and they do not have a lot of gap to make up. So Robinson charges on again, working with Bishop. A great run this, a really good battle. Meanwhile, the 69 has worked his magic. Taylor Orridge, Finn McLaughlin's teammate in the Strawberry Racing squad, has now got a very feisty Ashton Hodgson behind him, and those two are trying to close up on McLaughlin. Still the battle continues. But for Maximus Hall, he's in the danger zone now. Robinson and Bishop have caught him up, so it's going to be a 3-way fight for the victory into the last lap with Harley Keeble and Finn McLaughlin not far away. Here we go, last lap. And there's a warning flag that's gone out for 2 of them. Up the inside, Bishop tries to make the move on Robinson. They bang wheels as they go side by side under the Litchfield Bridge. Bishop does not give way and gets the place. Bishop into 2nd place now. Maximus Hall still leading, a little bit ultra defensive there. Perhaps didn't need to be. He pulls off the racing line, trying to keep Bishop and them all at bay. Robinson goes left, tries to dice past them all. And there's a little bit of a nudge. Oh, that's Keeble. He got too far. He went into the back of Bishop. Bishop into the back of Hall, and Hall down to 5th place. Finn McLaughlin beats them all. And look at Taylor Orridge. Makes a massive dive. Oh, a spin from Maximus Hall. Hall spins it in the 2nd hairpin. Oh, what a disaster. Leading the race at the end of the last lap, and now all the way down the order. When will he get a break? Poor Maximus Hall. So much effort. So there's a lot to sort out from that last lap then. But out in front, it is going to be Finn McLaughlin, who took full advantage of the fisticuffs, diced up the inside, and grabs the victory. Finn McLaughlin takes a brilliant win from Robinson and Taylor Orridge. What a race. That had all the makings of a final. But Finn McLaughlin wins it from Leo Robinson and Taylor Orridge. Then Alex O'Grady and Ashton Hodgson. Macaulay Bishop is 6th from Ted Bradbury and Micah Taylor. Harley Keeble tumbles all the way to 9th. Maximus Hall down to 10th. Then it's Edison Purcell and Brandon Carr from Hattie Mamassi and Lewis Bird. William Go and Ben Folland. Then Mason Bishop and Cian Geraghty. Sky Parker and George Robinson. Mason Rudman and Finn Leslie. From Will Antrobus, George Edgar, Joe Anderson. And the last man in will be Oscar Cartmail. What a dramatic heat that was. But a stunning drive from Finn McLaughlin. He just read the situation, saw them all scrapping and banging wheels, and went, right, I'll just hang back a moment, let them all do so. And then when they all drifted wide at the first hairpin, he said, right, that's the gap. Thank you very much. I'll take the victory. Such intelligent driving from Finn McLaughlin today. You're going to see a lot of that in the 2019 season. He's a dark horse for the championships in the British series for me. Definitely one to watch through the 2019 season, Finn McLaughlin. What a superb effort from the young Irishman. Really good racing. So, he takes the victory, but it's Minimax and Junior TKM that are up next. And, of course, there are 2 title fights in that particular class. And a fantastic battle we're going to see from those 2 championships. In Junior TKM, it's going to come down to the wire between Conor Kearney and Charles Gaillard. 7 points between those 2. And if Gaillard were to take his first victory of the season in the final, then Kearney would need 4th or better to be champion. In Minimax, it's going to be any one of the 4 drivers in contention for the title. Sam Gornall, Ryan Willis, Tristan Rennie and Archie Kitching. And there's only 6 points between all 4 of them. So it could really go anybody's way. It's all going to come down to that final race of the season later today. So they head out onto the circuit. Junior TKM first. And the drivers line up as such. Smith from pole position alongside Jim Barty. Then Dale Whittaker and Jack Nicholson from Conor Kearney in 5th and Saunders in 6th. Then Charlie Webb and Harry Wainwright from Harvey Cole and Morgan Kidd. Harry Yardley-Rose and Dominic Roberts, then Zach Taylor and Alex Roberts, Josh Raystrick, Jensen Davis, and at the back of the grid after a lack of qualifying lap, Charles Gaillard. So they will get out onto the circuit. Scott Smith apparently has a transponder issue because it's showing that he's not out on track, but he definitely is on the Birrell Arch chassis. Out onto the circuit come the drivers in the... oh, goodness me, something didn't quite sound right. That's an off before the race even gets going for Tristan Rennie. Tristan Rennie comes out of the pits and ends up in the barrier, straight out of the pits. Well, what on earth was that about for Tristan Rennie? Goodness me. Came off the circuit and ends up... Well, I think he ended up hitting one of the transponders. So that's a big problem for Tristan Rennie. A really strange incident as he came out of the pits. But of the Minimaxes, it's going to be Archie Kitching in pole position from Sam Gornall, Tristan Rennie, Harley Horton and Ryan Willis. So a big moment there for Tristan Rennie as he gets himself out of the pits, but just spins the kart straight out of the pit lane. A very strange incident there in Minimax, but the racing will continue regardless. But racing will begin now in the Junior TKM race. Here we go, it's a perfect start. And away goes Smith. Second place is Dale Whittaker as they charge through the chicane. A couple of them having to take to the grass verge on the inside of the chicane. But under the Litchfield Bridge, no major dramas. Through turn 3, the hairpin. And so far, so good as Scott Smith heads a brilliant race. In through the chicane and down the back straight. Smith is your leader from Dale Whittaker. And there's a warning flag already for the 37 of Scott Smith. Well, he's the race leader. Well, what's he supposed to have done? I'm not entirely sure, but... clearly, something has not pleased the officials there as the Minimax race gets underway. And it's a cracking start from Kitching, the pole sitter, as into second place immediately goes Tristan Rennie. And a problem for Sam Gornall as he goes wide and over the chicane in the first corner. But he'll only drop to 5th position as there's only 5 Minimaxes in the race. So the Junior TKMs battle away through the Mike Wilson complex. And out in the lead it is still Scott Smith, as he continues to battle away. The privateer on the Birrell Arch chassis running very well indeed as he dives down the main straight. Up to second position, this could be a move from Barty. No, he has not quite got the ability to go through there. Dale Whittaker still in P2. Scott Smith not transponding for some reason, but he is still leading the race. The Minimaxes are still fighting their way through the first few corners of the first lap. Meanwhile, down the back straight, Scott Smith is going to have a bit of a battle behind him as Whittaker is going to be passed by Barty. Barty gets through in the first hairpin and up to second position. Signals straight away to Dale Whittaker. Let's work together. Conor Kearney now in 4th position, having a go at the 22 of Dale Whittaker as the Minimaxes complete the first lap. And it's going to be Sam Gornall in front of Harley Horton, Ryan Willis and Archie Kitching. What has happened to Tristan Rennie? Tristan Rennie is still there, but it looks to me as though he's not transponding any longer. Well, I'm not entirely surprised considering that he ended up crashing into one of the timing beacons. Are they not transponding him in protest machines? Well, you never know what they're going to be at, but Tristan Rennie is actually leading the Minimax charge. So the 2 leaders of the race apparently are having some difficulties coming through on the timing screens, but they are still leading. So Smith is your leader in Junior TKM from Barty and Whittaker. Whittaker trying to hang on, but Connor Kearney has got through into third position. Connor Kearney through as Jack Nicholson runs a little bit wide in the battle with Charlie Webb. So Jack Nicholson gets himself back into position, but I think that's going to be Webb through into P5. Webb makes the move, and that's nicely done. So Charlie Webb gets through. Morgan Kidd is now in the mix there as well in the 53 kart. And she's obviously going to be one of the drivers charging forward. Well, Morgan Kidd's had a bit of a difficult couple of laps, actually. It's the wrong Talco I was looking at there. So, unfortunately, Morgan Kidd, for Precision Racing, has fallen down about 3 more places. I'm not sure what's happened there. Not the best of weekends for Morgan Kidd thus far. Hopefully, her tide can change. But it's Rennie who leads in Minimax. Then it is Gornall from Horton, Willis and Archie Kitching, who is down at the back. In fact, no, it's now the 42, Ryan Willis, who's down at the back of the Minimax race. As up the inside, Kitching makes his bid to get through on the inside of the 20 of Harley Horton, and through into third place goes Kitching. Very tough to keep an eye on both races at the same time when they're at different ends of the circuit. But Smith is now leading Junior TKM as Jim Barty is on his tail. Barty's going to make the move on the inside for Scott Smith. A little bit of snaking under braking, but Barty is through. Barty takes the lead from Smith. So the 37 of Scott Smith continues to charge for the lead, but it is the number 34 for Flex Motorsport, Jim Barty, who leads the way. Smith is second and third is Connor Kearney. So far, so good for Kearney. Fourth is Dale Whittaker. And then it is Webb, Nicholson, Saunders, Cole, Roberts, Wainwright and Morgan Kidd in 11th ahead of Zach Taylor, who's really struggling as well in 12th position. Down the back straight. Still charging forward. Here's the opportunity for Archie Kitching to get through on the inside of Sam Gornall and makes the bid for second place and takes it. Very nicely done indeed. Down the back straight again into the left-hand hairpin. And now on the run down towards the chicane. It's a brilliant run for Tristan Rennie as he goes into the chicane. But Sam Gornall is now in third position in the class. Archie Kitching is in second in front of him, and Kitching is the one charging after Tristan Rennie. Here comes the move for the lead. Is Connor Kearney now second in front of Scott Smith, is trying to get the move done on Barty. Has had to wait for his moment. Fourth place is now Charlie Webb. The precision driver has been working very hard. As a big lunge up the inside of the second hairpin from Jack Saunders. Works beautifully as he takes on Dale Whittaker. And Dale Whittaker is now sadly down to 7th place as a result of that move. But very nicely charged from Jack Saunders, who gets the move beautifully. So the battle for Junior TKM leadership is still ongoing for Minimax 2 as here comes Archie Kitching. Makes the move on the inside of Tristan Rennie and gets through. So Archie Kitching takes the lead in Minimax. Meanwhile, there's a new leader in Junior TKM as well. It's Connor Kearney. Connor Kearney's gone through past Jim Barty and Scott Smith. So Connor Kearney now hits the front as the championship leader in Junior TKM. That is the perfect start to his weekend. As they come off the bridge and down the main straight, down the back straight, I should say, sorry. And up towards the first hairpin into the right-hander. Kearney working the brakes very carefully in front of Barty, trying to hold the pace. And Smith is there as well, the 37. Down into the braking zone. Through come the leaders in Minimax, and it's still Kitching versus Rennie underneath the Litchfield Bridge. Coles versus Project One. As they will continue their tussle. Some great racing here at PF International. The final round of the 2019 Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series. Connor Kearney leads the way in Junior TKM in front of Barty and Scott Smith. The pole sitter unable to continue in the lead as Connor Kearney and Jim Barty get up to speed. So over through the chicane, right and left, under the Litchfield Bridge and up towards the tight third corner. Opens out on the exit. You're back on the power uphill. Through the next left, over the bridge, and then through the square right. Very tricky corner, but so far so good for Kearney. Bit of a wobble from Charlie Webb as Jack Nicholson and Jack Saunders are closing him up. Out of the braking zone for the hairpin. Kearney, Barty, Smith, Webb, Saunders. Just in behind Jack Nicholson. Down the short stretch towards the chicane. In through the left, in through the right. And out of the chicane, it's looking good for Connor Kearney, but still with massive pressure from Jim Barty. Meanwhile, in Minimax, they are over the bridge. As up through down the back straight comes your leader, Archie Kitching. Just a whisker in front of Tristan Rennie. Then it's Sam Gornall. Harley Horton's under some pressure now from Ryan Willis, who really needs to find a way through to get the maximum out of this race. Over the line with seconds to go. Comes the 5 of Connor Kearney. Jim Barty second from Scott Smith. Charlie Webb, Jack Nicholson and Jack Saunders as the duel for position sees Morgan Kidd make up a good move there on Jensen Davis. They're really struggling in that mid-pack. Several drivers in the junior TKM field really unable to compete at the front end where they should be. This is a great battle for third place down the back straight now as the lead is going to change again. Barty takes the lead from Kearney and Smith has got massive pressure from Webb, Saunders and Nicholson. Nicholson behind Webb trying to make the move. The two Precision teammates having a great run. Is there going to be an opportunity? Smith still hangs on to third place in front of Webb and Saunders. Webb and Nicholson, I should say. Morgan Kidd still dueling with the likes of Harry Yardley-Rose and Harry Wainwright. Zach Taylor having moved up to 10th place. Jensen Davis in the mix of all that lot as well. But the junior TKMs are about to come into their final lap. Here we go. And it's all about Connor Kearney trying to get one over again on Jim Barty. But Jim Barty leads the race quite convincingly from Connor Kearney, and they've pulled out a gap for third. Barty defends to the inside line to stop any attack from Connor Kearney, but Kearney's got him on the undercut onto the bridge, and Connor Kearney takes the lead. So Connor Kearney on the back straight now in front of Jim Barty. Third position, that is Charlie Webb, who's come through into third place in front of Smith. Webb and Nicholson are side by side for third as Scott Smith ends up down in fifth position in front of Saunders as over the line come the Minimaxes and it's Kitching in front of Rennie, then Gornall, Horton and Willis, and there's an absolute scrap for third place now. Smith is down to about 7th place. He ended up briefly on the grass there, so that's definitely not gone his way. But the leaders are still battling. Barty versus Kearney. Can Kearney pop his way to the inside line in the final section of the course? They're coming through the Mike Wilson complex, but it looks to me as though Barty's going to hang on for this. Kearney's going to try one last trick out of the final corner. It is Kearney in front. My apologies. Kearney's going to get it from Barty. So Kearney got Barty back again in the end on that final lap. I thought Barty had repassed, but that's not the case. So Connor Kearney held on for a crucial victory there in front of Jim Barty. Charlie Webb in third from Jack Nicholson and Jack Saunders. Great comeback drives from them. Dominic Roberts in 6th from Scott Smith, Harvey Cole, Zach Taylor up to 9th, and Dale Whittaker in the top 10. Then it's Harry Wainwright from Jensen Davis, Harry Yardley-Rose and Josh Reistrick, Morgan Kidd and Alex Roberts, Charles Gaillard all the way down in 17th position. Then it is the Coles Racing trio in Minimax of Sam Gornall. It looks to me as though it might have been Sam Gornall who took the victory in the end in Minimax. Let's have a look at it. Well, no, it looks to me as though it's Sam Gornall from Harley Horton, then Tristan Rennie. So Sam Gornall took the victory from Tristan Rennie in the end, actually. Harley Horton third from Archie Kitching and Ryan Willis. So an interesting one as Sam Gornall takes the opening victory. Then Rennie, Horton third. So Kitching must have made a mistake on the last lap of some kind, or had a bit of a battle with Rennie, and that was enough for Sam Gornall to snatch the win off both of them. So Sam Gornall wins from Rennie, Horton, Kitching and Willis. I have a feeling the Minimax battle is going to get quite ferocious over the course of the day. Really exciting stuff to come from Minimax and Junior TKM, but a good start as we now head into race 9 of the day, which is for Senior Rotax and Rotax 177. The senior classes are going to be very close today as well, actually. In Senior Rotax, the championship is still fairly open, actually, because looking at the points, it was due to be between Reese Hunter and Ben Burgess, but according to the positions I've got in front of me, I'm not entirely sure either of them have actually competed in this one, so that could be a very open battle for the TVKC Rotax Senior Championship. I think we may even end up seeing James Lowther come through to take that title in 5th position on the grid for this one. In Rotax 177, it is a straight fight, though, between Joe Bleakley and Adam Sadler, and they are the two starting at the sharp end of the field. So we'll see some very interesting championship positions at the end of the Senior Rotax race. Neither of the first two drivers in the points are here, which means that it could potentially be a first Senior Rotax title for James Lowther. So we'll see what happens as the day progresses in Senior Rotax, but here is the grid for the first race regardless. It is going to be a start to the race of pure gold for David Sutton. He grabbed the pole position from the earlier qualifying session yesterday. George Holbrook alongside him on that front row. Then it's Jason Lockwood and James Lingard, James Lowther and Joseph Hunt, then George Smith and Sam Harrison, Travis Coyne and Lewis Smith, from Stuart Pollock and Louis Fleet, Thomas Aiken and Jody Fox, and then Mackenzie Morris and Matthew Beaumont. In Rotax 177, Joe Bleakley is on the pole from Adam Sadler, then Sean Smith and Timothy Darlow, from John Scott, Mark Wingard and Ross Meakin. So race 9 of the day, and it's another two-class attack. Senior Rotax at the front, Rotax 177 further back. But there is a wide-open championship fight. A lot of this is for pride, of course. Several of the drivers competing just a week after the British Championships for Rotax got underway last week. So we're going to see some really interesting battles in this one as the drivers tussle their way through. David Sutton and George Holbrook on the front row of the grid. Are we about to see a very different champion compared to the championship leaders in Senior Rotax? Almost certainly is the answer to that one. Here we go. Lights are on. Lights out. Great racing start already from David Sutton as he takes a strong lead, and Lockwood and Lowther have gone with him on the far side as they go through into the Litchfield Bridge. And now the Rotax 177 guys go off into the distance. Cracking start from them as Bleakley, Sadler, Smith, Darlow, Scott, Wingard and Meakin charge away. But down the back straight and into the lead early doors, it is David Sutton who is hanging on to his lead as much as he possibly can. But he's had a bit of a battle. No, in fact, that is a change, isn't it? That's Jason Lockwood who's now gone into the lead. So Lockwood there in front. Oh, and Lowther being chopped across by Sutton. Goodness me, Sutton determined to keep James Lowther at bay. Now, James Lowther needs to stay out of trouble over the course of today, essentially, because if he can score a decent crop of points, he will emerge as the Senior Rotax champion. So Lowther needs to be very careful all the way through today. And David Sutton asserting himself quite visibly. Lockwood is your leader. Sutton second from Lowther, Holbrook, Lingard, Coyne, Smith, Harrison and Joe Hunt. From Lewis Smith and Louis Fleet. Then Jody Fox and Thomas Aiken. From Pollock, Morris and Beaumont. Then come the racers in 177. Bleakley, Sadler, Darlow, Meakin, Wingard, Scott and Sean Smith, who's had an issue in that first lap. A warning flag already, and that's for David Sutton. I'm guessing that is for the manoeuvre on James Lowther. Nigel Edwards is stood right beside that point on the circuit and would have seen that manoeuvre from Sutton and said, hang on a minute, that was just a little bit cheeky, I think you'll find. So through the chicane, left, right, and onto the far side, down towards Bobby Game Corner. It is Lockwood in front of Sutton, Lowther in front of Holbrook. And then the 177s. So far, so good for Joe Bleakley. He needs to gain some points on Adam Sadler today. If Bleakley were to win the final, then Sadler would need to be at least P3 to be declared champion. So he can afford to sit behind Bleakley and still become the title winner. But he's not going to. He's going to battle away with him in the early stages of the race. And the 177s are actually in danger of catching the Rotax seniors at this point, with Sutton now back in the lead, having got past Jason Lockwood into turn 3. And up to third place now comes Lingard. Lingard makes the move on James Lowther and gets through. So a nice start to the race then. Holbrook is P5 at the present moment. 6th is Travis Coyne. Then it is George Smith in front of Sam Harrison, Joe Hunt and Lewis Smith. But the 177s are in massive danger of catching up to Matthew Beaumont at the tail end of the Rotax senior grid. Bleakley and Sadler, Timothy Darlow and Ross Meakin, Mark Wingard, John Scott and Sean Smith is the order in Rotax 177. But here come the leaders in the Rotax senior battle. Sutton and Lockwood, Lingard and Lowther, then Holbrook, Coyne, Smith and Harrison. A really exciting battle as Joe Hunt and Lewis Smith are dueling for the last couple of places in the top 10. But here comes Lowther. He's got a good run on the inside of James Lingard. So Lingard is down to 4th position. So Jason Lockwood still hustling David Sutton to try and get the lead, but the Avago driver still leads the way. Sutton in front of Jason Lockwood. Then it's the Jameses. Lowther ahead of Lingard now from Holbrook and Coyne, Smith, Harrison, Hunt and Lewis Smith. And now we've got the front end of the Rotax 177s very much in the mix of the tail enders of the senior Rotax, as we've now got Joe Bleakley and Adam Sadler going through the back of the senior Rotax pack. Sutton, Lockwood, Lowther, Lingard, Holbrook, Coyne, Harrison and George Smith. The David Sutton has got a very big mission on his hands here with Jason Lockwood sat right underneath him, hoping for a way to come through. He checks down behind him. And Lockwood is right there into the braking zone for the first hairpin. So far, so good for Lockwood as he closes up on Sutton. Meanwhile, further back, a big lunge from Holbrook as he dives to the inside of Lingard and gets through. Good run from George Holbrook as he now gets into P4. So that was very nicely handled indeed from Holbrook. A really good battle and a really good run as they come through to the Mike Wilson complex once again. And some really exciting battles still to come from this race as they come onto the main straight once again here at PFI. Down the straight we go, into the chicane once more. Under the Litchfield Bridge. No problems at all. Everything's still going tickety-boo as far as these guys are concerned. But it is going to be tight. They know that much. So still they will charge forward. Still they will give a lot of pressure to each other. Up the inside. Lockwood's going to get the dive and takes the lead. Nicely done, but Sutton's going to have a little bit of a tough job. He's going to go straight back on the inside of Lockwood. Having seen off the challenge from Lowther. Holbrook's now on the inside of Lowther. Lowther tries to come straight back at him and retakes third place in the chicane. Very tight racing. The top six have now broken well clear. So it's Lockwood, Sutton, Lowther, Holbrook, Lingard, Coyne. And I think that's Sutton now back into the lead. Indeed it is. Lockwood in second place from Lowther. So a little bit of a threat of a jostle, and now with 2 minutes plus a few more seconds on the clock as they come across the line. Lockwood dives for the inside, gets the lead back into turn one. So Lockwood goes through and takes the lead from Sutton. Round through turn three. Up and over the bridge. And Lockwood's going to have a really big mission to keep Sutton at bay. Sutton gets him straight back again, and now Lowther's through. Holbrook's through. Wait for Lingard to go through as well. Now Lowther's fancying his chances for the lead of the race on Sutton. Round the outside, Lockwood fends off Lingard and manages to slot back into P4. So, good defence from Lockwood. Meanwhile, Lowther trying to chop across George Holbrook to stop him coming into second place. But Sutton, resolute in the lead of the race from James Lowther and George Holbrook now. So, down to the Bobby Game corner, through the right-hand flick and into the Mike Wilson complex. James Lowther, well and truly stamped on by David Sutton through those final few corners of the second sector. But over the line, and David Sutton leads. Meanwhile, in the Rotex 177 brigade, much has changed up front. It's still Joe Bleakley in front of Sadler to the tune of 3.5 seconds, by the way. Then it's Ross Meakin in third from Tim Darlow, Mark Wingard, John Scott and Sean Smith. Down the back straight. And it's a great tussle for the senior Rotax victory. Lowther's got a good run. He's going to have a dive to the inside. Sutton knew he was coming and moved the kart across a couple of millimetres in the braking zone. That was enough for Lowther to stab on the brakes. Now Lockwood's going to go on the inside of Holbrook. Holbrook holds it right round the outside. Brilliant defence from Holbrook. That was not easy to keep the place, but he drifted the kart, four-wheel drift, kept on the power and held on. Great defence from George Holbrook. That is one mean achievement. You can never hold the inside line there. But that's absolutely terrific. Great run from Holbrook. 11 seconds to go means 2 laps to go. Lowther dives through Sutton. Sutton had no idea he was going to be there. And Lowther charges. Now Holbrook's going to make the move. Is there a spin? There was. Holbrook nearly loses the kart altogether and somehow catches it on the far side. My goodness. And it looks as though we've got a problem. Somebody's pulled off the circuit. I wonder if there's been a little bit of contact between Lockwood and another of the competitors. Lingard's still going. No, it was Holbrook that drifted out wide. Sorry. I'm trying to see if we're missing somebody. Somebody's definitely pulled off. I think it's Sam Harrison. Sam Harrison has pulled off. Oh, what a shame. Sam Harrison was going so well outside the top 6 and looking very much a threat to get into it. But on this occasion, Sam Harrison is out of luck. Meanwhile, on the main straight, and it's David Sutton trying to catch James Lowther. Lowther is in winning mode now. He knows that today he can seal the Senior Rotax title in the Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series. and he is gunning for it. He, of course, took the junior title in the Nationals last year, steps up to senior this year, and wants to be senior champion already in the Nationals. And getting it done at the Trent Valley Kart Club's Winter Series is a very good starting point. So let's see how it works out for Lowther. The last lap is coming, but it's going to be the 55 of David Sutton chasing him down to the wave. Third position is up for grabs as Lingard dives on the inside. 2 wheels in the air as he tries to go through Lockwood. He has to back down, but somehow he keeps the kart on 4 wheels. That was brave from Lingard, goodness me. But the checkered flag is ready to fly, and it's going to be James Lowther in front of David Sutton down the straight. Lowther takes the victory. Brilliant drive from James Lowther. Sutton in second place. Lockwood third from the 2 wheels of James Lingard in the air at the chicane on the last lap. Holbrook is a very disappointed 5th. That could have been a win for Holbrook, and he knows it. 6th for George Smith. 7th is Travis Coyne. 8th, Joe Hunt from Lewis Smith and Louis Fleet. Then Thomas Aiken and Stuart Pollock. In the 177 race, it is Joe Bleakley, 13th overall, who takes the win in front of Adam Sadler, 4 seconds back. Mackenzie Morris and Jody Fox in Rotax Senior come next in 15th and 16th overall. Then it is the rest of the 177 Brigade. Ross Meakin, Tim Darlow, Mark Wingard and John Scott. The retirements are for Sam Harrison and Matthew Beaumont, who went out of the race at the same time. And rather sadly, Sean Smith, who had some mechanical problems in Rotax 177 as well. But a very disappointing end to the race for Sam Harrison, retiring before the end and with a great opportunity to get into that top 6 as well. Sam Harrison will be bitterly disappointed with that. And unfortunately, there's not a lot he can do about that now. He's got to spend the rest of the race weekend fighting his way back. Well, James Lowther for Coles Racing, definitely looking good for title success now in Senior Rotax as the day continues on. But next up on track, it is the second heat for the Honda Cadet contingent, as the drivers will get themselves back into their starting positions on the standing start grid, and they will charge through to the first corner. The green flag will fly at the top of the starting gantry, and the Honda Cadets will be waved out onto the circuit as their season continues in the second heat of the day. But for these drivers in particular, it will be their first time out on circuit in this class. Sonny Smith takes up residency in pole position from Jack Plant. Jaden Gregg and Sonny Mortensen on the second row from Stephen Duncan and Joe Cheek. Timo Jungling and Louis Islin from Rylan Ekberg and Devon Nolan. Then it's Damian Barris-Haggett and Wesley Swain. Blake Ticehurst and Bradley Bick from Reese Lomax and Thomas Behrman. Ralph Jungling and Gustav Vishakov from Jamie Pirelli and Owen Neve. Oscar O'Sullivan and Miles Turnbull. Anastasia Dean and Finley Whiting from Oliver Still, Oliver Bocock, Kasper Tomilewski and Joshua Rudd. So the drivers will get themselves around the circuit. They'll warm up the tyres and the brakes, and then they will come onto the start-finish straight where Nigel Edwards is ready to greet them and to put them onto their starting positions on the grid once again. Should be a very interesting race again, this one, for Sonny Smith in particular. He needs this one to go his way. He is the championship leader in Honda Cadet, of course, Sonny Smith, hopefully to continue that and convert it into a title. Both he and Nakamura Berta are the championship contenders in Cadets 2 classes. Nakamura Berta, the championship leader in IARMY, and Sonny Smith, the leader in Honda Cadet. In Honda Cadet, Sonny Smith has a 7-point lead in the championship, which means that if Nakamura Berta were to win the final, then Sonny Smith would need to be no lower than 4th in order to steal the title. If neither of them take the victory and Jack Plant alongside Sonny Smith on the front row of the grid were to win, then the title would be secure for Sonny Smith if he were 7th or better. So for Jack Plant, he knows what's at stake on the front row of the grid as he checks back to make sure that everybody's nicely in position. But he's there on the front row alongside Sonny Smith. The drivers neatly into position all the way through the grid. Smith, Plant, Jaden Gregg, Sonny Mortensen, Stephen Duncan and Joe Cheek, Timo Jungling and Louis Islin, Rylan Ekberg and Devon Nolan. The rest of the field in position. The green flag will fly at the back of the grid. It does so now. The lights will come on. When they go out, we're racing in Honda Cadet. Ready? And now! What a start from Jack Plant! Sonny Smith hesitates. Drops into second position. Jaden Gregg and Sonny Mortensen are going to get a much better run of the first corner. Sonny Smith's reactions were not great for a change. And now it's going to be Jack Plant who holds the lead early doors. Yellow flags, we've got a spin into the barriers, but not a big one as the driver continues on despite that. So a big moment as the drivers come through. And Sonny Smith is now having to defend against Jaden Gregg. Jaden Gregg is there in third position. Sonny Smith making a good bid towards Jack Plant. As further back, that's a big dive for P6 on the inside and a big slide. That's Youngling going sideways. But somehow he manages to hold it together. And now on the inside, he's going to have a pressure from Lewis Islin for Cutting Edge, who goes up the inside and takes the place. But Youngling's still working with him. This is a good run from Timo Youngling. His first appearance in the championship this season. And he and the 12 of Lewis Islin have gone past Joe Cheek. So a good bit of racing there. Not up on the far side of the circuit. This is going to be a really exciting battle from Sonny Smith and Jack Plant. Is that Smith already in the lead? In front of Jack Plant? No, not quite, but Sonny Smith is pushing hard on Plant as they go down the main straight. Expect Sonny Smith to attack early. He and Jack Plant will be trying to get away for the rest of the field. Third place, Stephen Duncan, then Jaden Gregg, Mortensen, Lewis Islin and Timo Youngling, then Joe Cheek, Rylan Ekberg, Damien Barris-Haggard and Reese Lomax. From Ticehurst, Nolan, Swain, Neve, Youngling, that's Ralph Youngling, by the way. Then Finley Whiting, Oscar O'Sullivan, Miles Turnbull and Joshua Rudd. They come down the back straight. And a really good battle this between these two. Sonny Smith dueling away with his close rival and the potential champion, Jack Plant. He's got to have a lot of planets aligned just so to get the title, Jack Plant, but he can still mathematically win it. So down the mid-straight, into the chicane, end of the second sector. So far, so good for the man in the lead, Jack Plant. But here comes Sonny Smith. Plant comes across and manages to hold the line into Bobby Game corner. Nice work from Jack Plant. Sonny Smith is not going to get his opportune move just yet. They come up through the Mike Wilson complex. And still Jack Plant holds the advantage from Sonny Smith. But his plan to get away from the field is not working. Stephen Duncan is still right there in third ahead of Jaden Gregg. If anything, they have actually gained ground. And the 16, Stephen Duncan for Project One, is absolutely charging forward. It's an important role that Stephen Duncan plays in this race now because he has an opportunity to fend off from Sonny Smith. Kia Nakamura-Berta will no doubt be hoping that his teammate Stephen Duncan can get one over on Sonny Smith and get ahead. Jaden Gregg is still there in P4. Smith's got a great run off the turn. He's going to dive for the inside of Jack Plant. Inevitable with that much momentum. He's going to slice through on the inside. Duncan tries to repeat the move on Jack Plant, but Plant hangs back in second, and that loss of momentum for Duncan has put Gregg on the inside for the second hairpin. Jaden Gregg through into third. Well, that's a very painful lesson learnt there for Stephen Duncan, but he's got plenty of time to fight back. And he's definitely got the ability to win this race. There's no doubt about that for Stephen Duncan. He just needs to work his magic in the right parts of the circuit. So there's a chance for Jaden Gregg now to get onto the tail of Jack Plant and go for the lead of the race after that with Sonny Smith. But now that Smith is in front, he can start to open up the taps. And he's already started to pull out a kart length over Jack Plant. Plant needs to stay in position. Charge through the Litchfield Bridge underneath him. But Jaden Gregg is going to be a strong opponent. They go through the left-hander through three. Gregg taking a much wider berth than Jack Plant. But it's about the same in terms of speed, clearly, because there's no change between them in terms of gap. Sonny Smith leads the race, but Jack Plant's got a much better line through the bridge turn. But he's not quite close enough yet to make the dive. He needed to be careful. It's quite early in the race. You don't want to lose too much time. On the last lap, that's the kind of move you could probably go for. But on lap 4, it's probably not advisable. So Smith, Plant, Gregg, Duncan, then a few kart lengths back to Mortensen, Islin and Timo Youngling. Then it's Reese Lomax hanging on in front of Cheek, Ticehurst, Nolan, Swain, Whiting and Damien Barris-Haggart. A really good race in the mid-pack. Owen Neve and Ralph Youngling are scrapping away as well. So it's going to be a nice tight battle between these guys as they race for position. Here they come onto the main straight once again. Sonny Smith holds the advantage from Jack Plant, Jaden Gregg and Stephen Duncan. They go across the line and the four of them still very close. Sonny Smith is not able to get out into a massive lead. He still has a kart length and a half or so on Jack Plant, but that's not enough to be comfortable just yet. He still holds the advantage, but as they go over the bridge, he's got a lot of work to do still. 3 minutes plus the additional lap. Plant's got a good exit, but Sonny Smith is being very good in defence at the moment. Down the main back straight, but Plant is going to make his bid for the lead. Smith's going to try and cut across the apex. Great defence from Sonny Smith. That is not an easy move to pull off at all. And he's worked his magic across the line of the apex. Now Plant has decided, I've had enough. I'm going for the lead. He's made the move. And Jaden Gregg's to the inside of Sonny Smith as well. Smith keeps the momentum flowing. Back up the inside to take the lead. My goodness, Smith working on. Oh, and contact between Plant and Gregg. Plant and Gregg just rubbed wheels, and that was enough to edge them off the circuit. So Smith is now leading from Stephen Duncan. Well, they've come back on in third and fourth, those two, but Sonny Smith now in second place because Duncan is your race leader. So Stephen Duncan avoids all of the issues and gets into the lead. Great work from Stephen Duncan. I did say that this race could easily be won by him, and now he is leading it. So Sonny Smith second from Plant and Gregg. Fifth position, Sonny Mortensen from Islin and Youngling. Then Reese Lomax, Devon Nolan and Joe Cheek rounding out the top 10. And of the Youngling youngsters, it is Timo in front of Ralph. Timo is currently 7th. Ralph is in 16th in the middle of that squabble between Whiting, Neve and Rudd and Perrelly. Now out in front, it is Stephen Duncan who leads. Jack Plant's had enough of the little tussle that was earlier on and is going to have another crack at our race leader. But he's going to have to get past Sonny Smith first, although Smith is making a very tough effort to close up on Stephen Duncan and get back the lead. Can he make the move into Bobby Game corner? He's got a great run out of the chicane. He is going to look for it on the inside and gets the place. Good driving from Sonny Smith. He takes the lead into Bobby Game corner. Great racing and an amazing run once more. So he takes the lead. When is Jack Plant going to make his bid for second place? The answer seems to be into turn one of the next lap. He's certainly close enough to make the bid down the straight. No problem at all for Sonny Smith. Second is Duncan. Third is Plant. Fourth is Gregg. Watch for Plant under the Litchfield Bridge. He's going to try and make his bid. He does so for the inside line, and he's going to edge it out. Duncan's left the door open, and Gregg is through as well. So Jaden Gregg into third position. A warning flag goes out further back. That's for the 72 of Joe Cheek. I'm not sure what that's meant to be for. But out in front, it is as they were before. All of that fisticuffs started on earlier on. Sonny Smith from Jack Plant, Jaden Gregg, and Stephen Duncan, who was in second, is now in fourth. Then behind them, we've got Mortensen and Islin, who are closing up. It could well be a six-way fight for the victory very shortly. And just as well, because we're on the penultimate lap. So Jack Plant is running out of time to get back on terms with Sonny Smith. But Smith has timed his moves to get back into the lead very well indeed. Oh, yellow flag. And we've got a spin at the second hairpin. That, unfortunately, is a spin for Finley Whiting. So Whiting has got going again from what was 13th, last lap board. As down the main straight, Smith hangs on in front of Plant and Gregg. Duncan is still there, but he has edged off the tail a little bit. So now it's going to be about who is going to continue the charge further forward underneath the bridge. And diving round the outside, that is Jack Plant into second position, trying to come through on Sonny Smith. Smith defends valiantly. They come off the bridge. Smith now cuts across to the inside. Plant's got a good run. He's going to overtake Sonny Smith in a straight line. Watch out for Duncan, who's now third. Cuts across. Sonny Smith edging to the inside of Plant. They bang wheels in the braking zone and round past all of them is going to be Jaden Gregg. Smith still to the inside of Gregg. Watch out for Duncan. Up to the lead again comes Sonny Smith. Duncan's going to get some help from Plant. And Gregg is down to fourth place. Now holding the inside line resolutely is Sonny Smith. Up the inside, Plant makes the bid for Stephen Duncan. He can't get the move. Duncan drifts wide. Plant comes through. Gregg is on the inside. And now Islin's going to try and get through on the inside. Islin's made up about 3 places to come up into fourth position by the look of it. But that's all allowed Sonny Smith the berth he needs to get the lead. He's timed it to perfection. And Sonny Smith, after all of that jockeying for position, is going to see the checkered flag first. Great run from Sonny Smith. He wins it. Jaden Gregg is a fantastic second place in front of Jack Plant. Lewis Islin to fourth in front of Sonny Mortensen and the very unfortunate Stephen Duncan. Reese Lomax in seventh place in front of a very rejuvenant Blake Ticehurst. Then Timo Youngling and Joe Cheek in the top 10 from Damien Barras-Haggart and Devon Nolan. Ralph Youngling made up some good progress there to come 13th from Gustav Uzhikov. Then Wesley Swain, who comes through in front of Jamie Perrelly and Owen Neve. Then Rylan Ekberg and Oscar O'Sullivan. Bradley Bick and Miles Turnbull. From Oliver Stilp, Joshua Rudd, Tom Behrman, Kasper Tomilewski, Oliver Bocock and Finley Whiting with just the one non-starter. Unfortunately, Anastasia Dean failed to start the race. She was definitely here in practice yesterday, so I'm not entirely sure what it was that prevented Anastasia Dean from starting the race, but unfortunately she was unable to do so. But Sonny Smith taking a gripping first heat of his day in Honda Cadet, and he needed to do that if he wanted to keep a stranglehold on the Honda Cadet title lead. So a very good effort indeed there from Sonny Smith, and he really made that one a tough battle. Jaden Gregg a brilliant second in front of Jack Plant. So let's see what happens next in their day a little bit later on. Next up, though, it's the first race of the season for TKM Extreme in Trent Valley Kart Club's Winter Series. They've not been with us for January, February or March, so it's not for a championship, essentially. It is just a bit of a one-off blast, and of course it's good work for the drivers because in 3 weeks' time they will be back here at the PF International Circuit for Motorsport UK's British Kart Championship season commencement, and that is obviously the weekend they will share with the Honda Cadet class as well. So that's going to be a really interesting challenge for them. So the TKM Extremes will have a great race ahead of us with Joe Fowler, the reigning national champion, hoping to reclaim that crown, starting his defence of it in 3 weeks' time. But this is a good testing ground to do that here on this circuit in cool, damp conditions. There's no rain yet, although it is definitely starting to look like a threat around the circuit here at PF International in Lincolnshire. The green flags will fly and the drivers will get out onto the circuit now in TKM Extreme with a tough battle in front of us to decide who is going to be at the top of the dais at the end of the day. Some really exciting races to come, that is for sure. An absolutely terrific run from the drivers in TKM Extreme to come. Dan McCown on pole position from Joe Fowler on the front row of the grid with him. Harry Moore and Adam Sparrow on the second row from Carl Sproat and Anderson Chilcott. Max Goldsmith and Michael Cornell from Louis Bevan and Lewis Wadley. Then Jack Godden and Adam Jones, Spencer Stevenson and Kai Springfield. Then Megan Lawson. And at the back, it's Sam Fowler and Joe Reeves-Smith after a very difficult day of qualifying yesterday. So Sam Fowler unable to set a competitive time. Joe Reeves-Smith having his times disallowed for a technical infringement. So an interesting race, an interesting set of races, I should say, ahead of us today. We will get lots of great action from the drivers. And now the drivers are obviously now lining themselves up in position to have another strong race battle. But we'll see lots of them have great duels through the day. As the checkered flag, when it flies at 8 minutes plus the additional lap, it's probably about 10 minutes away, I would say, in TKM Extreme. I have a feeling the order is going to be very different to that of the starting grid. McKeown and Fowler will probably battle for most of the lead, but Moore, Sparrow and Sproat are going to be very close. Chilcott was very strong in practice yesterday, so let's see how this fares. In 10 minutes or so time, we'll find out as the race gets underway. Dan McKeown, the 75, has got a mechanical flag already by the look of it. Oh, there's a spin in the middle of the pack, and that's put 3 of them into the barriers. Goodness me. That's the worst kind of accident. Somebody spinning in the middle of the pack, ploughing on, and 3 of them in the barriers. 1 of them has already got going again, but 4 of them in the war zones there immediately. Yellow flags flying, and it looks as though everybody is okay. That's the main thing. That's the first priority. But dramatically, it looks as if we've got a mechanical flag for our race leader already. At least that's what was shown on the timing screen. The 75 of McKeown, who leads the race. I don't know whether that was an error on the timing screen. Well, 2 of the drivers who went off at the first corner are still there. It was Cornell, Bevan and Wadley who went into the barriers, along with it was Anderson Chilcott who spun in the middle of the pack. A big problem for Chilcott. He spun in the middle of the pack, and unfortunately 3 went with. It looks to me as though Wadley's got going again, but the 2 out on the spot are Louis Bevan and Michael Cornell. The race continues. McKeown is your leader. Moore is now second from Fowler. While I have a feeling that the mechanical flag might have been in error for McKeown because it's not been shown again. So I think that was an error on the timing screen, as a very badly damaged Anderson Chilcott, I think is on the road to retirement as he looks behind him, realises that his rear bumper is very badly damaged indeed. And I have a feeling he's going to pull off to retire at turn 3. Meanwhile, out in the lead now is Harry Moore. Harry Moore leads the way. McKeown has dropped back into about 6th position, so maybe there is a problem for the McKeown. Certainly in terms of the race, he is now down in about P6. I'm afraid to say, though, Anderson Chilcott has been given a mechanical flag, and that is not a surprise after his contact with the barriers at turn 1. The rear bumper is very badly damaged. So, unfortunately, Chilcott is going to bring the kart into the pits to retire. But Moore is your leader. Second now is Sproat from Sparrow, Goldsmith, Fowler, Godden, Jones and Springfield. Stevenson and Reeves-Smith are next. It looks like Dan McKeown has pulled it off as well, actually. We saw he had some problems early on. Well, certainly he got a mechanical flag initially. But I think now McKeown is out of the race as Chilcott is desperately trying to bring the kart back to the pits. He should really have used the cut through because there's a chance the leaders will catch him. Out in front, though, it is now the 7 of Carl Sproat. Sproat is your new leader as Sparrow's come up to second. Here comes Moore on the inside to get second place. And cutting back through on the inside, Sparrow's going to try and get that second place back. They jockey for position and bang wheels. Sparrow has his hand in the air in frustration. Fortunately, Chilcott is going to bring the car back to the pits in time. But what a chaotic first lap that was. We've lost so many drivers from the field then. Louis Bevan is out. Michael Cornell is out. Anderson Chilcott is out. And now Dan McKeown is out as well from pole position. So the leader is Carl Sproat. He comes through on the main straight. Second is Moore. Third is Sparrow. Then Goldsmith, Joe Fowler, Jack Godden, Adam Jones, Kai Springfield and Spencer Stevenson from Joe Reeves-Smith and Megan Lawson. Now, where is Sam Fowler? I think he's already gone through, actually, but he's had timing issues all weekend long. The only other man in the race is Lewis Wadley in 13th place. So 4 of the drivers that started this one are already out of it. And I can see Sam Fowler there in the mix, in the middle of the pack. So he's got a timing issue, but he is there in position. In 9th at the moment behind Kai Springfield. Not for long, though. He's going to make the move on the inside and takes the place. So Springfield's through. Springfield's down the order, behind Fowler. And Spencer Stevenson gets through as well. And now Joe Reeves-Smith is going to get through on Kai Springfield. So a lot of jostling for position there. But out in the lead, it is still Carl Sproat in front of Harry Moore as the two of them battle away for position. They come onto the main straight. And Harry Moore is dialed in for a move for the lead with Adam Sparrow going with him in through the first corner. They're trying to get away from the 2 Birillard drivers behind of Max Goldsmith and Joe Fowler. So this could be a very entertaining battle for the Litchfield pair up front of Carl Sproat and Harry Moore. They're working together as a team with Adam Sparrow now through between them both in second place. Adam Sparrow into second position now. So Sparrow is through and takes second, but he's got one more to find to get past Carl Sproat. They go through the first hairpin, up towards the second now down that back straight into the left and charging through down the next adjacent straight. 4 in a line with each other, of course. Then into the chicane, through the left, through the right. 2 wheels leaving the deck as they go through there on the curbs. Absolutely amazing to watch from a distance as Sparrow again tries his luck on the inside of Carl Sproat. It's not going to happen just yet because Carl Sproat is keeping that inside line very neat and tidy at the moment. Charging his way down the straight. This could get very intense from here on in as down the straight they go. Sparrow in second place with Moore still there in P3. Under the Litchfield Bridge. Can he make his bid to go through? Sparrow on the inside of turn 3. And I think he's going to make that one stick. But Moore. Oh, contact further back. Moore has had a little bit of a tussle there with one of the Jades. By the look of it, I think that's Goldsmith that he's tangled with. Goldsmith down to 4th. And Moore down to Sproat down to 5th position. So Sproat and Goldsmith tangle. And that means that Sparrow is now your leader. Joe Fowler is now up to 2nd place. And 3rd is Harry Moore. And up the inside for 4th place, Sproat gets vengeance on Goldsmith to get back into 4th position. Hand in the air as if to say, what were you playing at, sunshine? 4th position now, Sproat in front of Goldsmith. Very irritated after that manoeuvre. And so the racing continues in position. But down the straight, they're going to come once again. And it's going to be Sparrow ahead of Joe Fowler. A complete shuffle of the deck. Sparrow was 2nd. Fowler was 5th. Now they're 1 and 2. Sparrow from Joe Fowler and Harry Moore. 4th place Sproat, 5th place Goldsmith. And then it is an absolute squabble for 6th between Sam Fowler, Jones, Stevenson, Reeves-Smith, Jack Godden and Kai Springfield ahead of Megan Lawson. And then it will be Lewis Wadley in 13th place. Joe Fowler now edging towards Adam Sparrow down the back straight. Up towards the first right-hand hairpin. Off the bridge they've come. Into the braking zone, turn right. and back on the power once again. Harry Moore hasn't given up his chances of the victory yet, though. Into the right-hand hairpin, they've gone into the left-hand hairpin, and now down the short stretch to the chicane. In through the left, in through the right. All the time that was the deficit now is made up by Joe Fowler on the back of Adam Sparrow. So Fowler goes through Bobby Game corner through the right and now into the Mike Wilson complex. Fast in, blip the brake, fast back out again through the square left and then back into the final chicane. Left and right, no problem at all for Sparrow in front of Joe Fowler. But Fowler has an opportunity now with 2 to go. He's going to go for his opportunistic moment. Through the chicane, under the Litchfield Bridge, and already Sparrow's decided to defend. And up the inside on the undercut, that's Joe Fowler through to the lead. So Sparrow defending a little bit too eagerly as now Fowler has got him on the switchback on the exit of turn 3. And as they go down the back straight after the bridge, Sparrow is now to the left-hand side of Fowler, trying to run right round the outside to hold on from Moore, but he's on the grass. Moore's going to get alongside, tries to cut back. Sparrow's had to go for the lead as a result. Nudges the back of Fowler's cart and ends up having to drop back to 3rd position. So now he falls in place with Goldsmith and Sproat down to 3rd, but it leaves Fowler versus Moore for the lead, and Fowler is hanging on in front of Harry Moore for a lap and a half. He's got to try and hold him off. Moore down the inside into the Mike Wilson complex, and he's got there. Brilliant run from Harry Moore. So Harry Moore takes over the advantage now from Joe Fowler as they come onto the main straight, and Harry Moore leads into the last lap. So Moore, Fowler, Goldsmith, Sproat and Sparrow now as Sparrow drops to the back of the queue. And again, Moore protects the inside line. Fowler's trying to get the switch back. Moore covers it nicely on the inside this time. Over the bridge, through the square right and down the back straight. Fowler on the tail of Harry Moore. Moore looking to cover the inside line. Fowler's right there, looks to the left side. Under the braking for the hairpin, still holding on to his mark. Fowler absolutely determined out of the braking zone for the left-hand hairpin. He's going to try and cut back on the undercut. This is a lovely move from Fowler. Switchback move, but watch for Goldsmith. Goldsmith's going to help his teammate get up the inside. They're going to be 1 and 2. Great teamwork. Goldsmith in his 2nd place helps his teammate to take the lead. Magic. And Fowler's going to have the victory here, surely in front of Goldsmith. They're going to come through the Mike Wilson complex together. Fowler's still with a chance to finish the job. But Goldsmith's going to be there. It's going to be side by side for 4th position further back as Sparrow gets it. And a spin in the final corner. It's a checkered flag for Fowler in front of Goldsmith and Sproat. Sparrow is 4th, but Moore spins at the final corner. So that battle for 4th between Sparrow and Moore ends with Harry Moore spinning at the final corner. And he decides not to go to the finish line after all. He parks it at the final corner and he's out on the last bend. Well, I tell you what, there's handshakes aplenty between Joe Fowler and Max Goldsmith. Thanks, mate. You gave me a victory. Brilliant teamwork. Sproat 3rd, Sparrow 4th. Sam Fowler will actually now be 5th, but Harry Moore is out of the race on the final corner. 6th is Joe Reeves-Smith, Spencer Stevenson 7th, Adam Jones 8th, and Jack Godden 9th. Kai Springfield is 10th from Megan Lawson and Lewis Wadley, but Harry Moore out on the final corner of the race. Dan McKeown out with mechanical problems. So too Anderson Chilcott after slamming into the barriers at turn 1 after a spin. And joining him on the sidelines were Michael Cornell and Louis Bevan. A very big disappointment for those guys with all sorts of problems. But what a shame. A lot of drivers there in the war zones. Looked as though Lewis Wadley actually broke down, having finished the race as well. So problems for Lewis Wadley. Very disappointed to come home in 12th. When he could have had a much stronger race than that and should really have been fighting up towards the top 6. So a very dramatic first race of the season then in Trent Valley Kart Club's TKM Extreme Battle in the Winter Series. First race of the season, and there was a lot of drama in TKM Extreme. And that's exactly what we like. Unfortunately, the drivers involved probably won't feel the same sympathy. Meanwhile, though, we're going to continue on and plug on with the action. And it's going to be the race battle from Junior X30 that takes centre stage next. We'll see a lot of great racing from them as they duel for position. But we'll see some really exciting race action. So the drivers in TKM Extreme, the ones that had initial difficulties, will finish off. But it's not going to be particularly easy from this moment on, because a lot of them have obviously had some difficulties getting to this point. But a very dramatic first TKM Extreme race of the Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series in the final round of the championship. A really exciting battle. So, away we go now. The battle is very strong indeed in Junior X30, so let's continue it on. As the drivers leave the pits, we'll have some great racing from them. A bit of a moment coming out of the pits there for the 31 of Oliver Duffel, but he is now going to take up his place on the grid by cutting through on the old turn 1 and getting himself back into position. So, it's Tom Edgar and Will Murdoch on the front row of the grid from Oliver Behrman and Georgi Dimitrov. Oliver Duffel and Zach Meakin will be on row 3 from Ivan Lomliev and Rashan Chigarimbo. Then it's Tyler Reed and Sam Heading. Then it will be James Walker and Daniel Butterworth from Sam Shaw and Archie Walker, from Josh Torpy and Alessandro Saranetti. Then Kalai Atkins and Casper Scusa from Blake Anglis and Aaron J. Walker. Darryl Taylor and Oscar Joyce from JP Sleater and Marcus Littlewood. Harry Cottrell and Scott Sumpton from Harvey Ryby and Charlie Rippin. Then Ben Jenkins and Matthew Bonnet, Chris Bingham and Charlie Thompson, Rhys Newburn, Kyle Dunford and Max Anderson. And there's a warning flag that's gone out for the 31. That is for Oliver Duffel, clearly because you're not supposed to make the cut through. So that's going to be a warning flag for him as a result of that. Well, the drivers are getting themselves up to speed. Edgar, Murdoch, Behrman, Dimitrov, Duffel, Meakin. Here we go. No, we don't. False start once again. Goodness me. Junior X30 with plenty of exciting action through the day, but it's obviously a very tight one. So let's see how things are going to be faring with the drivers, hoping for a really strong battle. So Tom Edgar and Will Murdoch from that front row of the grid. Both of these guys have been at the sharp end of qualifying over the season. They both have an all-time pole position from the grid, but they're now on the front row of this grid. And Oliver Behrman, fresh from his antics in Europe last week, when he got a podium finish in Junior X30 behind his Canadian teammate there, Jason Young, who hopefully will be returning to Trent Valley Kart Club in the near future. But all of these drivers prepared for the British Championships, which will take place 7 days from now at this very circuit. So they all want to get a good performance in this weekend. But for Tom Edgar, there's a lot more at stake. He wants to take the championship. Alessandro Sananetti is down in the order. So already things look positive for Edgar. Not so much so for Alessandro Saranetti. Saranetti would need 6th or better to be champion if Tom Edgar takes the victory later on today. So that's what's at stake. And it's another false start. Well, that's 2 false starts in a row now. And that's definitely got to be down to the fact that there's so much tension and pressure in this field. They want to do a good job, but obviously there's a lot of eagerness to get going. And as a result of now 2 false starts, Nigel Edwards is going to position himself in the middle of the circuit, the clerk of the course, and he will remind the drivers as they get into position, slow down. You have to follow the tram lines down the main straight, otherwise it is a false start. So again, Edwards just puts himself into position and reminds the drivers, do your job. Get yourself into formation and start sensibly. So 2 false starts is almost unheard of at Trent Valley Kart Club. It shows that the tension and the pressure for these youngsters is ever higher. And now they've got to get themselves into a strong order. So they will form up in position once more. And this, surely, for the 3rd time of asking, has got to be a clean start. They really need to at this point. So let's see what happens. They come into the tram lines down the main straight. Wait for it. Surely this time we'll get going. No, we're not! Yet again! 3 false starts. And it's going to be red flagged. Red flagged. Well, that's no surprise, really. 3 false starts and it's a red flag. So the drivers will be stopped in the circuit in front of Nigel Edwards. Oh, this is really quite shameful, actually, because the thing is, the drivers know how to get this done. They know how to go racing, and they know how to get a clean start. But 3 false starts in a row, well, that's really quite disappointing, because they know how to do this, and for some reason, they are not able to get into a decent position. So there we go. So Nigel Edwards is instructing them to stop on the back straight, adjacent and parallel to the main straight. So they will stop in position. And this is really the one thing a driver doesn't want to see. They are told to get out of their karts and out. Oh, hang on. Now, Nigel Edwards is forcing the issue to try and get a couple of drivers out of position. Is this going to be Tom Edgar out of position? Yes. In fact, the two leaders are going to be out of position. I think the two men on the front row of the grid are going to have to be asked to take up residency at the back of the grid. So clearly it has been adjudicated that the front row men are not able to lead the grid around. They've had 3 false starts, so now the 3 of them will effectively end up at the back of the grid and they will start dead last. Meanwhile, JP Sleater has got a problem restarting. Well, this is a shock for both Tom Edgar and Will Murdoch. The pair of them will have to start the race from the back. So that means that Behrman is now pole from Dimitrov, Duffel, Meakin, Lomliev and Shigarimbo. Big drama in this Junior X30 heat. So Edgar and Murdoch have been sent to the back of the grid as Behrman and Dimitrov will now start from the front of the grid. Let's see how they form up. Sleater, meanwhile, can't get started again. He's on the parallel straight. Is this going to be a start? Yes, it is. Away we go. So Behrman knows how to get the job done and he leads into the first corner. Dimitrov has been beaten to the first punch by Oliver Duffel. And as they go through under the Litchfield Bridge, the fight back begins for Edgar and Murdoch. Likewise for the 41 of Harry Cottrell, who sadly was impeded by a slow starting, non-starting, should I say, JP Sleater. The kart will not get going again. So Oliver Behrman now in position in the lead of the race, in front of Oliver Duffel. Third is Georgi Dimitrov, the Bulgarian, based in London these days. 227 is Lomliev. So Lomliev running there in 4th position as they hop over the curbs, dicing through the chicane. But Oliver Behrman is leading the way. So, big drama in this race as the front row men are ordered by the officials to go to the back of the grid after 3 consecutive false starts. A very tough day at the office for them. And for Edgar, that spells a big hammer blow to his championship chances. For Alessandro Serenetti in the BKC Racing Squad, that is a sigh of relief, and they really needed it. So Oliver Behrman leads the way in front of Oliver Duffel and Georgi Dimitrov, then Lomliev, Reed and Walker. Sam Shaw now 7th in front of Meakin, Chigarimbo, Heading, Archie Walker and Dan Butterworth, with Aaron J. Walker for the Dan Holland Racing Team in 13th. So Behrman has now lost out to Duffel. Now he's going to come straight back on the inside and take the place back. Dimitrov on the inside of Duffel. Duffel trying to hang on the inside line, but Lomliev now side by side with Dimitrov. And Lomliev through into 2nd place, gets past Dimitrov. 4th position, Duffel has to hang back and wait for it all to unfold. So he finally gets his chance to come back through. Who's that in trouble at the tail end of the field? A couple of drivers in difficulty. Oh, it's JP Sleater who's got the kart going again, albeit a lap down the order. So as far as he's concerned, this is now a test session as Behrman leads the way from Lomliev and Dimitrov. Then it's Duffel. Up to 5th goes Sam Shaw. Good move on the inside of James Walker into turn 1. Always tough to make that overtaking move work, but a really good bit of overtaking on the inside line there. Oh, and side by side for the lead as Dimitrov makes the move on Lomliev. So Behrman was down in 3rd, now he's 2nd once more. Dimitrov and Lomliev side by side as they go through the first hairpin. Lomliev on the grass, gets the kart back again, rubs wheels with Duffel. Duffel gets through into 3rd position, nudges the back of Behrman, and Dimitrov is your leader from Behrman and Duffel. Lomliev is 4th, 5th is Sam Shaw, and in 6th place, that is James Walker for Coles. A really sensational battle at the sharp end of the field now. But Oliver Behrman trying to get back his lead of the race from Georgi Dimitrov. The Fusion driver leads the race at the moment, but it is going to be a tough one for Dimitrov to hang on to as he continues to run in front of Ivan Lomliev. In front of Behrman. Lomliev down to 4th place. So Behrman is 2nd, then Duffel. Then it is Lomliev from Shaw, Walker. Rashan Chigarimbo going well in 7th place now ahead of Tyler Reed. Then Zach Meakin and Sam Heading from Archie Walker and Alessandro Serenetti, the championship leader in 11th and 12th positions, those two. As up the inside, Sam Shaw makes the move on Lomliev to get into 4th place, and James Walker, Lomliev's teammate, goes with him. So Shaw is up into 4th position. Lots of great drivers coming through the pack now. Dimitrov, Behrman, Duffel. How far has Tom Edgar made in terms of progress? Well, he's now 21st. What about Will Murdoch? Well, he's now 18th. So they've both made progress, but they're still a long way from their original front row starting positions. But if you've just tuned in, they were ordered to go to the back of the grid for this race after 3 consecutive false starts. So, a great racing prospect for Georgi Dimitrov out front ahead of Oliver Behrman and Oliver Duffel. Then Sam Shaw, James Walker and Ivan Lomliev. Rashan Chigarimbo and Tyler Reed. Then Zach Meakin and Sam Heading. Alessandro Senanetti's made his move on Archie Walker, and he's now up into 11th position. So some good battling and some good tussles continue on their way as the drivers will resolutely fight for their positions. And you'll see how it all plays out with the drivers in unison. Up the front end, still Dimitrov, Behrman and Duffel. Still they race together. Still very close indeed. Down the back straight into the chicane. Left and right. A really good battle as they continue to charge forward. So the racing continues on with plenty of momentum. A lot of great running from the drivers as they continue to push forward. So they will charge forward up through the main straight once again. But there's a lot of tough battling from the drivers as they race forward. Dimitrov heads the pack. And in second, it's Oliver Behrman. Can Oliver Duffel get close enough? Not really at this point. A massive jockey for position from 4th position backwards as Lomliev has got himself back into P4. It's 3 wide for 7th further back as James Walker desperately tries to hang on in front of the fast charging Alessandro Serenetti, who dives for the inside of the second hairpin and makes the place up in close unison with Rashan Chigarimbo. So Serenetti has come back into the fray. And Alessandro Serenetti, who is not far away from becoming the champion of the Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series in Junior X30, is charging his way back through. The Italian, who of course these days is based in Stratford-on-Avon, having an absolutely terrific run. A really good battle for Alessandro Serenetti, having had a final win and some amazing consistency through the season. 9 points clear of Tom Edgar in the championship standings. All he has to do effectively is finish ahead of him, which is exactly what he's set to do. Tom Edgar is in 13th at the moment. Will Murdoch has fought back to 15th. But there's quite a squabble now in that pack behind Serenetti as Tom Edgar and Will Murdoch both charge their way through. Running out of road is the 80 of Aaron J. Walker. So Aaron J. Walker was lucky to get away without too much more than a scrape, but he's there in front of Will Murdoch. And there's a warning flag that's gone out. That's for the 52, and that is Tom Edgar. So the man who's trying to charge his way back to the front end of the field, having originally been the pole position man, he's struggling to make himself charge through the field. A minute to go on the clock, and that means that we're going to have a very sharp fight. It's going to be a really exciting battle all the way through. So let's see what happens from this point on. It's going to be a very tough fight as the drivers will always have that run down the back straight. Here they come. And still a battle shaping up for 4th position. But there's a lot more to come from further back. We'll see what happens with the drivers as they charge their way further forward. Are we going to get to see a last lap battle? It will be very tough from the sharp end, but it looks to me as though Georgi Dimitrov has made enough of a break that he's not going to have too much of a battle on his hands for the last lap. Second position is still going to be quite close, though, between Oliver Behrman and Oliver Duffel. They're going to be quite tight. But 2 seconds to go as they cross the line, so it's 2 laps to go rather than 1. And we're going to see some really exciting battles from them. So let's see what will happen as the racing resumes. Still, there will be good battles. So let's see what happens. 4th position, Sam Shaw now has Alessandro Serenetti right underneath him. A top 5 finish would do for Serenetti with Tom Edgar behind him. So that is great news as far as Serenetti is concerned. And he's going to work with his teammate. The two of them are going to run together in 4th and 5th. I think it's pretty much settled in the top 3. Behrman is going to hang on to 2nd in front of Oliver Duffel. They need to conserve their energy, ready for the finals later, of course. But what a sensational battle it's been so far up front for Georgi Dimitrov. He's going to take a brilliant victory. Georgi Dimitrov gets the flag. Oh, no, sorry, 1 lap further to go. My apologies. I was caught out by the fact that we had a second to go last time around, of course. So Georgi Dimitrov now on the final lap. So there is one more chance for Oliver Duffel to get through into 2nd position. And is he going to take that opportunity? Serenetti and Shaw are likely to catch them if they're not careful. They have got a lot of gap to make up, but Shaw and Serenetti are brilliant teammates. The BKC boys work very well together. So are they going to be fighting for position? Well, they've got to be careful because Lomliev is trying to undercut Alessandro Serenetti on the inside line. Serenetti holds him back, and that will hold him for 5th position. Desperation seeking in there a little bit for Serenetti on Lomliev. And there might be a warning. Oh, we've had somebody go off. That's Kalai Atkins, I believe. That's a real shame. Kalai Atkins, I think, has gone off the circuit there on the Croc Promotions chassis. What a shame for the Jamaican. But the checkered flag flies, and it's Georgi Dimitrov who does take the victory this time in front of Behrman, Duffel, Shaw, and Serenetti from Lomliev and Reed. Rashan Chigarimbo comes home in 8th place from Sam Heading and Zach Meakin. An amazing squabble as they come over the line. A really exciting tussle. Georgi Dimitrov gets the win then by 1.5 seconds to Oliver Behrman and Oliver Duffel. That's a big gap in Junior X30. Sam Shaw and Alessandro Serenetti are 4th and 5th from Ivan Lomliev, Tyler Reed and Rashan Chigarimbo. Then it is Sam Heading and Zach Meakin from Tom Edgar and Will Murdoch. James Walker and Aaron J. Walker from Darryl Taylor and Archie Walker. None of them in the same family, of course, just a very common surname. Marcus Littlewood and Joshua Torpey. From Blake Anglis and Scott Sumpton, Dan Butterworth and Harvey Ryby. From Oscar Joyce, Casper Scusa, Charlie Rippin, Harry Cottrell, Matthew Bonnet, Ben Jenkins, Chris Bingham and Charlie Thompson. From Kyle Dunford, Reese Newburn and Max Anderson. With Kalai Atkins, the Jamaican, unfortunately out of the race on the final lap after a bit of an incident there on the first hairpin of the lap. A real shame for Kalai Atkins. Absolutely disastrous for the Jamaican. Hopefully he will be back in action again for the next race and will be able to put himself back at the sharp end. He did a great job in race 1. So race 2, obviously not ending the way he wanted. And JP Sleater did cross the line, I should point out, to complete 9 of the 10 laps. But having missed the first lap due to problems with the kart on the restart, he rejoins and is technically classified in last position. So now on to Senior X30, and that battle between Thomas Turner and Louis Westover resumes. This time they're in separate heats, so it's going to be Westover up first, and then it will be Thomas Turner later. But Louis Westover will take up residency on pole position. He was telling me yesterday he could have got ultimate pole position had he not made a mistake on one of the hairpins in the middle of the lap, because he had purple in the first and third sectors and could easily have got that pole position time, but cost himself dear when he made a mistake, and he said, well, I'm going to make up for that on Sunday, don't you worry. So he will charge his way further forward. Hello to everybody listening around the world, wherever it is you might be listening. We have got listeners from all over the various parts of the Great British Isles, of course, but we do have people listening even as far away as South Korea, would you believe, tuning into the action for the Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series. That just shows you how important and how international British karting is these days. There's a fascination for it all over the world. So, back onto the main straight once again. Come the drivers for Senior X30. So, let's talk you through the starting grid for this next Senior X30 race. The 13th race of 37 today, and the second heat for the Senior X30 Brigade. Louis Westover and Cole Kilner from Sean Butcher and Clayton Ravenscroft. Then it is Oliver Hodgson and Alex Pendlebury from Lewis Gilbert and Matt Armstrong. Rounding out the top 10, it's Derek Morgan and Caleb Marshall. Gus Lawrence and Tom Nippers from Matthew Hudson and Max Jean. Rory Hudson and Nelson King from Teddy Pritchard Williams and Mateus Zagazeta. Artur Salmela and Alexander Patterson from Harry Whittaker and Reese Ushijima. then Oliver Greetham and Thomas Wood, Lucas Vals and Harry Torpey from Jack Bowman and Travis Mitchell, Ben Hodge, Matthew Hunt, Jonathan Campbell, Josh Graham, Valtteri Valkeajarvi and Lee Chamberlain. So as the drivers get themselves into position around the circuit, they will warm up the tyres and brakes, put themselves into a decent position for the start of racing. But for Louis Westover and Cole Kilner, it's going to be a tough battle. Now, Cole Kilner is one of the circuit specialists here, always goes well at PF International, has a really good run in Senior X30 most of the time, and he will line up on that front row of the grid. If he can outfox Louis Westover on the run down the tram lines to the start, then we're going to see an absolutely epic battle from him. So let's see the drivers come up into the tram lines once again. Wait for the opportune moment. Is this going to be a good start? It is! Perfect! A getaway from a dreamboat. Oh, Kilner is squeezed wide by Westover. Butcher goes through into the lead. Kilner's dropped back into about 6th or 7th position as they squeeze through the first chicane, up the hill, through turn 3, and then into turn 4. Very quickly indeed over the bridge. Westover holding the inside line from Butcher. Where is Ravenscroft? Ravenscroft's down to about 7th or 8th position after a difficult start. Make that P7. And he's trying to come around the outside of Morgan and Gilbert to try and edge his way through the field. But Butcher is there in 3rd position. Kilner has retained 4th place. Up to 2nd, though, has come Oliver Hodgson. Hodgson's made a terrific getaway from P5, and he's now there in 2nd place behind Westover. So Westover, Hodgson, the Australian Sean Butcher, and then it is the battle from Cole Kilner behind as Ravenscroft makes a very late dive for 5th position into Bobby Game corner, and I'm fairly sure that's all sorted for the KR Sport driver. Yes, it is. P5 is his as they come through to the final chicane. Down the main straight, and it's Westover who leads. 2nd, Hodgson, then Butcher and Kilner, the teammates for Mick Barrett Racing. Ravenscroft and the Dolride Diamond, Lewis Gilbert in 6th place from Derek Morgan and Alex Pendlebury. Then Matthew Hudson and Matt Armstrong. Gus Lawrence and Max Jean, Caleb Marshall and Rory Hudson. They come over the bridge. Hodgson still 2nd behind Westover for how much longer, though? Here he goes down the back straight into the braking zone for the first right hairpin, and he's left the door open for Butcher. Butcher's going to get through. Kilner's going to get through. Ravenscroft's going to get through. Down to 5th place goes Westover. That's how quickly it can change in the world of kart racing, particularly here at PFI. But Hodgson is your leader. Then it's Butcher, Kilner and Ravenscroft from Westover in 5th position. And then 6th place, that is the battle between Lewis Gilbert and Derek Morgan. Persistence versus DB Motorsport. So they come through on the far side up at the Mike Wilson complex. And at the moment, it is your leader for Oliver Hodgson on home turf. The PF International driver racing around his home track. Butcher, Kilner, Ravenscroft is 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Then 5th is Westover from Gilbert and Morgan. Still dueling for that 6th place spot. And there's going to be a bit of a tussle now as Westover makes his move up the inside of Kilner. Ravenscroft's already got through. So Ravenscroft to 3rd, Westover to 4th. So Cole Kilner has to settle for P5 for the moment. Morgan is now 6th, having fended off from Lewis Gilbert. His teammate, Alex Pendlebury, in the other persistence kart is right beside him. And Pendlebury having a look for his own teammate on the inside line there as they swap positions. Gilbert has to cut across to stop 25 Matthew Hudson coming through on the inside line. Amazing racing in Senior X30. When isn't it? It's always the most exciting of battles. But Oliver Hodgson has got major pressure now from the Australian Sean Butcher as he comes out of the final corner. Hodgson down the main straight. Butcher is 2nd. Ravenscroft 3rd now with Cole Kilner in 4th. Westover has gone back down to 5th position and is now in the clutches of Derek Morgan. Westover could really use a victory at this point with Thomas Turner not on the racetrack. He needs a solid performance to try and close up on Turner's points mark. None of these races are for championship points, of course, in the Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series. They come in the finals later. But to get yourself into the best possible position for the final, you've got to do well in the heats. Up the inside, Butcher's trying to come through. That's a nice dive from Westover. He gets the move on Cole Kilner into P4. Ravenscroft attacks Butcher. He thinks better of it into the chicane and waits for his moment later on. Still some great dicing through the field. All 34 drivers are still going all the way back to Jonathan Campbell. So they are all absolutely on the lock stops. Great racing, great dueling, a little bit of rubbing, but hey, it's racing. Out of the final corner, down the main straight. Hodgson, Butcher, Ravenscroft, these three getting away, if they can, from Westover and Kilner. You are talking about some of the best drivers in the world at Senior X30, not just in Britain and up the inside. Butcher makes the move for the lead. Butcher takes the lead. Ravenscroft gets on the inside of him. So Ravenscroft dives past them both and gets the lead. Ravenscroft on the back straight. Fantastic. Clayton Ravenscroft now leads it. Second place. That is going to be... Oh, the one Westover. Westover round the outside. Makes a big lunge and gets past Hodgson. Round the outside to third position. Now making the lunge for Butcher. Hasn't been able to cut in on the inside line. Ravenscroft, Butcher and Westover now your top three. And up to fourth goes Cole Kilner as he makes his bid on the inside of Hodgson. He was leading at the start of the lap, Hodgson. He's now down in fifth position behind Ravenscroft, Butcher, Westover and Kilner. Absolutely amazing. It turns on a dial so quickly in Senior X30. You never know who's going to be leading from one lap to the next. Across the line, they charge through. Ravenscroft leading Butcher, Westover, Kilner and Hodgson. From Lewis Gilbert in P6, then Pendlebury, Gus Lawrence, Derek Morgan and Matthew Hudson. From Nelson King and Rory Hudson, Max Jean and Matt Armstrong. Teddy Pritchard-Williams in 15th from Thomas Wood. Down the back straight. Oh, Hodgson's had a bad error on the bridge. He's lost about 6 places there. Up to 5th has come Lewis Gilbert. Pendlebury is now into 6th place as well, so problems there for a couple of them. A big lunge up the inside. Teddy Pritchard-Williams has split the 2 DHR cards there. He mugs Rory Hudson and Nelson King, and he's made him about 3 places in one move. Tell you what, Teddy Pritchard-Williams definitely doesn't do things by halves. Epic stuff. Just finds the gap and puts the slightest possible margin between himself and defeat and makes the move stick. Fantastic. Over the line again. 2 minutes plus the lap. Ravenscroft, Butcher, Westover, Kilner, Gilbert and Pendlebury. Lawrence, Morgan and Hodgson. Hudson has now slipped all the way down to 18th place. It's a terrible turn of events for Oliver Hodgson. Once the leader, now in 18th. But Ravenscroft in front of Westover. Westover's got to second in front of Butcher. He must have done that on the bridge. So Westover in front of the Australian. Sean Butcher still there in position, trying to get a good run. But Ravenscroft leads the way from Westover, Butcher, Kilner and Lewis Gilbert. Up to 6th place now has come Gus Lawrence ahead of Alex Pendlebury. Some great racing still in this pack. There are moves aplenty and guts galore as they dice for the lead of the race up front. Ravenscroft still has the edge over Westover and the 2 Mick Barrett racing carts of Butcher and Kilner. Over the line, and with 1 minute and 5 on the clock plus the additional lap, that's enough for 3 laps more of racing by my math. Ravenscroft is going to hold the lead for the moment, but Westover could get some welcome support here from Butcher and Kilner. A good run off the back onto the back straight. Down the charge to the hairpin. And still they battle their way forward. Ravenscroft running really well at the sharp end of the field here as Westover continues to charge his way forward around the outside. Butcher side by side with his teammate Kilner. And the Australian hangs on round the outside of the second hairpin in the middle sector of the lap. That's a very brave achievement there. Even on your teammate, that is some fairly forceful driving from Sean Butcher. Really impressive stuff. So now there is a lot more to come. And let's see what happens from this point on, because we're now 2 laps away from the finish. Westover's dropped the 2 Mick Barrett racing carts as a result of their little duel for third. And is now going after Ravenscroft on the inside line and takes the lead into turn 3. Westover hits the front once more. Over the bridge and down on the back straight. It's like F1 2018 all over again. I know for a fact that these 3 at the top end of the field like to race each other midweek on their Xbox. Now they're here at PFI battling away for position. So, Westover leads, Ravenscroft second, Butcher in third, Kilner is 4th place, Lewis Gilbert in 5th position, trying to catch them down, and he's going to do it at this rate, because Westover and Ravenscroft have already lost a massive amount of time to Mick Barrett Racing's pair in 3rd and 4th, and it's not going to be long before Gilbert catches up to them too, with the last lap board about to come out. This is going to be a really exciting battle between the drivers on this last lap. Here we go, last lap board as they sweep past the position. Westover, Ravenscroft, Butcher, Kilner and Gilbert. Lawrence trying to catch them. Then Pendlebury, Morgan, King, Hudson, Pritchard-Williams and Matthew Hudson. So here we go. Ravenscroft's going to have to make a big bid To the right-hander, he's not going to get there. Butcher's going to help his cause to move further forward, down the back straight. Westover's got a chance. Ravenscroft's going to commit to the move. Round the outside comes Butcher. Butcher's gone too deep and he's going to fall behind Gilbert. Ravenscroft tries to get the lead, doesn't make it. Westover still leads it. Ravenscroft now trying to get the undercut on Westover. Kilner now third, Gilbert fourth, and he's in the hunt for the victory. Ravenscroft dives over the curbs. Westover lets him go, but he knows he's got a chance to come back. Kilner and Gilbert are now going to go for the move on the inside of Westover. Ravenscroft has got Westover to the far side, and Westover falls back into fourth position. Ravenscroft now leads Kilner and Gilbert as they come through the final chicane. Kilner's got one last bid. The checkered flag is in the air, and it's Ravenscroft. Oh, goodness me, what a race. Ravenscroft beats Kilner to the line, but by 0.06. Kilner second, Gilbert third, Westover in fourth from Sean Butcher and Gus Lawrence, Pendlebury, Morgan, Nelson King and Rory Hudson in the top 10. From Teddy Pritchard, Williams and Matthew Hudson, Armstrong, Gene, Hodgson, all the way down in 15th in the end from Thomas Wood. Then it is Harry Whittaker from Tom Nippers and Harry Torpey, Reese Ushijima and Oliver Greetham, Artu Salmela and Matthias Agazeta from Matthew Hunt and Travis Mitchell, Alexander Pattison and Ben Hodge from Jack Bowman and Caleb Marshall, Jonathan Campbell, Valtteri Valkeajarvi, Lee Chamberlain and Josh Graham, with just the one retirement in the end, unfortunately, and that is Lucas Vals. Wow. Senior X30 never ever disappoints. It always gives amazing racing. And here at Trent Valley Kart Club's Winter Series, it's no exception. But Westover will be a little disappointed with that. A fourth place finish doesn't give him the strength of numbers he needs to get on terms with Thomas Turner in the championship hunt. So we'll have to see how that unfolds a little bit later on. Now for the third heat of the day for IARMY Cadet. It's going to be a really exciting battle in the IARMY Cadet battle. We are live trackside here at Trent Valley Kart Club at PF International. We are also live around the world on Downforce Radio. If you're listening from home and you've got a message for your fellow drivers out there, do please chat to us on the Spreaker chat box and let us know who you're cheering for and who you're supporting. We will make sure they get the message. Absolutely amazing to see the racing we've had so far. But there's plenty more to come. 13 races down. Only another 24 to go. Feels like a long grind when you say that, but I promise you, with the racing that we have here, it's not going to be dull. Going to come out once again onto the circuit, ready for the next IARMY Cadet heat. The drivers from age 8 to 12 are going to continue their battle for the Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series with that duel between Japan's Kiya Nakamura Berta and the Brit Sonny Smith as they duel for position in this amazing battle in IARMY Cadet. The championship fight still very tight between those two. Nakamura Berta, the favourite to take the title. If Sonny Smith were to win the final, then Nakamura Berta would need a 9th place or better to seal the title. But we've seen a lot of drama over the course of the Trent Valley Kart Club's Winter Series and various other disciplines over the years. So you never quite know what's going to happen next. And that's why we are always a little uncertain when we come into these races, just how it's going to fare. But Kiya Nakamura Berta and Leo Robinson will share the front row of the grid this time, with Sonny Smith needing to do a catch-up job in his heat later on. But it's a Fusion Motorsport 1 and 2 as they head out onto the circuit. Let's talk you through that starting grid once again for IARMY Cadet, the third heat of the day, Groups A versus D. Kiya Nakamura Berta and Leo Robinson on the front row of the starting grid from Vinnie Phillips and Harley Keeble. Then Harry Jr. Burgoyne is alongside Maximus Hall from Cathal Clark and Edison Purcell. Nathan Tye and Micah Taylor from Michael Gray and Cian Geraghty. Then Charlie Hart alongside Mason Bishop. Callum Graffin is beside Finn Leslie. Then Sam Lewis alongside the Filipino driver William Goh. Cole Glover and George Edgar from Alfie Slater and Ben Folland. Then Sebastian Mins and Brandon Carr from Jack Mowat and Laith Khan, with Fraser Anderson sadly taking no further part in the meeting due to an incident yesterday. But Kiya Nakamura Berta and Leo Robinson on that front row of the grid. Vinnie Phillips will line up on the second row beside Keebs. That's Harley Keeble to you and me. Oliver Rowland Motorsport man in fourth position on the grid. And Oliver Rowland Motorsport, just a week or so after his glorious first podium in ABB FIA Formula E, is here, of course, watching his beloved racing drivers in the team competing in both IAMA Cadet and Honda Cadet over the course of the weekend as they charge their way forward up the ranks. And it's great to see just how quickly that team has gone from a one-man band last year with Arvid Lindblad in the National Championship to a squadron of about a dozen drivers a year later. But Fusion Motorsport are at the front end of the field in 1, 2 and 3 for this race. Nakamura, Berta, Robinson and Phillips, and it's a false start. So something happened in the middle of the field to separate them. So one false start is fair enough. It does happen sometimes. But earlier on, of course, we had that very dramatic Junior X30 race where we saw the front row men, Tom Edgar and Will Murdoch, effectively ordered off the front row of the grid and ordered to start at the back of the grid after 3 false starts. So a very dramatic state of affairs earlier on, but hopefully the IAMA Cadets are only going to have the 1 false start this time. So the drivers are obviously getting themselves up to speed again. You weave the kart from side to side. You build up and generate heat into the tyres and the brakes as well to slow the karts down. You don't overheat the tyres and brakes. There's a delicate balance to get it done right. And so they need to be very careful how they do so. But the drivers are obviously very focused. It's incredible to think these guys are just aged between 8 and 12. And they're already at professional athlete level. And a lot of these guys have, the same sort of strict fitness regimes that the pros do. So it's obviously all in the bid to become great British racing drivers. They all started here at these races. The likes of Jenson Button, Lewis Hamilton, Billy Munger, Lando Norris, Alexander Albon, George Russell. They all came through the likes of circuits such as this one. All of them, of course, racing here at PF International in the past. And now they are big names. Who's going to join them? In IAMA Cadet, we could see a few. Let's get a good start. That's better. Away we go. Nakamura Berta and Vinnie Phillips will take the initial lunge into the first corner. Not a great start for Leo Robinson. Unfortunately, he'll slip back into 5th position. But it is going to be Harley Keeble who makes a bid. Maximus Hall seems to have made a decent start. Harry Jr. Burgoyne likewise. And he's up in the mix. Has he got into 2nd place, Harry Jr. Burgoyne? I think he has. Either that or that is Harley Keeble. No, it is Harry Jr. Burgoyne. He did make a cracking getaway. So too is Maximus Hall up into 3rd position. So Kia Nakamura Berta leads the way. No, it's not. That's Vinnie Phillips. That's Vinnie Phillips. So Kia Nakamura Berta is about to slip back to 4th place. Make that 5th as Leo Robinson gets on the inside. Make it 6th now as through goes Harley Keeble. 7th as 48 goes through as well. Micah Taylor. What a horrible start to the race for Kia Nakamura Berta. From pole position, that's gone terribly wrong. Meanwhile, further back, William Go, the Filipino driver's had an incident on the first lap as well, and he's fallen to the back of the grid. But up in front, it is Vinnie Phillips who leads the way after a sensational opening lap. Puts himself through into the lead, and ever since then, it's been a bit of a fairy tale. Around they go. Vinnie Phillips, Harry Jr. Burgoyne, Maximus Hall and Leo Robinson, then Keeble, Taylor, Nakamura Berta, Purcell, Clark, Ty and Charlie Hart in front of Michael Gray and Kian Geraghty. So at the moment, it's Vinnie Phillips who leads the way and is having a really good run as they go over the Litchfield Bridge once again. But Vinnie Phillips has the lead over Harry Jr. Burgoyne and the PMR driver Maximus Hall looking for his way to get through. 3 different teams in the top 3 positions. Always great to see. But is this going to be a lunge from Harry Jr. Burgoyne to the lead? It's a late decision, but he's going for it, and he's making the move on Vinnie Phillips, and that's Maximus Hall to the inside line. He slots into 3rd position. Discretion, the better part of valour for Maximus Hall. He's obviously had the pain and the ignominy of having those difficulties in the first race when he was leading for quite a long way in his first heat and ended up spinning off in a very dramatic fashion. So now he's just got to try and hold the gap in 3rd position back to the guys in 4th and 5th and hope that an opportunity opens up to take a victory down the straight. Harry Jr. Burgoyne leads. Vinnie Phillips in 2nd place. Then Maximus Hall and Leo Robinson. Harley Keeble and Kia Nakamura Berta up to 6th place now ahead of Micah Taylor. Good comeback drives from the ORM boys. That's Brandon Carr and Nathan Ty charging through in the top 10. And I think they've both managed to make light work of Charlie Hart there. So they're into 10th and 11th places. Vinnie Phillips has a bit of a run now on Harry Jr. Burgoyne. He decides not to make use of it for the overtake. Maximus Hall likewise. They're just going to sit in position and try to pull away from Robinson and Nakamura Berta, who's back into 5th position. Here comes Robinson up the inside of Maximus Hall. He gets through. The door left open. Nakamura Berta on the inside line as well to move up into 4th place. And the Japanese driver's going to hang on for it and gets the move. That was well read by Maximus Hall. He could have stuck it on the inside line, but he decides to let the Japanese driver go through. It's a long race still, 4 minutes 45 plus the additional lap. And there's a penalty going out on the first corner. That's a penalty for 5 seconds, but I can't see who it is on the digiboard. I can't see which number it's going to be. It looks like it's for the 7. If that's going to be for the 7, then that is going to be Vinnie Phillips, who is fighting for the victory. Oh, it's the 77. My apologies. It's the 77. Now, that is Sebastian Mins. That's Phillips' teammate. So, Sebastian Mins apparently is being given a 5-second penalty. I'm not sure what that's for, but Sebastian Mins is being given a penalty there. We think it's to do with track limits, but we'll double-check and confirm it later, of course. Could well be a jump start, of course, because that tends to be what 5-second penalties can be handed out for. Harry Junior Burgoyne in front of the 7 of Vinnie Phillips. Leo Robinson's now 3rd in front of Kia Nakamura-Berta. Maximus Hall still slotted into 5th place in front of Harley Keeble. And the confirmation is that 5-second penalty is for a jump start on Sebastian Mins. So a bit of a difficulty there. And he's currently in the mix there, battling with his teammate Alfie Slater and his other teammate Callum Graffin in the midfield. They come onto the main straight. Down the charge to the first corner, and it's still this battle up front. Harry Junior Burgoyne and Vinnie Phillips battling for the victory. Leo Robinson is not going to be far away. Under the Litchfield Bridge. Is there going to be a charge for the lead? Not yet. Too early doors yet, but Harry Junior Burgoyne is the Lone Ranger for Oliver Rowland Motorsport in the top 5 as the triumvirate of fusions, Vinnie Phillips, Leo Robinson and Kia Nakamura-Berta are desperately trying to catch him. Now, Phillips has got support from his teammates behind, but again, he's not going to go for the move. He wants to win this race, and he knows that if he's got a bit of a battle from his teammates, he may have a lesser chance to do so. He just wants to get away and work with Harry Junior Burgoyne. 1 driver to race with on the final lap is easier than 3 or 4. Now he's going for the move up the inside. That's well timed by Vinnie Phillips in the S's. Gets the move on the inside of the left-hander. Up to the right and into Bobby Game corner. He now holds a good lead here, Vinnie Phillips. And Harry Junior Burgoyne is now going to have to find a way to retaliate. I think he's timed this one quite well, Vinnie Phillips, because he'll have his teammates to try and battle forward. Now, Kia Nakamura-Berta has made the move on his teammate Leo Robinson to come into 3rd position. As they go through and over the line, it is going to be these 3 for the win. Phillips, Burgoyne and Nakamura-Berta. Maximus Hall's closing up on Leo Robinson and is working with him as they want to charge forward. And up the inside goes Harry Junior Burgoyne. No chance to get the lead there. Well held by Vinnie Phillips. And up the inside, Nakamura-Berta takes the place, up to 2nd position. Now through, Harry Junior Burgoyne's going to have a run from Maximus Hall. Maximus Hall's going to get through on the inside. And Keeble's going to go 3 wide as Harry Junior Burgoyne slips back behind both Keeble and Leo Robinson. So that's a tall order, but Harry Junior Burgoyne now makes his bid to get back on the inside of Leo Robinson. Robinson will not be intimidated. And Harry Junior Burgoyne just manages to squeeze his way through. But that was very tough. And now the teammates at Fusion are 1 and 2. It's Vinnie Phillips in front of Kia Nakamura-Berta. So Kia Nakamura-Berta into 2nd position, having fought his way back from a difficult start, and is now trying to get his way past Vinnie Phillips as he charges his way forward. Is there going to be a run down the main straight? Nakamura-Berta's got a good charge on Vinnie Phillips. Maximus Hall is closing in on them as well. They've got to be careful. Keeble is now 4th from Robinson, Burgoyne, Taylor, Purcell. Brandon Carr has fought his way back to 9th place. And then Cathal Clark is in front of Charlie Hart and Nathan Tye. Ben Folland and Mason Bishop from Geraghty, Mins, Gray, Graffin, Leslie and Slater. Down the back straight. Here comes an opportunity. Oh, a little bit of a nudge there as the 7 of Vinnie Phillips working his magic onto the back. Again, Nakamura-Berta trying to edge him further forward. Here's the move. Nakamura-Berta goes through on the inside. And a lovely bit of driving there as he wedges his way through. Watch out for Maximus Hall. Hall's trying to come through on Nakamura-Berta. Nakamura-Berta manages to shut the door, but Maximus Hall does seal 2nd place on Vinnie Phillips. So up into P2 goes Maximus Hall. He's not done yet. Maximus wants the maximum. Up through the far side into the Mike Wilson complex. Another opportunity to get some good movements in the mid-pack. Lots of battling. But Maximus Hall is now in the middle as they go into the final lap. Nakamura Berta leads, Maximus Hall second, Vinnie Phillips third. And up the inside, Vinnie Phillips trying to edge his way past Maximus Hall. He will not budge. And Maximus Hall hangs on a second place. Good defence from the Gladiator. Up onto the bridge once again. The last lap into the right-hander, onto the back straight. Maximus Hall trying to hold on in front of Vinnie Phillips, but Phillips is going to get him down the back straight. Maximus Hall needs to think about where he's going to put the kart. Vinnie Phillips holding the inside line. The door's still open, though. Here comes Harley Keeble. They rub wheels, and Robinson gets past them both. So does Harry Jr. Burgoyne on the inside. Maximus Hall trying to run around the outside, and Keeble gives him no space to negotiate. Maximus Hall again out of luck on this occasion, but Kian Nakamura Berta times the move for the lead to perfection, and he's going to run away with a victory that puts him one step closer to sealing the Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series Ayami Cadet title into the final couple of corners, and he's done an amazing job to fight through. Kian Nakamura Berta started first, dropped back, and has won the race in style. Great victory. Second for Vinnie Phillips, third is Leo Robinson. And then it is Harry Jr. Burgoyne in front of Harley Keeble and Maximus Hall. Another great effort from the Gladiator, but just no fortunes. Seventh for Edison Purcell. Then eighth is Micah Taylor from Brandon Carr, who fights back to ninth. And Cathal Clark in the top 10. From Charlie Hart and Nathan Tye, Mason Bishop and Cian Geraghty. Then Ben Follen and Callum Graffin. From Michael Gray, Finn Leslie, Sebastian Mins, Alfie Slater, Sam Lewis and William Goh. From Cole Glover, George Edgar, Jack Mowat and Leif Khan. A very exciting battle then in Ayami Cadet, but Kian Nakamura Berta leads by example, fell back out of position and fought his way back into the top spot once more, and it's 1-2-3 for Fusion Motorsport. No doubt to the delight of the whole squad, including Dan Hazelwood in the stands. A really good effort from the Fusion trio up front. There'll be more from them later, but it's Junior Rotax that comes out next onto the circuit, and with the absence of the Hunter brothers, Kai and Reese, who were leading their respective junior and senior Rotax championship bids, it opens the door for a new champion to emerge. In Junior Rotax, it is looking more and more likely that the Junior Rotax title will actually go the way of Matty Hingley, who is there on points. But after his first win as a junior earlier on in the day, Dan Ginchard is an early favourite to take a Junior Rotax victory, and he goes off pole position once again in this second heat, along with Matty Hingley alongside him on the starting grid. So can Matty Hingley take the title? Will Dan Ginchard take a final? It's going to be a very interesting start to both of their races as they blast off the starting grid. But race 15 out of 37 today sees them leave their grid slots and get themselves back onto the circuit for the rolling lap of Junior Rotax. And it's going to be a cracking second race. Dan Ginchard and Matty Hingley will be there together on the front row of the starting grid, with the second row shared by Jack Steadman and Will Egby. Douglas Bolger and Ben Casey will be on row 3 from Harrison Collins and John Knox. Then Will Walker and Luke Scharf from James Winter and Oscar Hoole. Hugh Lawrenson and Joshua Valance from Daniel Parron-Smith and Daniel Armstrong. Then Ben Maxim from Madison Foley, Alex Doddington, Cameron Stevenson, Scott Lapsley and Frederick Lubin. So great racing to come here from the Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series, and still plenty of action to follow. The drivers are obviously now in the process of warming up the tyres and brakes. But Daniel Ginchard on the RS kart took control of his heat a little earlier on, did a fantastic job to get to that point. Matty Hingley battling with the regular pretenders to the crown, but this is Matty Hingley's opportunity to grab a victory, if at all possible. Now, there's an interesting dynamic here as well that we saw earlier. Douglas Bolger having a crack at Junior Rotax. Very unusual for a Fusion driver, but he seems to be doing quite well. He retired from the earlier race. Let's see how he goes this time. Cracking start from Ginchard. Steadman through in a second in front of Hingley and Bolger, and there's contact further back. A big shunt, and that is a completely destroyed kart. A really big incident, as into the barriers with a very big impact has gone, I think, one of the DHR karts. I think it's Harrison Collins who's gone in big style, and it's Battenberg's immediately. Battenberg flags out on the circuit. It is the karting equivalent of a full course caution. Harrison Collins has had a big hit, but he is walking away from the scene. So we're into Battenberg straight away. There's a lot of debris on the circuit as a result of that collision for Harrison Collins. So we're going to run at least one lap under Battenberg conditions. And we've had somebody else going off. And it looks as though has gone straight on at the first hairpin onto the runoff area on the inside line. That is Luke Scharf. So it looks to me as though Luke Scharf has had a terrible start to his race, but nowhere near as bad as that of Harrison Collins, whose kart, I can even see from this distance, the kart is absolutely spent. It's absolutely a rolling wreck, that kart now. Harrison Collins goes straight to the medical team for a checkup because that was a very hefty knock into the barriers. But he is on his feet and he is walking himself to the medical teams. So I can tell you that it is obviously going to be very, very careful to make sure, obviously, that safety is adhered to. Martin Bean is down there at the first chicane to remind the drivers that they need to be slowing down. They're under Battenberg conditions. They should not be at racing speed. And a lot of them were very nearly at racing speed as they went through the first chicane. So they have now slowed up. But obviously the reason they needed to slow up was the scene of the accident at the first chicane. So they got away with that one. They were quite fortunate. But they need to be a little bit more mindful in future. We're under yellow flags and caution around the circuit due to an accident at the first corner involving Harrison Collins. He went straight into the barriers by sliding sideways. The kart is pretty much destroyed, I'm afraid to say. But Harrison Collins is being checked by the medical team, but he is on his feet and he is walking and talking. So that is the important thing. As a result of that incident, it is Dan Ginchard who leads the way from Jack Steadman and Matty Hingley. Douglas Bolger is fourth place and has already done much better in this race than he did in race one because he had a mechanical problem that put him out of the running in the earlier race. Then Ben Casely behind Bolger. And it's Knox in sixth position from Will Walker and Oscar Hoole. Hugh Lawrenson. And then we have James Winter and Dan Armstrong, Josh Valance and Dan Parent-Smith, Ben Maxim, Madison Foley, Cameron Stevenson, Alex Doddington and Scott Lapsley. It looks as though we lost a handful of drivers, actually, from that first incident. Luke Scharf and Frederick Lubin apparently are no longer in the action either. And it looks like Will Egby is out of the race as a result of that first corner incident as well. So a bit of a dramatic one. But let's see what happens as they get themselves back up to speed. Green flags, away we go. Good start from Ginchard. Straight away, Bolger into third. Past Matty Hingley. Oh, Dan Ginchard had a bit of an issue off the start. Has Ginchard got a problem? He charged away initially, but there was very little power. He's still leading, though, so he manages to get away with that. Jack Steadman in second place. Bolger third. Hingley fourth. And in fifth place, it's Ben Casely. But Bolger is going to go with Steadman as up the inside. Hingley makes a big lunge onto the Japanese driver, Douglas Bolger. And through goes Hingley. So Bolger hanging on to fourth position, but not for long. Round the outside goes Casely. And also through goes the 45 of Will Walker. Bolger absolutely livid with that manoeuvre. Very frustrated as he falls down into, what is that, sixth position now behind Will Walker. But Ginchard leads the race for the moment, although he's got a much tougher job on his hands in this race than he did in his first, because now he's got Jack Steadman much closer to him than before. So Ginchard leads the way, but Steadman is on his tail. Hingley and Casely, then Walker, and then it is the 80 who's in next. That's Hugh Lawrenson in front of Dougie Bolger. Oscar Hoole and Dan Armstrong from James Winter. Josh Valance, Dan Parent-Smith, Ben Maxim, Madison Foley and Cameron Stevenson from Alex Doddington and Scott Lapsley. And then it is John Knox, by the look of it, who's had an issue. Yep, John Knox is out of the race, I'm afraid to say. His kart, the Cannon machine, is parked up on the exit of turn 5. So he's had an incident with somebody on that first lap of the restart. And John Knox, sadly, is out of the race. That's just in my blind spot of the commentary box window, unfortunately. So I didn't see that when it happened. But John Knox is out of the race, and that's a real shame. He was looking good for a top 6 finish in this one. So through the battle continues as Dan Ginchard leads Jack Steadman, but Steadman has definitely got a big challenge to Ginchard this time. Ginchard, one of the youngest members of the grid, don't forget. He was only the Honda Cadet runner-up in the National Championships last year. So now he's here at the front end of a junior Rotax grid. But Jack Steadman is giving him some pressure. So up the hill Through and over the bridge. Steadman is all over the back of Ginshard. Is he going to make the move into the bridge? Yes, he does. Steadman takes the lead. Jack Steadman with a great move into the right-hander at the bridge. Manages to get the lead away from Ginshard. So Steadman is your leader. Ginshard second. Then it's Casely now who's made the move on Matty Hingley. Some great racing at the front end of this pack. And down the short stretch into the chicane. Steadman, Ginshard, Casely, Hingley, 4 drivers battling for the victory. And it looks as though it's going to be a really tight battle up at the front end of the field. Lots of them can still win it. And even if these 4 continue to squabble, we may see a few more from the back end of the midfield. They could start to edge their way further forward. But it's Steadman, Ginshard, Casely and Hingley. Ginshard squabbling all over the back of Steadman as they go underneath the Litchfield Bridge. And there's the move from Casely. Casely goes into second position up the inside of Ginshard and takes the place. So Ginshard down to third. Here comes Matty Hingley for an opportunity. Watch out for Hingley because he's looking strong. Ginshard's got a good run off the turn though, and Ginshard's going to make the bid for second position. Into the hairpin, and through with him is going to go Matty Hingley. So Ginshard to second, Hingley to third. Casely's going to assist Hingley to get closer to the leaders up front. But it's the Project 1 racing driver of Jack Steadman who leads the race at the moment. From Ginshard second, third Hingley, fourth Bolger. Already some good starts, and it's looking pretty exciting from here on in. So now we need to keep seeing how things will go from here on in, but so far so good. Lots of drivers with lots of good races continuing on. So we'll see how the battle continues on. Here they come again, over the line. Steadman from Ginshard. Hingley in front of Casely now, so Hingley has got himself back into third. Casely comes back for more into the first corner and dives for the inside and gets the place up to third position. Nicely done. So a really good race and absolutely fantastic battles. So some exceptional kart control from Casely as he dices up the inside at turn 3, slices the kart to the inside apex and drifts it out. Fifth position, that is Hugh Lawrenson. Then it's Bolger in front of Armstrong. Great battle further back for 8th. That's Walker, Sharp, Hoole and Parent Smith having an amazing tussle. And up the inside, Parent Smith might get his chance on Oscar Hoole. So far, so good. Really exciting stuff as they continue to charge forward. But it's not going to be easy. They know what's at stake here. Back on the speed and into the final chicane again. Last lap board will come out. And here comes the opportunity for Ginshard to try again on Steadman. Working with Casely and Hingley. They've caught him up and Ginshard's going to try and hold the inside line to cover. That was going to turn into an overtaking move, but it's not going to finish up. Ginshard and contact there. It's a spin around for Ben Casely. Casely's got around. He tried to get up the inside of Ginshard. Ginshard was defending and Casely comes off. Spins the kart. And Casely now rejoins to the back of the field. So Ginshard holds on to second place. But I think Ginshard's struggling. I think there's a problem. And indeed, Ginshard is not able to hang on in front of Hingley. Hingley goes around the outside to hold Ginshard off. I wonder if he's got damage from that contact with Casely. Nothing the two of them could do about it. Racing incident as far as I could see. 2 drivers fighting for the same bit of racetrack and one of them was going to come off. Unfortunately, it was Casely, but I wonder if Ginshard is taking some damage. But the checkered flag is out and it's Jack Steadman who takes the win in front of Matty Hingley and Dan Ginshard. 4th place for the resurgent Hugh Lawrenson. Bolger is going to be 5th. And in 6th place, it is Dan Armstrong ahead of Will Walker, Dan Parent Smith and Ben Maxim. Luke Schaaf coming home in 8th place in the end, despite his issues with the timing screen. Transponder didn't work for for Luke Schaaf. He is 8th in the end, in front of Dan Parent Smith and Ben Maxim. Then outside the top 10 in 11th is James Winter from Oscar Hoole and Josh Vallant, Madison Foley and Ben Casely, who slips to 15th. Then it is Cameron Stevenson and Alex Doddington, Scott Lapsley and Frederick Lubin, with the retirees of John Knox and Harrison Collins. Will Egby, unfortunately, with mechanical problems, failing to start the race. So a big problem for Will Egby. Not entirely sure what it was, but it's a tough job now for both John Knox and Harrison Collins. Collins with, I have a feeling, Collins I think will be relatively okay after the incident, but I'm not entirely sure his kart is going to be. I think Harrison Collins' kart is going to be in a very bad way indeed. It took a heck of a lot of damage as they came through, so I would not at all be shocked or surprised to see Harrison Collins not taking part in the remainder of the racing, which would be a real shame if that were to be the case, but his kart took a massive quantity of damage on the way through the Litchfield Bridge. We're about to watch it come back, and I have a feeling it's going to be in several bits. Well, unfortunately, the trouble is you're going flat on the throttle through that chicane. If you lose it there, you haven't got a lot of runoff until you get to the barriers, and Collins went in pretty hard. So it's going to be, I think, game over, not just for him, but also for the kart for the weekend. He may have picked up some damage from that incident into the barriers, as John Knox comes back into the pit lane as well after his incident on the first lap of the restart. And a real shame for John Knox, because he had the speed in this race to be top 6, especially considering the way that the race eventually unfolded. Knox would have been in that group of drivers amongst the Lawrensons, Bolgers and Armstrongs of this world. So John Knox could easily have been on for a top 4 finish. But hopefully he'll be back in time for the next race, and he will show that same speed again. But a really tricky day at the office for several drivers. Bit of repair work to do for Knox's kart. Harrison Collins' kart, well, yes, that looks very badly bent, and I'm not sure that kart's going to go any further over the course of the weekend. We'll see what the DHR mechanics can do, though. Mini X30 up next, and they come straight out onto the circuit, ready for the next race. And it's Theo Makuris and championship contender Oliver Greenall on the front row of the grid from Jessica Edgar, race 1 winner, and Alfie Rigby. Then it is Luke Watts and Jack Cox from Evan Brown and Antonis Sofronio. Matthew Hyde and Alexander Renner from Dan Bolton and Dane Tucker. Gabriel Stilp and Aidan Line from Ben Price and Marcus Luzio. Then it is Jason McCleary and Mikai Singh from Hayden Chance and Jusso Laukkanen, Alfie Cottier and Luis Gardner, Milo Pilfold, Thomas Bohr, Brandon Templeton and JJ Russell. But watch him charge his way through the field. He will be working his magic through the field pretty rapidly, JJ Russell, on the Spirit of Senna kart. He had a terrible qualifying session, but he made up lots of progress in race 1, which of course was won earlier on by Jessica Edgar, who did a fantastic job in terms of her racecraft. And although she has won a few times before in Mini X30, I would say that earlier race was the best I've seen her drive. So hopefully she has another good race. But she's there in 3rd on the grid, in behind Theo Makuris, but the championship leader and the man who's won all 3 finals over the season, Oliver Greenall, is there on the front row. Is this going to be a clean start? Yes, it is. Perfect getaway from the front of Makuris. Greenall's going to slot into 2nd, Edgar to 3rd, and Ralphie Rigby is there in 4th. An early attempt to go for the lead for Greenall, but Makuris is going to hold fast in the lead. Chops across into turn 4. Nicely defended from Makuris. They come off the bridge, and Theo is P1 at the moment. Makuris in front of Greenall and Edgar. Greenall has a look for the inside of the first hairpin. Makuris is not going to let that one fly. Edgar still there in 3rd with Greenall in 2nd place up the road. Rigby is in P4. And in 5th, that is Luke Watts, who's got a big mission to try and beat Oliver Greenall in the championship fight today. Greenall has another go at Theo Makuris. And so far, nothing doing. He just can't seem to find a way to get past, as Greenall is absolutely determined to go for Theo Makuris and work his magic through. Let's see if he can keep this bandwagon rolling into the chicane. Greenall just picking his moment on Theo Makuris. Jessica Edgar in 3rd place behind. Here goes Greenall. Greenall's going to make his move for the lead, and that's nicely done into turn 1. So Greenall takes the lead into the first corner. Makuris there in 2nd. And 3rd is Jessica Edgar in front of Alfie Rigby. Rigby's going to have Watts to the inside. Watts takes the place into turn 4, into P4. And now side by side, Makuris gets his move back on the inside of Greenall. They both run wide, and Jessica Edgar takes the lead. So Edgar leads. Makuris now dives for the inside of Jessica Edgar and takes the lead back again in the first hairpin. Lots of jostling for the lead now, as Makuris leads the way from Edgar and Greenall. Up to 4th place again comes Rigby on the inside of Watts. And next up, it's Antonis Sofronio. So Antonis Sofronio in P6 as they work their way through. And with these 5 in the top 5 positions, having been the best 5 drivers effectively of the race weekend thus far, and the ones that are battled for the victory, Antonis Sofronio, in effect, is the best of the rest. And he's doing an amazing job to charge onto the back of the leading 5. Here they come again. Makuris, Edgar, Greenall, Rigby, Watts, Safronio, Brown, Bolton, Hyde, Price and Renner. They go through turn 3. Is that a change of positions between the Fusions? Is that Greenall now in front of Edgar? No, not quite. But Greenall is stepping up the attack to have a look at Jessica Edgar down the back straight. Edgar's got a much better run off the hairpin, off the bridge. And it's going to be 1 and 2 for the Fusions as first Edgar, then Greenall gets past McCurris. And Watts makes the move to get past Rigby, who's going to try straight back again. Watts is going to hold the inside line and holds the place. Good defence. Safronio is 6th behind them. Then it is Dan Bolton making a good bid in 7th place, having got past Evan Brown. Then Matthew Hyde and Ben Price rounding out the top 10 ahead of Alexander Renner and Marcus Lizio. But Lizio is charging his way through the field. So it won't be too long before he's making a big impression. Down the main straight again. 4 minutes 55 left on the clock. Still a lot of time to go. And the Fusions are racing away. Edgar and Greenall. A bit of teamwork to get away from Theo McCurris if they can. McCurris has got good pace though. Fastest lap of the entire race so far is Luke Watts, who's just done a 60.84. Down the back straight. I think Greenall's going to make a position change here with Edgar. No, not quite. Edging their way forward. They're bump drafting down the back straight. They need to be careful though, because that front fairing cannot be loose. If you get a loose front fairing, that is going to be a 5-second penalty no matter where you finish. So they've got to be so careful about how they go about the bump drafting procedure. Through the S's. Edgar's got a good lead here on Greenall with McCurris there in second place. A bit of a moment as the 371 of Jason McCleary has a moment on the exit of the second hairpin. Manages not to lose the place though. And still Jessica Edgar leading from Oliver Greenall with third place Theo McCurris and then Luke Watts and Alfie Rigby. Alfie Rigby is struggling to stay with the leading four now. Greenall tucked up behind Jess Edgar. Is there going to be a change for the lead? There doesn't need to be at the moment as far as Greenall is concerned, as long as it's only Jess Edgar in front and they are pulling away from the field together in unison, then McCurris and Watts might not be able to get close enough to do anything about it. And the team are stretching the lead over McCurris and Watts. If Watts can start getting into McCurris, that's great news for Greenall. But Theo McCurris is still absolutely determined. He's another one who last year was fighting for the Honda Cadet Championship. This is his first season as a junior, and look, he's at the sharp end already. So Theo McCurris trying to take past Oliver Greenall and the race leader. Interestingly, the man behind Theo McCurris, 2 places behind Theo McCurris, is the reigning Honda Cadet champion, Alfie Rigby, who is now in Mini X30 for KR Sport as they drive down the straight. Jess Edgar leads. Oliver Greenall second. Is Greenall going to make his bid for the lead? Not yet. McCurris, Watts, Rigby, Safronio, Bolton, Hyde, Brown and Luzio now in the top 10. Ahead of Renner and Price. Then Line, Cox, Russell, Singh and Pilfold. Absolutely spectacular battle. This is going to be an amazing run. And we're going to see some truly spectacular race action as the racing continues on. So still, the battle is raging at the sharp end of the field. So is Jessica Edgar going to be able to hang on for a victory in front of Oliver Greenall? It's going to be very tight at the top, that is for certain. And there's going to be a lot of great race battles to get to this point. 2 minutes on the clock, plus the additional lap on top. But Jess Edgar and Oliver Greenall are still 1 and 2. Edgar just a whisker in front of Oliver Greenall at the moment. Is it going to continue this way? Down the straight. Jess Edgar leads the way in front of Ollie Greenall. McCurris third, Watts fourth. Rigby is falling back in fifth ahead of Dan Bolton. Now in 6th place in front of Safronio. So there's still going to be a big charge, but it's just going to get more and more exciting from here on out. And I can sense that we're going to see a really tough battle between Greenall and Edgar now, as Edgar just holds the issue on the inside for the breakings over the first chicane. First hairpin, on the mid-sector. And now into the left-hand hairpin. Edgar still from Greenall, McCurris and Watts. The 4 have broken clear of Rigby and Bolton. Bolton is going to catch up to Alfie Rigby and duel with him for 5th position, no doubt. A mechanical flag has come out. Now that is for the 24 of Brandon Templeton, unfortunately. So Templeton has got, yes, I can see what the problem is. Templeton's got a trailing rear bumper. And I'm afraid that is him out of the race. Down the main straight with just under a minute to go. That makes it 2 laps to go in my book. Oliver Greenall tight up behind Jessica Edgar. Up the hill they come once again. Through the left-hander and sweeping onto the square left at turn 4. Over the bridge. Right, square, right-hander, turn 5. Down the back straight. That drop down the hill whisks you down the straight in acceleration. And now to the braking zone for the next hairpin. The 6th turn on the circuit. Through the right. Back on the power. Up to the braking zone for the left hairpin. Through the left. And Makuris makes the move on Greenall. Makuris dives for the inside of Greenall and gets 2nd position. So Theo Makuris now into P2. Greenall trying to fight back, but it looks as though Jessica Edgar is going to have a clean run for another victory. So Jessica Edgar running beautifully at the moment in the lead of the race. And I think she's going to be able to take win number 2 unless Makuris can have a brilliant final lap and will get some support, of course, from Greenall and Watts. So that could be very exciting stuff. Through the chicane. Under the bridge. And Edgar leads the way from Makuris, Greenall and Watts. And there's a warning flag that's gone out to Lewis Gardner further back for the Sam Pollitt Racing Team. Makuris has made up all the time that was initially lost. And Edgar and Makuris takes the lead at turn 5 down the hill, out of the bridge. Makuris is through, Greenall is through, and Edgar's going to have another fight back round the outside. Comes the move from Watts, gets the switch back on Edgar, tries to dice up the inside, but Edgar's trying to keep him at bay. Jessica Edgar slices to the inside and grabs that 3rd place back from Watts. Makuris is defending like crazy to Ollie Greenall. Jess Edgar is trying to hold off Luke Watts and attack her teammate at the same time. Makuris dives for the inside with gusto. Edgar trying to come around the outside. Watch for Luke Watts. Luke Watts round the outside has got at least 3rd, possibly 2nd. He's into 2nd place. Makuris leads it. Watts up to 2nd. What a move from Luke Watts. The checkered flag comes out and it's Makuris Watts. They're all in a squabble. Makuris Watts, Greenall and Edgar. What a final lap, though, from Luke Watts. 2nd position behind Makuris. Theo Makuris battles for the lead, takes it brilliantly, and fends them all off. Theo Makuris grabs a brilliant Mini X30 victory. Luke Watts with a stellar move around the outside of Bobby Game Corner. Moves up from 4th to 2nd. And then the 2 fusions of Ollie Greenall and Jessica Edgar from Dan Bolton in a brilliant 5th place ahead of Antonio Sofronio. Alfie Rigby struggling to 7th. And then it's Matthew Hyde from Evan Brown and Marcus Luzio. Aidan Line is in 11th place in front of Alexander Renner. Mikai Singh and Ben Price in 13th and 14th place from Jack Cox and JJ Russell. Milo Pilfold and Lewis Gardner from Jusso Laukkanen and Gabriel Stilp. Then Jason McCleary, Hayden Chance, Alfie Cottier, Thomas Bohr. And then the 2 retirements from the race, Brandon Templeton and Dane Tucker. So a very exciting battle, that is for certain, but it's been really tense all the way through. And an amazing charge through at the back of the race there from Luke Watts on the far side of the circuit. Fights to get through and puts on an absolutely spectacular charge. Really exciting stuff and amazing racing. That was absolutely stupendous. Well, Mini X30 always takes it out of you, but that was even good by their standards. A really exciting race, and hopefully there's more where that came from. As Mini X30 will continue a little later into the day, but of course next up we have the action from Honda Cadet as their championship fight continues with the races to come. Still very tight indeed at the top end of the day. As the green flag flies at the top of the starting gantry, and Kian Nakamura Berta and Jack Plant resume their battle at the front end of their field. Connor Duncan and Sonny Mortensen are next up from Zach Drummond and Joe Cheek, Henry N.G. Ziederberg and Lewis Islin. And then Thomas C. Yeomans is next up with Devon Nolan. Then Aidan Evans and Wesley Swain, Freddie Hull and Bradley Bick, Joshua Gambar and Thomas Behrman. And then Josh Patch and Gustav Uzhikov from Ollie Handley and Owen Neve. Then it's Reg Haywood and Miles Turnbull, Ollie Poole and Finley Whiting, Mikey Porter and Oliver Bocock, and Noah Barham beside Joshua Rudd. So an amazing battle, some fantastic race action still to come, and there's lots of great battles to talk about in the early stages of proceedings. But already, so far so good as the racers are trying to get themselves up to the sharp end. heating up the tyres and brakes. Everything hopefully going according to plan. But what a spectacular battle as this continues on its way. But it's going to be Kier Nakamura-Berta versus Jack Plant off to the first corner. Now, these two have yet to race each other on track today. Kier Nakamura-Berta and Jack Plant have both had a race in Honda Cadet, of course, but they were in adjacent heats to each other. So they will now take up residency on the front row of the starting grid. So let's see how things continue to progress. And hopefully there's going to be a lot more where that came from for the drivers. They've obviously got a lot more work to do. But there's going to be a tough one. Kier Nakamura-Berta from the front of the grid. Jack Plant alongside on that front row. But let's see how it all works out. They come from the front of the grid, lining up on this front row. Nakamura-Berta and Jack Plant to his left side. Second row, Connor Duncan and Sonny Mortensen. Zach Drummond and Joe Cheek. Henry N.G. Zederberg and Lewis Islin from Thomas C. Yeomans and Devon Nolan. We wait for the green flag at the back of the field as the last few drivers will be getting themselves into position. But this is going to be a really exciting battle. So let's see how the drivers will face the rest of the challenge. Green flag will fly at the back of the grid once everybody's happy. Yes, green flag does fly now, and we will be ready for action once more. Red lights are on. Wait for it. Go! Cracking start from Jack Plant. He's going to draw level with Kier Nakamura-Berta, but I'm not entirely sure he's going to take the advantage. No, he's not. So they go through that first chicane, and it's going to be Kier Nakamura-Berta who leads at the early doors from Jack Plant in second position. No major problems, but an absolutely terrific battle. So let's see what happened as they come through the bridge. Absolutely fantastic. From the start of the race, it is Kier Nakamura-Berta in front of Jack Plant. Third place, Connor Duncan there again. So really exciting racing from the front end of the field as Kier Nakamura-Berta and Jack Plant continue to duel for position. Connor Duncan and Sonny Mortensen are next through. And then it's that side-by-side battle between Zach Drummond and Joe Cheek. They have basically continued from their top 6 starting positions in relatively the same order. It's a rather unusual Honda Cadet start, actually, because they seem to have spaced themselves out quite rapidly off the grid. So there's a bit of an ebb and flow, but it's a very interesting and unusual start to proceedings. So we're already a very exciting battle in prospect as they come through at the end of the first lap. Nakamura-Berta and Jack Plant from Connor Duncan and Sonny Mortensen. Henry N.G. Zederberg 5th and Zach Drummond in 6th place. From Joe Cheek and Lewis Islin from Freddie Hull and Thomas C. Yeomans. Then it is Aidan Evans from Wesley Swain and Josh Patch, Gustav Uzhukov and Miles Turnbull. And then Whiting, Handley, Rudd, Bocock, Barham, Bick, Haywood, Agambar, Thomas Behrman, Porter, Neve, Poole, and the man who didn't start is Devon Nolan. Absolutely fantastic performances from the front end of the field. But Kier Nakamura-Berta, look at him, the massive lead already over Jack Plant with Connor Duncan chasing him down. Kier Nakamura-Berta just marching off into the distance in this particular race. Has got an amazing start to things and is already going fairly impressively at the sharp end. So no major problems from the start as he charges his way further forward. A really exciting progression as he charges further up the road. They come down the straight, and it's going to be Kier Nakamura-Berta still holding on to this advantage with a second place charge between Jack Plant and Connor Duncan. Duncan is looking for his move to come through now. Up on the inside through turn 3, and Jack Plant is defeated for the moment. Connor Duncan is through into second position. So Connor Duncan has come through to be in P2. A really exciting battle. We knew it was going to be tight, but a really good race at the moment. Absolutely sensational duels all the way through the field as Nakamura-Berta hangs on to the lead of the race and is pulling away from Connor Duncan ahead of Jack Plant. Then this three-way scrap for fourth between Sonny Mortensen, Zach Drummond and Henry N.G. Zederberg. And it is Henry N.G. Zederberg who's got through into fourth place. This is the round where he's really starting to hit his form. And Henry N.G. Zederberg is doing a fantastic job. So Nakamura Berta, Duncan, Plant, NG Zederberg, Mortensen, Drummond, Islin, Hull, Cheek and Yeomans in the top 10 as onto the main straight. It's incredible. Nakamura Berta's lead is absolutely gargantuan as he charges down the straight. How does he find this much speed? A 108.96. Duncan and Plant are second and third from NG Zederberg, Drummond and Mortensen. Then Hull, Cheek, Islin and Evans with Swain, Patch, Usakov and Yeomans. Then Turnbull, Handley, Rudd and Whiting from Bradley Bick and Oliver Bocock. Ahead of Joshua Gambar, Reg Hayward, Noah Barham, Thomas Behrman, Mikey Porter, Owen Neve and Ollie Poole. But Kian Nakamura Berta, he was so good last year. You've got to take this into account. He was good last year, really held the strength. And this year, having put all that hard work and effort in, he's reaping the rewards and has a package that he likes. He's comfortable with the speed and the pace, and it's absolutely sensational. So Kian Nakamura Berta continues to lead. Oh, we've had a spin up at the first hairpin. Two karts have gone together. Now, whether they hit each other or spun off in unison, not entirely sure, but it's Noah Barham who was the first one to go. And also in the war zone there with him is the 53. That is Mikey Porter. And I noticed that Thomas Behrman appeared to have dropped down the order in order to take avoiding action. So great racing. Nakamura Berta from Duncan and Plant. And now the move on the inside for fourth place. That's Zach Drummond. Drummond gets into fourth place past NG Zederberg. Sonny Mortensen in P6. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Freddie Hull, who's got some breathing space to Joe Cheek. But it's going to be a really exciting tussle from the movement further forward. Absolutely amazing. And still Drummond has this opportunity to hang on in front of NG Zederberg. NG Zederberg misses his braking point in the first hairpin, and that's enough for Sonny Mortensen to zip up the inside and snatch fifth position. So Sonny Mortensen now up into P5. Nakamura Berta still leading the way. Duncan versus Plant is for second place now, not for the victory. With the time we've got left, 2.5 on the clock, plus the additional bonus lap, I'm not sure that anyone's going to keep up with Kian Nakamura Berta in this one. A fastest lap of a 1:8.84 is astonishingly quick, considering that nobody else has even broken into the 108s yet. They're all on the 109 zeros and ones. Across the line goes Kian Nakamura Berta with a 108.63. Now they're into the 108s, but even so, Nakamura Berta, fastest of them all at the present moment. Connor Duncan second from Jack Plant, third, and then fourth is Drummond ahead of Mortensen and NG Zederberg from Hull, Cheek, Islin, Uzhakov, Evans, Swain, Patch, Handley and Turnbull. Now, I'm trying to keep an eye on what the weather is doing. There has been a dramatic change in the forecast. We are told now, according to the Met Office, that there is an 80% chance of rain hitting the circuit at about 2 o'clock. So that is going to spice things up very dramatically indeed if that's going to be the case. We are now just beyond midday. So obviously there's going to need to be a chance of rain. It's very slim now, but come 2 o'clock there is an 80% chance we're going to get some rain over the circuit at 2 p.m. So that's obviously going to be a warning note to all of the drivers ready for the races later on. And it looks as though we've got our first retirement off to the sidelines. That is Ollie Poole by the look of it. So Ollie Poole, unfortunately, for the Smedley Junior squad, is out of the race. That's a real shame for Ollie Poole. And he was doing a very good job in the early stages of the race, but unfortunately it's all come to naught. But Kian Nakamura Berta is off the bridge, down the back straight, with less than a minute to go. Now, he came across the line. I'm not sure if he's going to have 1 lap to go or 2 when he comes around this time. But I would imagine it's going to be quite close. Connor Duncan still there in front of Jack Plant. And in fourth place, having driven back down the order, it's Zach Drummond in front of Henry NG Zederberg. Next up is Freddie Hull. He's made the move on Sonny Mortensen to get into P6. Then it is Joe Cheek from Lewis Islin, who is closing him down again. And then in the top 10, it is Gustav Uzhakov. And I can tell you that there is going to be just 1 lap to go at the end of this one. So Kian Nakamura Berta's time is going to run out. Ready now to 0. And as a result, he's now going to be on to the last lap. Here he comes down the straight, and the last lap board goes out for Kian Nakamura Berta. But the battle for second really begins now. Duncan versus Plant. Connor Duncan leads it. Jack Plant is third in the race. But He wants to grab that second position spot, so he's got to be very careful how he goes about it. He needs to be relatively composed about how he makes that job his own. But he knows that it's obviously going to be very tough to do. So he just needs to keep the pace up. Let's see what he can do with it. Down the back straight and into the braking zone. Still Duncan from Plant. And this is exactly what Kia Nakamura-Berta needs. He needs Jack Plant, who is a potential championship winner, to be behind as many people as possible. Even one more person will do as far as Kia Nakamura-Berta is concerned. But in this mode, it's going to be very tough to consider anybody other than Nakamura-Berta to win the race. But later on in the final, if Nakamura-Berta were to win the Honda Cadet final, then Sonny Smith would only need P4 or better to win the title. Nakamura-Berta is keeping up his end of the bargain and getting himself into winning mode out of the final corner. And Kia Nakamura-Berta takes the victory by a country mile. A very important victory heading to the finals later. And in second, it is Connor Duncan in front of Jack Plant. He actually pulled away from him a little on that last lap. Zach Drummond is fourth from Henry Cederberg, Freddie Hull and Sonny Mortensen. From Joe Cheek, Lewis Islin and Gustav Ushakov. Aidan Evans and Wesley Swain, Ollie Handley and Miles Turnbull. Then Josh Patch, Josh Rudd, Josh Agambar, Bradley Bick, Finley Whiting, Reg Hayward and Oliver Bocock. From Thomas Behrman and Owen Neve. Then Thomas C. Yeomans is going to be the next one home ahead of Mikey Porter and Noah Barham, who duelled to the flag with Ollie Poole sadly out of the race earlier and Devon Nolan unable to start it. But with that sort of pace through the race, Kia Nakamura-Berta stretched his lead to 2.5 seconds over those 8 laps. So he's going to be very hard to beat today. So, of course, it will be a very tough battle for anybody to beat Kia Nakamura-Berta in Honda Cadet this afternoon. But next up, it is the Minimax and Junior TKM races, as they will war for the positions once again. And we'll see a lot of great battles from them over the course of today, with 2 titles on the line, of course. In Minimax, there are 4 drivers contesting the title. So we'll see what they can do over the course of proceedings, because there is a very tight battle in Minimax for the title. Sam Gornall comes into this round with 171 points and the championship lead. Second, Ryan Willis on 169. Archie Kitching is third on 166, and Tristan Rennie is fourth on 165. So it's very close. In Junior TKM, it's looking fairly stable for Connor Kearney. Charles Guyard is having all kinds of mechanical problems, so from his point of view, it's looking pretty ship-shape and Bristol fashion in terms of getting the title fight won. So we'll see how Charles Guyard does in this race, but he's really been struggling for pace. So here is the grid once again for Junior TKM. Scott Smith, Jim Barty, Dale Whittaker and Jack Nicholson from Connor Kearney and Jack Saunders, Charlie Webb and Harry Wainwright from Harvey Cole and Morgan Kidd, Harry Yardley Rose, Dominic Roberts, Zach Taylor, Alex Roberts, Josh Raystrick, Jensen Davis and Charles Guyard. And as you can hear, the Minimaxes are on the circuit now as well. Archie Kitching and Sam Gornall on their front row from Tristan Rennie, Harley Horton and Ryan Willis. Although I notice that it is going to be a very interesting battle. Still some difficulties on the transponder front for Tristan Rennie, but at least this time he hasn't had a moment on the rolling lap. So let's see what will happen in the Junior TKM race. This is always the hardest point of the day from my point of view, because you've got 2 races to focus on at the same time, 2 different classes on the same racetrack. So let's see how things are set to progress. As away we go. Cracking start in Junior TKM. They charge through to the first corner and Smith gets the jump. It looks like 1 or 2 of them heading over the grass at the first corner. So they go through turn 3. And let's see how it all goes through. Oh, it's a false start. That's why. So it's a false start. So they will have to go again. And obviously the Minimaxes are lining up in position, but they will have to be re-grid again. So they are going around another time. Oh no, Minimaxes are off on the way. Well, of course the Minimaxes, my apologies. No, Minimaxes have got to re-grid, that's why. So they had to go off on their way. My apologies. No false start. My fault. The bacon sandwich hasn't kicked in yet. Apologies. So the Mini-Maxes are squabbling away down the back straight as the Junior DKMs come into view out the final turn. And it's the 37 of Scott Smith who leads the way, having a really great run in front of the 5 of Connor Kearney. So Connor Kearney has broken into second place from Dale Whittaker and Jack Nicholson. Then Jim Barty in P5, Jack Saunders and Charlie Webb. They all jostle away for position. Harvey Cole and Morgan Kidd are in the mix there as well. And hopefully it's going to be a much better run this time from Morgan Kidd. She's already made a much better start this time as Connor Kearney goes for the lead into the first hairpin on the second lap. Kearney goes through on Smith, and behind them, it's a move as well for Jack Nicholson to get through into third place on Whittaker. And Whittaker, unfortunately, gives a little bit of a rub to Nicholson. That could have given him a bit of a problem. Nicholson is trying to have a look at Smith. Meanwhile, the Minimax race is going off without a hitch as Tristan Rennie leads the early stages. Ryan Willis is second now from Kitching, Gornall and Horton as they go over the Litchfield Bridge. Who'd have thought a 5-kart race would be fantastic? Well, anybody with a brain cell. The karting in Minimax is absolutely fantastic, no matter how many drivers you got on the grid, as Willis makes the move into third position. Dives through. Archie Kitching having got through into second place. Willis is now struggling to hold on to third from Sam Gornall, championship leader, as Kearney leads in Junior TKM from Smith, Nicholson, Whittaker, Barty, Saunders, Cole, Webb, Kidd, Davis, Taylor and Yardley Rose, with Dominic Roberts next up. So problems for Alex Roberts as well as Charles Gaillard. The pair of them have got some difficulties. But Connor Kearney is looking set for the Junior TKM title out in the lead of the race. He won't find out if he's done so until the race is later on, of course. It's only the finals that will give us our champion. But as long as he stays in front of Charles Gaillard, it's pretty much done and dusted from his point of view. It's going to be a lot closer in the fight for the Minimax Brigade because Tristan Rennie is in front of Archie Kitching and Ryan Willis. So Sam Gornall there in front of Harley Horton. And it will be very tight indeed. But the two leaders have broken clear, Tristan Rennie and Archie Kitching. The Junior TKM leaders are on the main straight now. So Connor Kearney leads the way. Scott Smith up the inside. No, that's Jack Nicholson up the inside. Having gone up to second past Smith. Now he's in the lead past Connor Kearney. So this is going to be pretty exciting stuff as they battle away over the bridge. And down onto the back straight once again. And it's Jack Nicholson who leads quite comfortably now from Connor Kearney, who's got some pressure from Smith. Smith, though, wants the victory, so he's edging Connor Kearney closer to the race leader. Meanwhile, the Minimaxes are coming through the final chicane, and it's Tristan Rennie. Sliding around behind him is Archie Kitching, as the two drivers battle, not just for the race, but effectively also for the title fight. Sam Gornall has more points than them both, though, so this will be a really interesting battle come the season finale at the end of the day. And still they battle away. Still they challenge forward. Down the back straight. Hoping for another opportunistic move. This is going to be quite tight in this part of the race because these two dueling away. But it's now three of them fighting for the victory in Junior TKM. Nicholson, Kearney and Smith. Then Whittaker, Saunders and Barty. Cole, Webb, Davis, Taylor, Morgan Kidd and Dominic Roberts. Harry Wainwright and Harry Yardley Rose are struggling a little just outside the top 10. Then it's Josh Raystrick from Alex Roberts and Charles Gaillard, who's having a nightmare weekend. So down the back straight. Connor Kearney is still there in P2. Tucked up behind the 47 of Nicholson. Jack Nicholson, race leader. He was a club champion at another circuit earlier in the 2018 campaign. But now he is trying to get a victory at Trent Valley Kart Club in preparation for the British Championships when they kick off 3 weeks from now, right here at PFI. And still they battle. The Minimaxes are going over the bridge for their battle. Tristan Rennie versus Archie Kitching for the victory in Minimax. And then a long way back, Harley Horton, Ryan Willis and Sam Gornall are still dueling. Sam Gornall does not want to finish as though as 5th place, though. That could be a really problematic issue for him. So he's got to be focusing on what that's going to mean come the rest of the season. But the battle is going to be very tight indeed. Jack Nicholson hanging on from Connor Kearney. Kearney still there in second from Scott Smith. Dale Whittaker in 4th position. Absolutely terrific. So there we go again. Up the inside goes Connor Kearney taking the lead. Very nicely done for Nicholson. Has to defend from Smith. and manages to hold on to second place, but Connor Kearney had him well nailed, and up the inside, there goes Saunders, diving for the inside of... Oh! That was a big challenge from the 32 of Jack Saunders, diving for the inside of Jim Barty, and ended up cutting right across. That was a little bit too cheeky there. So that caused all sorts of carnage on the way out of the hairpin. They just about avoided an accident, but that was jostling out, you wouldn't believe, on the way out of the turn. And they're at each other's throats down the main straight. So Kearney, Nicholson and Smith is the order. Fourth place now is Jack Saunders. Harvey Cole and Jim Barty will not be taking very kindly towards Jack Saunders' defensive tactics. Charlie Webb is in sixth place between Cole and Barty. Then it's Taylor in eighth from Davis and Morgan Kidd. Warning flag for the 32, Jack Saunders. I'm not in the least bit surprised. So Jack Saunders now has Harvey Cole to the inside. Cole makes the move on the inside. Nicely done from Cole. Now that's a bit more like it from Saunders. He defends a bit more resiliently this time to fend off the challenge from the man behind. Although Barty... that is Charlie Webb trying to make his way on the inside and ends up having to back down. So Barty's going to come through and Zach Taylor gets his way through on the inside of Jim Barty. Meanwhile, in Minimax, as they come over the bridge, it's still Rennie in front of Kitching, and there's not a lot that the Coles driver Archie Kitching has been able to do just yet to get past Tristan Rennie, although he is trying to build a gap to the guys behind. Ryan Willis, however, has made his way up to third, past Horton and Gornall. As we go into the penultimate lap of the race now. Connor Kearney still hanging on for the victory in front of Jack Nicholson, and Smith has gone through, has he? No, not quite into second place. He did have a go. Absolutely terrific. Oh, big moment, though, for Nicholson as he runs very wide off the bridge. And Smith may get a chance to dive through. He's going to try and take it. But good defence from Nicholson holds him at bay. So there's no way that Jack Nicholson's going to lose second place at this point. Not with those defensive moves. Meanwhile, in Minimax, they come across the line to start their penultimate lap. But for Kearney, Nicholson and Smith, it is a great race in prospect as they continue to duel for the victory. Three of them in the fight. Minimax, there's just the pair of them. Tristan Rennie versus Archie Kitching. So let's see what becomes of this battle for Junior TKM as they hit into their final lap. And it's going to be Connor Kearney who leads the way, with Nicholson trying to fend off a very strong attack from Scott Smith. Meanwhile, Harvey Cole is fourth ahead of Saunders, Webb and Taylor. The Minimaxes are still pounding around as they go through the chicane on their penultimate lap. And not yet has there been a move from Kitching. He's now making a bid to go for Tristan Rennie. And there's been a warning flag handed to this time Harry Wainwright on the last lap. Smith has now got through. Smith has now got through in a second place and has made his bid on Jack Nicholson and found the gap. So he's going to go through. The Minimaxes start their final lap with Kitching in the lead in front of Rennie. So Kitching has got through. Still, the Junior TKMs battle their way through into the chicane. Connor Kearney's not about to lose this race victory if he's got anything to say about it. He's got enough of a gap over the dueling Smith and Nicholson to be quite happy about it. Minimax is still dueling like crazy down the back straight, but the checkered flag is being warmed up for Connor Kearney. He comes out of the final corner, and Connor Kearney takes the checkered flag with the win. Second is going to go the way of Smith, just in front of Nicholson, with Cole fourth, Saunders fifth, and Charlie Webb in sixth, to a brilliant seventh for Morgan Kidd, who charges back to P7. Zach Taylor is eighth, Jim Barty ninth, and Harry Yardley Rose in 10th. But now we need to look back for the Minimaxes as Archie Kitching hangs on to a slim lead from Tristan Rennie. Has Rennie got him back? Not yet, but they're battling. Has brought the other three onto the toe. So out of the final corner, Kitching's going to have to try and beat Rennie to the line. It's going to be tight, but it's going to be Kitching. Kitching wins it from Tristan Rennie, Harley Horton, Sam Gornall and Ryan Willis. And that four-way title fight continues on. But a victory for Connor Kearney and Junior TKM from Scott Smith and Jack Nicholson. Then Harvey Cole and Jack Saunders from Charlie Webb, Morgan Kidd, Zach Taylor, Jim Barty, Harry Yardley Rose and Jensen Davis. From Dominic Roberts in 12th, Harry Wainwright is 13th. And then it is Josh Raystrick, Dale Whittaker, Alex Roberts and Charles Guyard. From Archie Kitching and Tristan Rennie, Harley Horton, Sam Gornall and Ryan Willis. So that's the battle. We've seen the Junior TKMs and the Minimaxes out there fighting. It's victories for Connor Kearney and Archie Kitching as we get closer to the business end of the day. And we'll see some absolutely epic battles all the way through. And now it's going to be very tight again as we go into the next class, which is going to be the... Let me try and get us right. This is going to be the 19th race of the day now. And it's going to be the duel between Senior Rotax Max and Rotax 177. 2 classes, 1 racetrack. And it will be incredibly close battling throughout, because these guys are always going to be at the sharp end. And we've got that duel for the Rotax 177 crown between Joe Bleakley and Adam Sadler. In Senior Rotax, it's all up in the air because neither of the first 2 drivers in the category in the championship points tally are here this weekend. Neither Reese Hunter nor Ben Burgess. So it could be a brand new championship leader at the very final hour. So the drivers head out onto the circuit, and we are ready once again very nearly for the action in the Senior Rotax and Rotax 177 Brigade. Here's the Senior Rotax grid. David Sutton and George Holbrook on the front row from Jason Lockwood and James Lingard. James Lowther and Joseph Hunter next up from George Smith and Samuel Harrison. Travis Coyne and Lewis Smith come next from Stuart Pollock and Lewis Fleet. Thomas Aikin and Jodie Fox. And then Mackenzie Morris and Matthew Beaumont. In the Rotax 177 grid, it's Joe Bleakley versus Adam Sadler for the race and the title. Sean Smith and Timothy Darlow, John Scott and Mark Wingad. And at the back of the grid is Ross Meakin. So the drivers win their way around the circuit as they warm up the tyres and brakes. And it's going to be 2 very close battles. Joe Bleakley versus Adam Sadler continues, and I think that's going to be to the death. But for James Lowther, he just needs to stay focused and motivated. If he gets enough points in the final, he could become the Senior Rotax Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series champion. Always a very tough battle in Senior Rotax. You never know quite what you're going to get with this grid. There are so many drivers in the field that can take a victory. So they'll come out of the final turn on the revs. Wait for it. Perfect start. What a getaway from Sutton. Holbrook trying to come right round the outside. And a little bit of a nudge as they go through from Lockwood and Lingard. They bang wheels, but that's okay. They get away without crisis as they go through turn 3. Battle away for position. And there's a big spin on the inside line. Somebody's had a major problem. Manages to get back going again, but I think that's a massive amount of time lost. Trying to see who that was that ended up losing a good quantity of positions all the way down to the back of the field, pretty much. That was Joe Hunt, I think, who had a bit of a difficulty. No, my apologies. I think it was actually Lewis Smith who lost a massive quantity of places initially. So we'll double check as they come through, but 1 or 2 drivers definitely getting crossed up. I think it might even have been Lewis Smith, as we predicted, just riding the curbs too high on the inside line of that first turn 3 hairpin. And that's what's caused the deficit. Meanwhile, in Rotax 177, Bleakley versus Sadler. No change there. Third is Sean Smith from Tim Darlow. And then it is Scott Wingard and Meakin. Into the lead, that's Holbrook. Holbrook dives into the lead in the first corner. A nice little pendulum swing out into the first corner in the right-hander. He manages to get the swing out of the final corner and hits the front for the first time as Sutton gets him straight back again. And James Lingard is now the next one in for the charge with Lockwood coming down the back straight as well. James Lowther round the outside could gain a place or 2 just by parking the kart in the right place. He doesn't make up the places, but certainly gives them a suggestion of what's to come. As a big dive up the inside of Lowther, that is Sam Harrison. Harrison's trying to shut the door again now to the man in front. George Smith sliding through. Smith goes through. Lowther goes through. Harrison has to hang back and drops to 7th place. It was a good effort from Sam Harrison there, but unfortunately the gap was just too wide open. So some really good battles and some really great racing then from the drivers as they continue to battle forward. But now the charge continues on its way. As under the Litchfield Bridge they go. And it will be a tough battle for the drivers as they come up the hill. But Sutton leads Holbrook and Lingard. They come off the bridge and down the back straight. Sutton leads comfortably from George Holbrook and James Lingard. Down to the braking zone for the hairpin. And back on the power once more. So let's see how the racers will continue through the hairpin. They go through the left-hander, back on the power once more. And they charge forward into the chicane, left, right, and then back on the power once again as they come up through the right-hander. And then charging forward in through the long sweeping right-hander. And in through the left-hand corners, then through the Mike Wilson complex, out through the final chicane, and onto the main straight once again. George Holbrook trying to get back on terms with David Sutton once more from James Lingard and Jason Lockwood. 5th position up the inside, James Lowther. That was a very brave move as he dived for the inside of George Smith. Goodness me. There's barely any room at all to make that one work. Well, James Lowther finds the smallest gap in history to get in the 5th position. And that's put George Smith so far on the back foot. He even lost the place as well to Harrison. And he's now about to lose it to Travis Coyne as well. Wow. Bravery like none other than James Lowther. Meanwhile, Jason Lockwood battling away with James Lingard as George Holbrook has taken ownership of the lead again from David Sutton. So back into the lead goes George Holbrook for the Dan Holland Racing squad as he continues to push his way forward. A big charge and a big push forward is making things very entertaining up front. Out of the final chicane and down the main straight. This is getting really strong indeed for the 55. Out in front, Sutton from Holbrook, Lockwood, Lingard, Lowther, Harrison, George Smith and Travis Coyne. Then it's Joe Hunt and Louis Fleet from Lewis Smith and Stuart Pollock. So still the battle continues with great racing on the horizon through the right-hander, square left, and that's a move for second place up on the inside as Sutton, having taken the lead back from Holbrook, Lockwood is now through into second place on Holbrook. So Sutton back in the lead, and up to second comes Lockwood, with Holbrook now slipping to 3rd position. And still the battle continues on the far side of the circuit as through to the chicane. Looks like a move potentially on here for Joe Hunt as he tries to go on the inside of Travis Coyne. Has to bail out of the move, unfortunately. And there's an off on the back straight. We've had somebody pull the cart off the circuit. Now, who is that that's gone? That is Stuart Pollock. Stuart Pollock has pulled the cart off, unfortunately, after turn 5. So let's see how it goes. The battle continuing to intensify. And the stationary yellow flags are there at turn 5 as a result of Stuart Pollock's cart off the circuit. But racing still goes on. Meanwhile, in 177, it's still Bleakley from Sadler. Bleakley's still doing the best job he knows how and still controlling the race in his battle to win the championship for Rotax 177 in front of Sadler. But Bleakley and Sadler are now first and second ahead of Smith, Darlow, Scott, Meakin and Wingard. But Stuart Pollock is the first retirement of the race in the senior Rotax battle. Further back, and we're going to see senior Rotax continuing on. As now the challenge is going to come from Jason Lockwood, surely onto the back of David Sutton, although George Holbrook is giving him a good run for his money down the main straight. Sutton, Lockwood, Holbrook, Lingard, Lowther, Harrison, Coyne, Hunt, George Smith and Louis Fleet. They're going to go over the bridge once more, through the left, over the bridge, through the right. And Sutton has got a good control of things now. He's got good handling of things, good pace, and he's looking very good indeed. Into the braking zone, Holbrook is tight in behind the second place man of Lockwood. And 4th is Lingard in front of James Lowther as they come through once again. So Sutton continues to hold the pace. Sutton runs very well in the lead. Second is Lockwood in front of George Holbrook. What a tasty battle this is turning into up at the sharp end. Still some good race battles as they come through the chicane. Back onto the main straight. And now things are going absolutely full guns blazing over the line for the 55 of David Sutton. Lockwood, Holbrook, Lingard, Lowther, Harrison. Lockwood is still edging closer to Sutton. Was quicker than him on the last lap, but only to the tune of 0.08 of a second. He really wants to make this move his own now. They come back onto the far side. Down the back straight. And is this going to be a run for Lingard into 3rd position on Holbrook? Side by side, neither gives any room, and Holbrook hangs on to 3rd for the moment. But James Lowther has caught up to the lead 4. So now it's 5 of them squabbling for the 3 first place past the post. But out in front, Sutton's got enough of a gap over Lockwood now to be fairly comfortable. And even Lockwood's got a decent enough gap to the men behind that he doesn't need to be panicking too much. So this is a really strong start to the season for these guys as they battle away for a senior Rotax crown. James Lowther set to be the one to take it. But it's a good start to their season to get the Winter Series off to a good run. And so far so good for David Sutton, who leads the race off the bridge. Lockwood in second place. And we are now time run down to 0. So it's going to be the last lap next time by. They just had enough time to make it work. In Rotax 177, no change. Bleakley and Sadler leading the way from Smith, Darlow, Scott, Meakin and Wingard. So it's all fine as far as they are concerned. But the checkered flag is a lap and a half away as David Sutton continues to hold quarter in the lead of the race from Jason Lockwood and George Holbrook. And still they battle away through the chicane and onto the last lap they come now. David Sutton has got the pace to run this race ragged. But George Holbrook hasn't given up yet. He's going to try and work in this first half of the lap with the man in second place, Jason Lockwood, to try and get this gap down. So let's see what happens. Over the bridge and up towards the back straight. David Sutton is going to go for the victory in fine style here, but Lockwood is going to have to defend from Holbrook by the look of things. They need to focus forwards now. Maybe they believe that David Sutton is just going to be too far away. And now up the inside, Lingard is going to make a challenge for Holbrook for third position. That opens the door for Lowther. Lowther's going to get them both. Brilliant. Lowther through to third position. Well, that will help his cause no end. A brilliant charge forward. But the victory is going to go the way of David Sutton out front. He timed his move to the lead to perfection. And now he's going to come through for the victory out of the final chicane. And David Sutton takes victory from pole position out in front. Second place for Lockwood, third for Lowther, fourth is James Lingard. A bitterly disappointed George Holbrook comes home next. From Sam Harrison and Joe Hunt, George Smith and Travis Coyne, and then it's Louis Fleet in front of Lewis Smith and Jody Fox. But an absolutely sensational race battle as Jody Fox makes his bid. Lewis Smith, I should say, makes his bid for the position. Jody Fox comes through in 12th position. In front of Joe Bleakley, the race winner in Rotax 177, a country mile ahead of Adam Sadler. Third in the Rotax 177 battle is going to be Sean Smith. He crosses the line in front of Ross Meakin. And then it will be Tim Darlow just a whisker ahead of John Scott. And Mark Wingard is the last man home after retirements for Stuart Pollock. And the other man to retire is Thomas Aiken. Absolutely incredible and a really good battle yet again. Sees an absolutely sensational run and a really, really good race for David Sutton in front of Jason Lockwood and James Lowther. So great racing and an absolutely sensational battle. Really terrific stuff. So the battle continues, and obviously we're going to have some great race action for the remainder of the day. But an absolutely magic moment as the drivers continue to race on in fine style. And it's a great victory for David Sutton in front of Jason Lockwood, James Lowther and James Lingard. James Lowther is only a couple of races away from sealing his Senior Rotax Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Series crown in Senior Rotax. But we'll see what happens as the racing progresses. It's been a really exciting battle over the course of the day. And we've seen some truly spectacular performances as the drivers really deserve the plaudits they'll get from this. Absolutely terrific stuff. And David Sutton, Jason Lockwood and James Lowther are the first three past the post in Senior Rotax in 177. It's Joe Bleakley from Adam Sadler in their battle for the title. Next up on track, though, it is going to be the battle once again for Iami Cadet as the four-way fight for third position continues. And it's Brandon Carr from Harry Jr. Burgoyne, Aidan Neat and Ashton Hodgson. Just 3 points separating those four in the hunt for third in the driver's title. But also in the Iami Cadet overall battle, Kian Nakamura-Berta is 12 points clear of Sonny Smith. If Sonny Smith were to take the victory, and in this heat, he's got to come from the back of the grid to get himself back into contention, then Kian Nakamura-Berta would have to be 9th or better to become champion. As long as he's in the top 10, essentially, he's got a really good chance to get the job done. And an absolutely amazing job. So there's always going to be a very exciting battle. So let's see. Green flags fly, and we're ready to go racing again. So the drivers come out onto the circuit in Army Cadet, and they are ready for action once again. So let's see how the racing goes from the front end of the field. In Army Cadet, it is Ashton Hodgson versus Archie Clark on the front of the grid. From Macaulay Bishop, and Aidan Neat. And then it is Alex O'Grady and Lewis Werrell from Finn McLaughlin and Will Knight, Taylor Orridge and Ethan Jeff Hall, Ted Bradbury and Ella Stevens from Lewis Bird and Joe Katsantonis, from Sky Parker and Jack Cunningham. Then it is Hattie Mamassi and Joe Rippin from George Robinson and Ryan Ward, Mason Rudman and Oliver Phillips from William Antrobus and Gabe Fairbrother, Joe Anderson and Freddie Allen, and then Oscar Cartmail. And from the back of the grid, it will be Sonny Smith. But watch him charge through. He's going to have an absolutely amazing run here in this race. Now, at the end of this heat, the live feed for Downforce Radio is going to be reset and rebooted for the second half of the day. So do bear in mind that when you're listening in around the world, wherever it is you may be, at the end of this heat, it will be rebooted and restarted just so that we can continue progressing for the second half of the day. But this race is going to happen first. Ashton Hodgson and Archie Clark from Bishop, Neat, O'Grady, Werrell, McLaughlin, Knight, Orridge and Jeff Hall. Wait for it. It's a false start on this occasion. So the Army Cadet field just a little bit too eager to get away, and a few of them out of position. There were a few drivers that were not quite ready to go racing once again. This is race number 20 of 37 over the course of the day. No lunch break, no time to wait around. So it's going to be charging through all the way. And the reason I think we were waiting on Oscar Cartmail, the 80, who's not quite able to get on to terms with the other drivers in the field on the rolling lap. But it's going to be some very entertaining battles over the course of procedure. So we've seen some good battles from the drivers in Army Cadet. Lots of great racing and lots of sensational tussles around the circuit. But now they need to get themselves formed up into their two tram lines once again, in the hope that they are going to go back into position all the way through. So hopefully there's going to be a lot more to do as the racing continues. But Ashton Hodgson and Archie Clark are both in a very privileged position here on the front row of this grid. For Sonny Smith, it's an opportunity to charge his way through from the back of the field and get himself into a better position, ready for the action later in the final that will decide the Army Cadet title. Let's see if we're going to get a really good start this time. That's more like it, and away we go. And a cracking start in the middle from Aidan Neat as he tries to squeeze Ashton Hodgson. But into the lead goes Archie Clark. Archie Clark hits the front after a cracking start from the outside line. So Archie Clark heads the race as they come through. Hodgson's immediately going to go for the lead and takes it. Aidan Neat's going to go with him. And there's an off further back. We've got a spin down the hill. Goodness me, very nearly off onto the first corner once again. So I couldn't quite see who that was from this distance, unfortunately. I'll try and update you with who it was. I think it was somebody in the middle of the field having a spin, but it's now Hodgson who leads from Aidan Neat and Archie Clark. Bishop, whoa, problems as Bishop turns into the side of Finn McLaughlin. Didn't see him. Finn McLaughlin falls back down the field, and also going backwards down the order is the 16. Now that, unfortunately, is a big problem for Alex O'Grady. So the two Irishmen in the field there, Finn McLaughlin and Alex O'Grady, effectively got spat out to the sidelines as Bishop was trying to go for an overtake with somebody else. Didn't realise they were there, so completely not their fault, but an accident nonetheless. And down at the back of the field with the spin, it was George Robinson who spun away. He's got going again. So Ashton Hodgson leads. Aidan Neat in second from Macaulay Bishop and Archie Clark. Then it's Lewis Werrell, Ella Stevens and Ethan Jeff Hall from Orridge, Knight, Bradbury, McLaughlin, Cunningham, Mimasi, Bird, Sky Parker, and then Joe Rippin and Sonny Smith, who's up to 17th already from Ryan Ward, Oliver Phillips, Mason Rudman, Gabe Fairbrother, Joe Katsantonis, Will Antrobus and Alex O'Grady ahead of Anderson, Allen, Cartmail and Robinson. So through they come once again. Around the outside, Bishop is going to try and take on Archie Clark. That's a brave, bold move, and he's going to finish the job. Excellently done. So Archie Clark slots into fourth position, just a whisker in front of Lewis Werrell, the leading Oliver Rowland driver at the moment. And Ella Stevens is next up in P6. So plenty of time still for these things to turn around as the 63 of Joe Rippin goes off onto the grass. At least he's actually in the action after having failed to make the first corner earlier on. But what a sensational race battle we have had thus far. Absolutely brilliant race matching at the moment as these guys continue to duel away. And it looks as though we've got a really exciting battle on our hands now. Through they come at the first corner. Neat is now in the lead from Ashton Hodgson. So Aidan Neat has fought his way to the front. And I tell you what, a victory now for Aidan Neat would be so valuable. He really needs to get himself into a good position, ready for the final to grab a third place in the driver's standings. And that will give him a great run to the British Championships next week. So let's see what Aidan Neat is capable of. As into the corner comes Archie Clark into third place on Macaulay Bishop. Good run there. Very nicely handled. So there's still plenty of time to go in this battle. But Archie Clark asserting himself well into third place. But Aidan Neat is the man in front, doing an absolutely fantastic job in front of the 21 of Ashton Hodgson, his teammate, and the man he's battling with for third in the championship points. So there's going to be no love lost between these drivers in the battle as they will continue to scrap over the place. And it looks as though we've had another incident further back as George Robinson is now joined towards the back by Oscar Cartmail. So down the back straight. Meanwhile, on the home straight, Aidan Neat is still tussling with Ashton Hodgson. Through to the first corner, Archie Clark through in third. Then Macaulay Bishop, Lewis Werrell and Ella Stevens in the top six. From Taylor Orridge, Finn McLaughlin now back to 8th place. In front of Ethan Jeff Hall and Ted Bradbury making his way into the top 10. In front of Will Knight and Sonny Smith, who is now up to 12th. So still great progress being made then from Smith. But it is going to be tough from here on in as the battle will continue in earnest. But some really sensational racing still to come. Absolutely terrific stuff from Neat and Hodgson out front, though. Third place, Archie Clark, looking for what would be, I'm fairly sure, his first top 3 finish in Army Cadet at Trent Valley Kart Club. If he can hang on to that position, that would be amazing. These breakthrough moments are always very important for the youngsters. They've got to be in a position where they can make the progress, where they can make the charge forward. So they need to be able to make those moves forward through the field. But Aidan Neat leads the way in front of Ashton Hodgson. Archie Clark third from Macaulay Bishop. Lewis Werrell in fifth from Ella Stevens. Taylor Orridge and Finn McLaughlin. Ethan Jeff Hall is ninth from Ted Bradbury. Finn McLaughlin now through into sixth position, past Ella Stevens. So into the top 6 once more. Where's Sonny Smith? He's still 12th, but he's made up 16 places, so you can't sniff at that. As they come over the bridge, a little ray of sunshine now creeping over the circuit as we approach 1 o'clock. Although, from what we are told by the weather conditions on the Met Office, we are still going to get at least a 70% chance of rain at 2 o'clock, a 90% chance of rain at 3, so I don't rate the chances of this afternoon very highly. But it's a sunshiny day for the moment as it tries to break through the clouds. Aidan Neat and Ashton Hodgson down the mid-straight as they go into the chicane to start the third sector. Archie Clark still there in third in front of Bishop, Werrell, McLaughlin, Stevens, Orridge, Jeff Hall, Bradbury and Will Knight. Sonny Smith still trying to make the progress from 12th. So they come through the final couple of corners of the circuit again through the Mike Wilson complex. And with 2 minutes and 20 plus the additional lap on the clock, no dramas at the front for Neat and Hodgson. They are 1 and 2 and they are staying there at the moment. So hopefully it's going to be a really exciting battle. So let's see if this is going to be another opportunity for Ashton Hodgson. The 19 has had a warning. That's Jack Cunningham. And he seems to have lost a lot of ground on that lap. So at least he's raped what he sowed as far as the officials are concerned. Didn't see the incident though, so couldn't tell you more. Bishop has come through into third place on Archie Clark. So Archie Clark's got to try and make his way back into the top 3. Hodgson still all over the back of Aidan Neat. Aidan Neat is trying to keep himself fairly balanced in the lead of the race. He doesn't need to push too hard. He and Ashton Hodgson working together, the two teammates, in order to make their way further up the order. But Macaulay Bishop is trying to break the Fusion Motorsport trio at the front of the field and is doing just enough to hold on to it for the time being. He just needs to keep that momentum flowing onwards and upwards. But so far, so good as the racing continues up at the sharp end with Aidan Neat and Ashton Hodgson leading the race. Fastest lap of the race comes from the Irishman, Finn McLaughlin. They come across the line with 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock. Now, by my math, That is 2 laps to go in these karts because the fastest lap of the race is a 1 minute 7.88. And that comes from Finn McLaughlin, who does another new fastest lap in his bid to close up on Lewis Werrell. Clearly, he is driving with the red mist and catching up to the battle in front. Now, remember how he stole the win earlier. He may well grab another decent finish from this one. But Aidan Neate is in front of Ashton Hodgson this time. Macaulay Bishop is still there in third from Archie Clark, Lewis Werrell and Finn McLaughlin. But watch for Finn. He is right up close. He makes a very late manoeuvre to get on the inside of Lewis Werrell and in pure intimidation pulls off the move. Absolutely terrific from Finn McLaughlin. Man, that kid can drive. That was pure, absolute determination. That move was never on, and yet he somehow opened the door and made it stick. Terrific. That was really good driving. But now they come out of the final corner and on to the last lap. And there is a warning that's gone out to the 22. That's Ethan Jeff Hall in the other Strawberry Racing kart. Not sure what it's for, but he's been given the warning nonetheless. So now, Aidan Neate versus Ashton Hodgson for the race victory. And Hodgson is trying to make his way through on Aidan Neate. Neate is protecting it, and he's defended beautifully for the first couple of corners. That's actually got Hodgson's back up a little bit. Bishop is charging forward. Aidan Neate wants the victory. So does Hodgson, though, because he wants to get third in the Drivers' Championship and therefore start in a good position for the final by getting a decent result. And a win is way better than second. Here they come. Neate protects the inside line. Bishop's got up the inside line. And that's enough to put the 21 off on the curbs. And now comes Archie Clark for an opportunity. Hodgson trying to hold his line. Archie Clark edging to try and get into the top 3. Hodgson darts for the inside line. Watch for Finn McLaughlin, guys. He's the danger man. And we've had a spin from Will Knight on the final lap. He rejoins, but he's lost a lot of time. But the checkered flag is being prepared for Aidan Neate in front of Macaulay Bishop. Bishop is right behind him. He may get a run to the flag, but I'm not sure he's going to overtake him. Aidan Neate's going to get the victory from Macaulay Bishop. And in third will be Hodgson from McLaughlin and Archie Clark. What a great race. Werrell in 6th place ahead of Ellis Stevens. Sonny Smith fights back to P8 in front of Ted Bradbury and Taylor Orridge. Then it's Ethan Jeff Hall from Alex O'Grady, Lewis Bird, Hattie Mamassi, Oliver Phillips and Mason Rudman from Joe Rippin and Will Knight, Jack Cunningham and Ryan Ward, Joe Katzentonis and Sky Parker from Gabe Fairbrother, Will Antrobus, Joe Anderson, George Robinson, Freddie Allam and Oscar Cartmail. So Aidan Neate takes the victory from Bishop and Hodgson. We'll take a pause in proceedings and come back straight away when the action will continue with the next heat of the day. And considering the battles we've got this afternoon, Junior X30 is up next. It's going to be mega.
Hi, I'm Tom Ingham and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Jake Villeneuve. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Bruno Senna. You're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Chris Hoy, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.
Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're listening to Downforce Radio.